freaking do this. Let's freaking do this. Yeah, blow my nose. What is going on, Jake?
It's showing footage of somebody getting a lobotomy.
Bruh. What the hell?
No.
Yeah.
Alright, so the only thing I've done differently since last stream is I got the perk to work. All I had to do is add. Where is it? This is the only thing I had to add. Self-thread to my main. And then it started working. Shouts out to West Chief 596 for that. Now we gotta make it work like this. Let's see. In my perk main. perk's main. I'm guessing up here. Let's do the immune to fire first. Okay, boom, bam. I think it's Pyro Punch perk, not just Pyro perk. So then it would be Pyro underscore punch underscore perk. This way you don't need a damage callback. So you just need a damage callback against the AI and have it check the means of death. If it's melee, then it would do the damage, otherwise it would go as normal. In your perk main, boom bam bob. And then, okay. Well, before I do that, I should probably test if the fire script worked first. Or is this? No, that's the melee. So I would do this where? At the give perk? No. Functionality. Put. Oh, what? Are you running that shit again, Jake? Jakeinator?
Huh?
You running that shit again?
Yeah.
Type shit.
Sure. Yeah, I'm just trying to get to the end, bro. Just trying to beat the gauntlet.
Type shit. Should I? Nah, I'm alright. I'm gonna just build and see how it goes. I shouldn't have to build lighting. It should just be linking and compiling. I hope this works. What I just did should make me immune from fire damage.
Oh.
If I did it correctly. Or if what he sent me was correct. Which I think it is.
Oh, man.
I just have to make it
Damn.
function player damage. It's basically the same exact thing, just if you have the pyro perk and if you have jug. I don't know, this is kind of weird. Oh, uninitialized local variable. What the fuck? How? To match my perk specialty.
How you doing, Doc? Single strand of bloody toes.
Oh, to match my perks specialty.
Wait a minute.
This.
Why could I get so close to him?
His nose is bloody as hell. What the hell?
To add the GSH. Okay. Copy that.
Oh. I'm beating the boss like this. I'm not beating the boss like that. Oh. Oh.
Now that should work.
But I'm beating the boss like this! Come on. How the fuck did his toes get bloody again? Oh, it's because I'm stepping in pools of blood.
Yeah, if
Fuck
self
it up,
has
pal.
yeah, if self has pyro punch perk, then boom bam bop. Should work.
Spoilance. Well. Give me the fucking hammer. Never mind, I don't need that bitch ass hammer. Damn! Damn.
Alright, the moment of truth. I got it to build properly. Will it make me immune to fire?
Swamp! Ow, fucker.
A lot of stressing me the fuck out.
Why?
Cause she wants a vitamin water, but she's mad at mom, and then she wants me to ask mom to allow us to go to Cumbies.
Bruh.
And now she's saying she doesn't want it because I told her she should be the bigger person. Go tell mom she wants it.
Bruh. I just went too. I could have picked it up.
And she asked as soon as she came.
Awful timing. Why is Takio still a character?
Shit. Pitchfork guy.
Oh, this is my test map connection.
Fuck!
Alright. Alright, the moment of truth. I go in the trap. I'm immune to fire. Let's go. Let's freaking go. Okay. That was
Please
simple.
believe me. All I did was get my dick set back. Baby.
Courage Ignitor.
Yeah.
Fire immunity is active.
That's true.
It still kills them whenever I go near them though. I feel like that's way too OP. I would keep it, but... And it's also Pyro Punch. It's not Pyro Vicinity or something. It's not like everywhere around use Pyro. It should be like a upgraded version. I could upgrade the perk, maybe. Like throughout the Easter egg.
Come on. You have to win these fights, man. Swing at him just like that.
Are you immune to a grenade then? That's the real question. You are. This is basically PhD.
Damn!
Oh, okay, that kills you. Monkey bombs kill you. Let's go. Alright. Yeah, literally just wipes the whole entire round if you're near a zombie. Like, that's bad. Like, what if you want to hit the box a couple times and you're training a zombie? They just insta-die. That's too crazy. Alright. Now that that works, I need to do the knife damage only. So, in my perks main, in my perk main, so would that be Pyro Punch main? I believe so.
Damn!
Or is my perks main the main, the function main? I think it's the functionality main. Because then you do this here.
Why is she beefing so hard?
Why is she being so what?
Beefing so hard with mom.
I don't know, why is she now?
I don't know.
They're like always
I don't
beefing.
even know, bro.
She didn't say anything? Like, what the hell?
Not really. Like they were arguing earlier when I was up there, but mom was just stressed the fuck out.
She thinks so, she hates me.
She was like thinking like mom was like coming at her or something. Bro, like it's obvious she's not right now.
She's just annoyed right now.
Like,
She don't be understanding that.
facts. But she,
Like mom will like, I don't know, sound tired or something. She's like, what's wrong with her?
facts, yeah.
Is she like doing that to you too?
Facts.
It's like,
Like it gets sometimes.
she
It's
yawned.
like,
What are you talking about?
facts. I don't, I don't get it.
It's just girl drama.
Drama facts.
Damn! Bro, this fucking boss annoying as shit.
So you would just need a damage callback against the AI and have it check the means of death. If it's melee, then it would do the damage, otherwise it would go as normal. Okay. So in the, yes, the self equals AI section, so zombie deal fire. In this section, I do the damage taken callback. Right, self equals AI, attacker equals
Holy
player.
fuck, I did it! God damn!
Or maybe that's some.
Grunpo, you seeing this shit?
I'm peeping, Jake, I'm peeping.
I said, go, Peloton.
Alright, sorry, I won't peep then.
Go, Peloton.
Screw you. Only Bruce is allowed to watch? Okay. Alright.
Street Bill.
Let's see how it is. You know what he said? Screw you.
Okay.
So take that, bucko.
Yeah.
freaking bucko. Freaking bucktard.
You're a bucktard.
You're a bucktard.
You're a bucktard.
Oh my god. I'm guessing I do this above this function? I don't even know, bro. I don't even know what I'm doing right now, bro.
Hell no.
I think I'm doing this right. I probably just remove this one. No, but that's the insta kill. Yeah, this is just if this function happens, it does this. If means of death is melee, do stuff here. Wait, what? In my perks main, let me copy this to here.
A flat.
Alright, I think I did it. I kind of just freestyled it, so hopefully I did it correctly. Let's see. The build of truth. I also want it so when you slide, a fire trail goes behind you,
Oh,
burn it, and it burns the zombies.
kind of like that
Ah,
one augment.
is that an augment?
Yeah, for like PhD flopper, right? I don't. I think it
Oh, it
is.
does do that. You're right.
Yeah, PhD slider. Yeah.
Yeah. Does it shoot? It's flames though.
Isn't. I mean, it's like the thing from PhD flopper. I don't know.
I think it's. I think you just slide and then like any zombies in front of you get killed.
Dude.
This one would be like a trail that goes behind you, and it like leaves a whole fire trail from the distance you started the slide to the end of it. And then that'll like
Ah.
stay there kind of like a Molotov. It'll just like stay there for a little bit, burning the zombies, and then go away. And then just every time you slide, just boom, fire trail, boom, fire trail.
Okay.
I should make it to the, well, no, with subsonic slush. I'm gonna do it so when you slide, that thunder gun shot happens. You know, I was telling you that in the car.
Yeah.
That's what I'll do
The
for that
firewall.
perk. But then this one will be a slide, or fire trail slide. Alright, I did it wrong. Um, at 282, register actor damage callback. At 282. Wait, what?
I'm the most annoying boss fight. Bro, you have an axe in your fucking. How do you still want to fight me? Just fucking give up.
It's probably supposed to be in this main. Let's see. Copy that.
Gambling spending now too?
Gam Spendle?
Yeah.
I've been talking
Oh,
this whole
Spenny's
time.
in
My
here?
mic was off.
I didn't even know
Bro.
Spenny was in here. That's good.
I've been talking the whole time. I feel like an absolute fucking retard.
Hey,
I forgot I had
don't feel
streamer
like
mode
that.
on, so I didn't even like hear
Go
the
further
join.
up.
I gotta disable that shit. I always forget about it.
It's Joey time.
Tight
Joey
shit.
time. I think it's Joey time.
I'm
Tight
ripping the
shit.
Benjamin.
15 push-ups right now.
Same. Wait, what'd you say, Bruce?
15 push-ups right now. I'm doing it,
15
Spenny.
push-ups right now? Oh shit.
Yeah, right, Joey's?
Yeah.
15 push-up Jimmins?
Yeah. Yes.
Oh shit, dude.
Ooh.
I'm gonna be dead.
I don't think that one's safe.
Bro, what do you mean? No generated data. Oh, I low-key might have to script this into my other file as well.
Let's go.
Begging for
Oh.
mercy? Oh. Stay the fuck down, motherfucker.
Oh shit.
Damn. Flint and steel, chicken jockey. I am steel. The blood's technically on your hands, cause I'm killing you with your own weapon. What the fuck? Why do the bosses have such long weapons? Like, what the fuck?
Oh shit.
I did all that training for what? Damn. Oh yeah.
Wow, I might be retarded. I think I don't put that in here. Let's try this.
Gotta put the final nail on the coffin. Gotta really make sure that he's dead. What the fuck am I doing this to innocent people? Fuck did they do to me? Sure. Jockey. I am Steve. Oh yeah, it's boss fight time. Not?
It was cold in here. Fuck is here when I got home. It was so cold in here when I got home. Probably. No.
Oh my god. don't want to go to the afterlife again. Like again? Slowing down time.
The moment of truth.
Holy fuck.
I don't even want to fucking play this game. Oh, y'all going to?
What up?
The entire Bioshock collection is only $9 on Steam.
That's not bad, bro.
Uh-huh. And it comes with all the DLC too.
Oh, shit. You getting rid of that Bioshock Infinite?
I don't know. I don't know, like, you're like,
I don't even think they go in
Still,
order.
damn it, dude.
oh shit.
Okay. I think they're all like different games. Kind of. Might have similar like themes and shit. I don't know if the storyline's good.
You're geeked? Okay, I'm definitely doing it wrong. Where the hell? Just need a damage callback against the AI and have it check the means of death. Okay. I think I have to remove this.
This might be crazy, but I think I ran up some PyroWorld.
That's what you better run?
Yeah.
Big news on the Power?
Yeah.
Power? Why do you sound depressed?
Oh no, I'm just bored.
You're bored now?
Yeah. I would play Cry of Fear if I wasn't at the apartment spot.
Wait, what happened? My bad.
I would
can't
play
hear.
Cry of Fear if I wasn't at the apartment spot.
Bro, that's like the beginning.
I know, but that's annoying with the little baby bitches.
Bro, that's nothing, man.
Whatever
It's
you
okay,
say.
bro. I know you're scared, bro. And that's okay. We could just run
Oh,
it together, man.
that ain't even that scary for real though.
You don't think it's that scary?
I don't know. I'm just bored. No, I'm just kidding. It's pretty spook.
This shit's scary as hell, bro. Especially with the headphones on. It's way scarier.
Yeah.
I've realized that as soon as I put the headphones. The only reason I wasn't that scared yesterday was with. If I was playing that shit, I don't know, man.
Yeah, nah. Some of
Just
the
by
jump
myself or
scares that
something.
like some of the jump scares that I thought were like, what the fuck is this? This shit ain't scary. When I actually played it with the headphones on, I
That's how it
was
usually is, bro. It might look a little stupid, so, but when you get in that bitch, it's like you're actually in, kinda,
yeah, bro.
because
Like,
you
bro,
soak in the
I
atmosphere and shit.
yeah, like, bro, I literally got so scared. Like, my mouse moved across the whole fucking screen, and I paused the game.
I know, brother.
Oh shit!
He was scared. Like,
Underdogs is on sale.
what's that? VR
It's like
game?
a VR mech fighting game. Yeah.
Shit. Online?
I don't know. They probably might
Oh,
add it.
wait up. I didn't know.
But bro, this shit goes crazy as fuck, bro.
It goes crazy.
Like I had a free trial of it, bro. Oh my god, that show's so good.
Shit. Sounds cool.
But like, the game is like fucking British and shit.
It's British?
Like all the characters are like British or something. I don't know.
Oh,
They
shit.
got some sort of accent.
They're all British in that bitch? That's crazy.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know like what accent they got.
Or are they Australian?
They might be Australian because they got. Oh, he just said, "No,
It
this is the
says in the
jungle out
trailer.
here, bro."
Let me hear it.
Alright.
Oh, I didn't even. I don't know. I think they're British, bro.
Yeah, and you just said, "Bruv."
Yeah,
No, this is the jungle out here, bro.
that was crazy. You about to
But
say
I
something?
mean, yeah, yes.
What happened though? What?
But nah, they like badass British people though. Bro,
They
but nah,
badass
I
British people?
actually, yeah, nah, I actually need this fucking.
Chicken is a game fan, bro.
Like, bro, ever since I played the fucking
Demo you been fiending?
free trial of it, yes, bro. It's like it's like literally the same as Damn's Schedule 1. Because we played the demo, and then, bro, I was dead ass fiending for the real game to come out.
Oh, for Schedule 1? You were
Yes,
hooked,
bro.
bro.
Yeah,
I mean, it's a pretty fire one.
bro. I swear to God, bro, if Tyler adds fucking lean, bro, greatest game ever.
If PalWorld does, or Schedule 1?
Tyler Video Game Studio. That's the guy
Who's
who made
that?
Schedule 1.
Uh,
Yeah.
he better. He might add more drugs. Come on, there's only weed, cocaine, and meth.
Yeah, that ain't too
There's
much.
tons of other ones that he could have in there.
I don't like perks.
Maybe he could have Ferguson.
Molly, perks. I feel so invincible. Molly's
Yeah,
perks.
where's the Molly
Feel so-
plug at? Where's that guy? They gotta add that
Oh,
too.
nah, bro, need to get Amazon Prime or whatever.
Why? Mom didn't give you the account? I could give you mine if.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, I
But
was
I'll be able
telling you
to
so you
like
could
log
watch
on to my
the.
PC. Invincible?
Yeah, bro. I think it's on there. It's
Yeah,
from there,
yeah,
right? Let me see what's the
yeah.
password.
Will I be able to go on there on my PC?
Yeah, watch. I'll stream right now. show you. I actually have that shit up.
Mom, perfect. I feel so invincible.
See? Right, Sean?
Yeah, Prime Video for Windows.
Yeah, you have Windows 11 too, right? Yeah, you just get into the
Yeah,
App Store thing.
the App Store thing. What's that?
Yeah, have you went in there yet? I don't know what it. I think it's just Microsoft Store, maybe.
Yeah.
And then that's where you get like everything.
Ah,
So you just put like Prime Video. They got other shit too. I don't know. Just like random apps you would have on your phone and shit. Spotify, shit like that.
uh,
Some of those
search
are
up
like
Prime.
what the hell type shit, but
I just search up. Oh,
alright,
Prime
let me
Video
find
for.
the password.
What was that? Sunny Reach. Thank you for the follow. Hello, mate. Oh, Andy got banned here. Fucking spam account. God damn it.
Spam accounts.
The Siri bot be banning him before I could even read the message.
Quick, quick with that shit.
W Seribot.
Yeah, she's cracked, right?
I guess, but like, what if it wasn't a spam? I didn't even get the
True.
chance to
See
read
that?
it
Fuck.
to see if
Maybe
it
you want
was.
the spam in the chat too.
I don't want the spam, but I would like to read it.
Like,
Right.
what
I'm a
up?
goon pill.
What up? What's
Yo,
up?
think it like only moves when you're like not talking or something. I don't know. It's weird, bro.
What do you mean? Wait,
Like
wait, what?
the Last of Us shit. It's fucking weird as fuck, bro. I was like
The
moving when
Last
you're
of
not
Us?
talking. Yeah, the thing that you got on around like your profile.
Oh, the fucking the Twitch. It's not Twitch. What's this shit called? The Nitro shit or whatever.
Discord Nitro, yeah.
Yeah,
This thing.
the quest. Yeah.
What does it do? Because I don't see it. Uh, like animating.
Wait, hold. I gotta click on like the Discord client. Put a talk.
Yeah.
Oh, oh,
Oh,
oh.
should I
Like
watch your screen and see it happen?
yeah. Let me stream a second.
Bro, I'm shut as hell. Where do I? Where are the passwords?
Whatever. That shit looks so bad for your profile.
Oh, is that on right now? Let me see.
Yeah.
What the hell?
It's just you're getting good at
How would I
words.
get it to like fully? Oh, I gotta keep talking. I gotta. Oh, shit! I lost it. That's crazy. What the fuck?
And I fought in United States.
Oh, bro, I don't even know. Yo, when you sign in, is there a way they just orders? If not, I'm gonna reset my password.
Just to what?
Just click sign in. Like, see what it says.
Alright.
Like, if you have to type in my full.
Email
Yeah,
or
I guess
mobile.
so. Just put. Uh, wait. Should you do the phone number? Just do Bruce B94 at G.
Bruce. Wait, capital B.
I don't think it matters. I gotta
Wait,
reset
no,
my
not
password
you.
though, real quick.
BruceB94@gmail.com.
Yeah. Um, damn, Amazon's got me like confused here. Why is there so many fucking settings for it? What's up? Password. All right, bro. I changed it to Chicken Jockey 22 capital C.
Capital C. Chicken. Capital J.
No.
Chick. Jock. Chicken jockey.
222. People might hack me in here, but what's going on if you hack my Amazon? Right?
Yeah.
No, Spenny's gonna spend a bag. Oh, I don't even think
Vince. Oh shit.
and Amazon has a lot of stuff, low key. I feel like bored. I don't know. I mean, I don't really watch it like that. I always try to find shit, but Jake, you watch this?
Wait, what?
Did you watch this?
Yeah, I watched it when it like first came out.
What did you think when you watched? I give it
It was alright.
I give it a 7 out of 10,
Yeah,
maybe. I don't know.
it was alright.
It wasn't what I was expecting. Yo, I got kicked out because of fucking new password type shit. And just to kick you out, right? What the fuck was it?
Who the hell is Zoolander? What type of knockoff Homelander is that, bro?
You don't know who Zoolander is?
No, bro. Who the fuck is Zoolander?
What you mean? That's like a mad famous like comedy movie. He's like a fashion guy, bro. And he's like a model or some. I don't
Oh, I think
fucking
I seen
know.
a clip of that.
You probably.
Like
How do I
I
click on
got
the
some.
trailer
Like,
trailer?
yeah, no, yeah, no. A clip
You
of
know
that,
about it?
like you popular. Yeah.
It's kind of funny. It's not my favorite thing ever, but like, it's funny. It's got Will Ferrell and shit in it though. You know who that is?
No.
No, you don't know who
Uh,
he is? Will
Mauler
Ferrell is
twins.
this dude. Huh?
I said, oh shit, the Mauler twins.
Who's the Mahler?
These blue guys.
They're in the movie?
No. And Invincible. Molly.
Really? It's all black.
Oh,
It's like you're not even watching the episode on my screen.
what?
Hey, listen.
When you saved Steve.
Yo, they got that show you like, Jake, on here. Has been.
Bruh.
What?
Don't even know what fucking Hasbin Hotel is.
Oh, boy. I thought you were hating on that show before. Deadass. It's like a
Oh,
cartoon show.
I don't know.
Shit.
Batman! Batman! God. Please, no, Batman. Batman is saved.
Batman's in the show?
I don't even. Nah, it's just a knockoff Batman.
Oh, da da.
Darkwing. You're welcome. I hit him. Get out. Are you sure? Are you sure? Grandpa.
What up?
You can only see the subtitles.
Yeah, what's up with that? Can you see mine?
Nah. I guess
Dead
it's so that you
ass?
don't stare the show that you're watching.
That's crazy.
Yeah. I mean, but it's also kind of smart.
I mean, it's smart.
Yeah.
Why? Shit, bro. Can't see the Flavor Flav? Ah, what?
I know what happens at the Burger Mart.
You say something, Gunner?
Said, oh, I know what happens at the Burger Mart.
What happens at the Burger Mart?
He gets his powers.
Oh, shit. Escape?
Oh, he got his powers. It's about time. So I finally got my powers? Are you sure? Yeah, I'm pretty sure. So I got my powers. Are you sure? Are you sure? Oh my god, he's at the line. Into space. At work.
Damn, Jake, spring break, bro.
Huh?
I said spring break, bro.
Yeah, spring
You
break.
finna throw a spring break party?
Oh, shit.
Shit, I might have to.
Invite all the ABGs?
Yeah.
ABGs? What are you gonna have for them? Boba tea?
Yeah.
They need that boba tea.
Uh-huh.
Crip Matt,
My
no?
skills just gotta get off, dog.
You're getting off, Spuddy.
Yeah, I'm going to bed. I'm tired.
You just don't fuck with Crit, Matt.
I fucks with Crip, man. I'm just beat.
Nah, you
As
just using
soon
him.
as Crip Matt came in, you said I'm leaving.
Yeah, I was playing the game.
You just using him.
Wow.
No,
Shit.
oh boy.
Jake's always beefing with Spenny, dude.
For no types of reason.
You're.
There you go.
Oh, snap.
Hey, you fucking faggot. What the fuck was that about?
Wow.
He's using his powers.
Wow.
Execution. What?
He's gone. Oh,
Spenny just did a fucking Houdini.
Haste.
Shit.
who that?
What the fuck?
Is that you, Jake? Or just join?
Yeah.
I can't see the Discord. See the moment of truth. Should not do that now. Okay. It's not doing.
What the?
What happened?
What happened?
What? What'd you say? Like, what the fuck?
Cause like I was looking at this dude Flavor Flav. You probably don't know who he is. I'm gonna
No,
show
I
you
don't.
him. So he was like in this group Public Enemy, okay?
Uh-huh.
And he has this TV show, right, where he's got mad bitches, and it's like a love show of him finding the right bitch. Does that make sense? But he
Yes.
was so ugly in the motherfucker. In that like scene, I had to.
Damn son.
I don't know if you could tell. He's like he kind of ugly, bro. Are you looking, Jake, or nah?
Yeah, I'm looking.
What do you think? Or you don't think he's that ugly?
Kinda ugly.
He was looking crazy, bro, and he was being all sensual with the chick, and I was like, I can't do this no more right now.
Look.
He's chilling with Miley Cyrus though. Public Enemy #1. He used to rock this clock all the time, bro. That was like his shit.
Oh, shit.
He was like known for rocking the clock and shit.
Oh.
And he would always scream, "Flavor Flav." It's some old head shit, but yeah. He's cool people, so he's funny too. But I couldn't watch that right now. Feel me?
I could watch Invincible right now.
You said what?
But I could watch Invincible right now.
You lit, dog.
Uh huh.
It's the prem shit's kind of lit.
Yeah.
You could get like any of those apps too. Like if you get login, Netflix too, the same way.
Yeah. Are you questioning me?
This dude Pablo said in the chat, can't wait to play PyroWorld this weekend. Bruh.
Say crunch down.
Oh yeah, that's the drip. You better not. In the Pentagon. Why is it tweaking at it, bitch? Sorry, that shit hurt. What? Gemma, what the fuck? Just shat in my room.
Dead ass.
And that she didn't shit. She just fucking farted and it stank.
Oh, okay. I was about to say, no way, dude.
What the fuck? She just barked out Al Akbar. What the fuck? Yeah. Yeah. I'm rewatching the first season. I'm only on the second episode, Dad. Yeah. It's probably saying. Oh, could you turn on my fan?
say?
Huh?
What'd you say?
I said, let's go.
Yes, sir. The music is so loud. Okay, bet.
Friday, 4/11, April 11th, and I have maybe my favorite newscast potentially ever here today.
Ooh.
Maybe.
Whoa, that's a lot.
We'll
Whoa,
see.
It's a lot of pressure.
Pretty
We will
lofty right
see.
there.
Yeah.
Let's. Leading it off, we have the one and only man on the street. What up, Gunner?
Oh, hello guys. How we doing today? It's a beautiful, beautiful Friday. Glad to be alive. Glad to be here. Got all my homies here today. What can I say,
Come on,
man? What can I say?
And then the man who needs no introduction whatsoever. Everyone knows we got the one and only Ralphie the Plug.
I like those intros. They're pretty good. It sounds like we about to just jump into a good reality show right now.
The one in the know, Ralphie the Plug.
The plug.
And
Plug talk.
the rhyme master himself, dressed in tan, only on the top.
Man, it's another one, not like the other one. Call me Unc, like you, my brother's son. You'll play upon a lush Uno back in this.
Okay.
It's extra stinky today. We not playing in the slightest. Come on, man.
Hanging in.
Let me find out you guys was doing AI before we got over here, man.
AI, what do you mean?
AI.
You guys been what?
Cook 'em up
What
a
should I
quick
say
rap.
today?
What do
That
we
sounds
say to the
cool.
guys?
What do we say? That sounds pretty cool today.
We literally come up with it.
Got
right
the
now.
sauce. That's
That's
I
just off
like,
the dome,
Exactly.
I like that
exactly.
type of shit. I like that type of shit.
Dipped in sauce like a McNugget.
Ralphie, who else we got
Come
with
on.
us today?
We got Evil cameraman, one of the best cameramans in LA right
Oh,
now.
yeah, shout out
The
Evil.
best
Shout out Evil.
cameraman.
And
We got Young Bull right here in the cut.
Juliano.
Hanging now. Amazing now.
what is going on? It's Friday.
Friday, I don't know. What are you guys up to?
Smoke, trying to get the gas. The leaves up.
The,
right
the
quick,
leaves
you know?
rolled? I need to do that myself. We
Yeah.
just can't smoke
Still
them yet.
5
Trying to
minutes.
get premeditated.
Okay, okay.
I was up
okay.
there trying to break
Copy.
the basketball records up here.
Yeah.
I got sidetracked.
Okay.
How does it make you feel that a 5'2" Salvadorian currently holds all basketball records?
So we were playing a different
Man.
game. He doesn't have the records on this one yet.
What
So,
you mean? Oh, okay.
We still have some old records on there still.
So I just dropped a quick little 103. Then I look up, he dropped 112. I'm like, damn, like that's how we doing it. Like that was too fast. I thought I was like holding my shit down. He came through going
Like
crazy.
a robot. He was just, what?
We got a Big Rick in the cut. I think that we might need to tap some of Big Rick's knowledge at some point today on the federal indictment. Being as so, he is somebody that has experienced the walls of the feds and knows a lot about it. We also are going to be joined by a special guest, the legendary producer DJ Flip, who was there and witnessed the unfortunate apprehension of No Jumper Zone for Extra yesterday.
DJ Flip was there for that?
He was.
Free four extras.
Please.
I don't know why
What
he went
happened
over
to
there. He knew they was gonna get it.
Right? Wasn't it like the most predictable scenario?
Well,
he said it.
They probably did
Yeah.
that shit
He
on
said,
He did
"Yeah, I
say
know
it.
he gonna get up on me with this bitch ass nigga." But you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. He literally, I mean, like, he baited his PO, and his PO was as janky as he. I mean,
I
you
ain't
could-
gonna lie. When you look at his PO, he looked like a nigga that went to school with him. That was kind of like, you know, he was bullying on him or something. Like,
Yeah.
but he looked like a black nigga that's like, yeah, man. I don't want to see no black people going to jail. We need to quit the gangs and shit. Like, so yeah, I'm gonna be a parole officer. Yeah, we ain't doing this no more.
But that
Like
fool used to be
shit.
from the set. That fool was like from the set when he was younger. He looked like it. You feel me? Like,
No, he for sure. His mom for sure used to be whooping his ass. He probably
Yeah.
like his brothers probably went to jail and shit. So he like, yeah, I'm gonna be a parole officer. I ain't doing that. I can see it in his face, especially if if that was his actual parole officer.
the dude in the
for
pic. Yeah.
For sure, this nigga they damn near look like they the same age, like they went to school across the way from each other or some type of shit. Like,
He reminds me of like the racist cop in Boys in the Hood. Like he has that aura. I don't know, but obviously, Extra's straight baiting them by attending Hood Day.
Before we
I
jump
feel
into
like
that
he was
first
more
topic,
just like, you know, like this what he do, like, you know what I'm saying? He don't feel like he doing nothing out of the ordinary of, like, you know.
Just clearly his mind is geared towards one
He
thing.
probably on some shit like, shit, I done did this before, y'all ain't take me to jail. Why y'all take me to jail now? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, this ain't new, like.
Off the back, I'm helping the kids. We doing this
No
for the
cap.
community.
We giving out food and shit. Music videos.
Off the bat.
all right, really quickly before we get into these first topics, big shout out to all of our members here today.
Oh yeah.
Link
Shout the members.
in the description if you want to be a member. $5 a month. You're helping keep the lights on over here.
Yeah.
We
You're
really
help
do it.
feeding me, guys.
This is
Feed
how
me.
Gunner eats.
Yeah.
He
This
has
is my
no
only
other.
source of
So
food.
really appreciate all the members. We're gonna be reading out chats, shouting out all the new members later on. Very, very easy. Just click this first link in the description. Boom. It's gonna bring you to the main page. Join this channel for $4.99 a month.
Join the channel.
Yeah, so basically you ain't gonna be able to even be in the chat if you're not a member, just so you know. This chat is members only.
If you want to stand out to
my
us and
shit up like
communicate,
that, man, I might have to do my. I ain't gonna lie, that's a good idea. I was telling my chat I was gonna have to turn it. No, they already go crazy with the memberships, but I just didn't. I didn't think of
making it so you have
just
to members
like,
only.
So if you want to hate, you gotta at least be a member.
Yeah.
If you want to do that,
Yeah.
like you gotta pay to talk shit. Like you know what I'm saying?
That's how a lot of streamers make their entire income off streaming.
Yeah,
It's just all the hate.
because a lot of my subscribers they be gifting subscribers and shit.
Yeah.
Like, they be going memberships. I mean, they be
oh,
gifting memberships.
that is
They
the
be
other thing.
going
We
crazy.
will be gifting memberships today because we weren't able to do all of them on the Tuesday show.
Because we was gifting so many members that it froze the damn credit card. You feel me? Either that or no jumper really is broke, and that's all we can afford.
No, we just had to move some things around. It's all
Move some funds around. Send
that's
a couple. Yeah,
It's a bad sign. As soon as it's like, let me move some things around.
Send
To the
some money
secret
from
bank
Plug
account.
Talk to No Jumper. He'll be all right.
That's
real. YouTube did like put the card did put a freeze after too many transactions.
but like
That's true. You guys are not the only one. They did me like that. Crazy. They had my shit locked for like fucking 2 years.
damn.
2 years, and every time every time we go hit them up and try to get it right, they just send us with the runaround like, oh yeah, you guys are not approved yet, but they finally approved this year.
Damn,
Was it
that was
beginning of this year.
I kept sending appeal after appeal. Nothing. They can't do nothing about it. Then one day I sent the appeal and it was good.
what on your personal YouTube channel or
On my
what?
YouTube.
Yeah. Oh yeah, bro's mic.
Yeah.
Is it better
It
now?
just
I don't
it just looked funny.
Hey, big
This
shout
fool
out to
got,
the
like,
new
no
members.
slack on the
This
mic.
episode, we got Jumpsuit
Is that better?
Pablo. Shout out.
E-Bean Raw, Robert Key, Malfunction, Jen Matthias, 347K Motorsports Old Schools, Benji Baghdad. You sound like a rapper. I want to listen to Benji Baghdad going crazy out here. Who else? All the rest of y'all. Come on.
And after the news today, we are doing a music stream and music review. So if you're looking to have some expert opinions on anything you might be working on, stay tuned.
Send it in.
Send it in. Check out the link.
And we could have fun with it and just play music that we like and we slap in and artists that we pushing the line for right now too. So it's gonna actually be, like we're not trying to have the music streams be bogus. We got some real top tier constituents popping up. It's gonna be lit. So
Constituents.
you dig?
Your words, man. Just
Yeah.
back at it again.
You speak very
I-
eloquently.
It's what I do, bro. You feel me? Like it ain't on
That
me. It ain't me
dictionary.
players. Yeah.
Like a dictionary. He been reading the
Thesaurus.
Thesaurus, Yeah, that's what happens. I feel like anybody that if you go to rehab multiple times or you get incarcerated multiple times, you're gonna have a good vocabulary. Yeah, think about how eloquent Mozzie is. You feel me? Like we acquiring the vehicles. Like, these fools don't talk regular. You feel me? Like
Yeah.
J-Bo, Draco, another example. You can tell when fools have read excessively amounts due to having nothing but a book in front of them. So yeah. Me, I'm just gifted. I don't know how I got like that. But so
I have so many things.
You guys got scissors?
go ahead, Josh. Talk your shit. Pop your shit, Josh. Come on.
I mean, it feels like you were given like a full deck of cards.
Go, cause no, that's true. I did have,
But
like,
even your
a
brain
good
too, like you were definitely like starting off here, and maybe you've just done a lot of self-sabotage and damage to take yourself off.
Oh,
that pedestal.
absolutely. But like, I feel like I needed to do that because, like, I don't know, bro. Like, my mind be moving like faster than my body, type shit. And if I didn't slow it down with some drugs or whatever, I'd just be super weird. That's the only thing. Like,
Super weird.
yeah,
Or crazy successful.
Yeah, like my brothers are pretty successful. I probably should have like been more of a nerd or whatever, but like, I don't know.
That shit's lame. Come on.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
like, you can't be
real.
they got no sauce.
Get real,
like my brother's
guys.
rich with no drip.
but you
feel
can't
me?
be
Like,
shocked that you're smart.
No, I'm not. I mean,
Yeah.
like it's cool. Like it's probably the only reason I'm smart, but it's not like I'm not retarded too. So it's like
No, that's
it
true.
balances out. Speaking of which, unfortunately,
what?
That's a crazy.
Speaking of what? Whoa.
no, I mean it's really unfortunate what happened yesterday. So on 4Extra has unfortunately returned to LA County Jail just 1 week after his release. He showed up to the 40s Hood Day, which violated the conditions of his parole, causing Los Angeles parole officers to pick him up. We're gonna take a look at the link on IG.
Look at him. He looked like he could be his like they went to school together. I'm telling you, like now he like I'm the big bad parole officer. Yeah.
Bullshit. Man, they getting deep, look.
I'm trying to stay where they can see me.
Yeah, he's a dick. He's a dick.
Where the chat at? Put the chat on, man. I like reading the negativity. My inner troll likes to kick in.
Negativity highlighter.
Yeah.
Okay, so I think in retrospect, it's really good that we didn't go to the 40s Hood Day.
Yeah.
And I'll tell
Y'all
you,
would have been good.
No, yeah, we got an invite, but no, here, and let me,
And then we got an uninvite too.
and then we got a re-invite. You feel me? Like, nah.
So you got an invite.
Depending on who
and
y'all
an
was with,
uninvite,
y'all would have been good.
But here's the thing: it would have looked really, really bad if we were there documenting 4Extras getting
Oh,
popped.
he would have been in his workspace. You feel me? Ganging them.
Exactly.
Honestly, that feels like it would have been an.
It would have looked like y'all set him up for sure.
It would have looked like we
With
set
the
him up, bro.
narratives and shit,
I
they
can't
would've been like,
believe
yeah, you
anybody
guys set
doesn't
him
see
up for
that.
sure.
Like, yes, like.
I mean, but if it's a question of if y'all would have went, would y'all have been good or
No,
not?
that's not the
Y'all would
question.
have been documented. You know what I'm saying?
That's not the question. The question is the optics of it. It would have looked
It would've
crazy.
looked like
Like, oh, like no jumper once again.
Strikes again.
Yes, like lining up the black community.
Either way,
arrested this time.
you guys strikes again because he went to jail. So.
We strike again either way.
Yeah.
And,
no
and
jumper gets their hosts arrested.
it just would have been a full circle moment from him being on the pod the day after he got released, talking about how he's going to go to Hood Day, despite.
Unfortunately, you guys are gonna take that heat regardless.
Yeah, but it's like we could either fan the flames or we could try to
Got
control
a
the
warning
fire.
though, so feel me?
Yeah,
It was like a warning.
I think
What?
it's really
How did he
good.
violate though? Like, what was the violation?
You can't be around gang members.
Yeah, him even being
Can't
there
be
is a
around
violation.
gang members.
But
He's
don't
not a-
you think like him vlogging and working would
These are all
be
dry.
maybe a way around
Made it happen, right?
that?
I'm
Potentially, but I don't know if like at 40's Hood Day when they know what time it is, like all the cops in Lamert know what.
But say the PO's there watching everything, monitors everything,
What's he?
which he had the time for to be there.
The PO's going to be watching whatever put-ons or DPs or
No. But watching what his involvement was, like if he is just working, he's vlogging.
handing out canned goods to the
I
community.
think there was a way.
Well, yeah. Like, what was he doing for the community yesterday?
He was doing his job. He was
Oh, okay.
community
Be-
revolution
yeah.
progress. He
Okay,
was passing
Yes.
out waters and stuff. He was
Yes.
making sure everything was good. He
I
was
fuck
helping
with that.
people cross the street.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I fuck with that.
He wasn't doing nothing wrong. He was just living.
He
just
really
being
wasn't.
there.
Yeah, he was just.
There's
you
nothing
know.
wrong with being there.
Free 4X. He ain't do nothing.
What if he live over there?
He do, I'm pretty sure.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Like
You just can't go
he
outside.
can't
your
even
house.
leave the house. Like
And that's the thing, like, look, is there
Yeah, you can't walk to the store.
realistically
he
is
might
there,
walk to the store, see the homie, shake his hand, and crash pull up.
Boom, arrested, violation.
there's nothing in 4Extra's mind that's gonna like keep him away from doing what he like
From Vernon Avenue.
from Vernon Ave, like literally
Back, I'm going to the set day.
like
Yeah.
if 4Extras moved to Calabasas, he's still
He was
Going to
still
the-
going
yeah,
to the set day.
yeah.
Yeah.
No matter what, like it makes me wonder, like even though he wound up getting busted too, do you feel like Crip Mac was on like a better path as far as staying away from the bullshit and things like that? Because I kind of
Them
feel
is
it.
two different Crips.
Yeah.
Just it's two different people, bro. Like,
Yeah, but like I mean,
Bo Extras is a different type of nigga. Like, Crip Mac is Crip Mac. He's two different routes.
yeah, I mean like Crip Mac though. What I see is with Crip Mac is he realized that he had to stay away from the hood, no matter what it was. Like this fool
I
moved
don't
to.
feel like he just like stayed away from the hood, but they just like they two different people. Like,
Yeah, they are definitely two different people, and unfortunately, both locked up. But Faux Extras, I mean,
free both of them, man. They ain't
Free
do
both
nothing
of
wrong.
them. I'm pretty sure Faux Extras is coming home at the latest, the beginning of June, because that's like he's in for a violation.
He maxed out right
He
there.
maxed out at the beginning of June. Should be home then, so shouldn't be that big of a deal.
I feel like it's so ironic they let him out right before the hood day, just so he can go right back and get him some more hours in before he get off.
Yeah, nah, like that's hella deliberate. The way, and this kind of goes.
No, sorry.
No, it's kind of like the same thing with, with Brick Baby, with the whole bond hearing. We just gonna make sure right before your bond hearing that all this salacious information come out. And I understand that's the way the court process is. They're gonna,
Because they haven't got a rain yet. They ain't did nothing yet really like that.
Yeah, well, they just had their bond hearing, denied both of him and Luce's bond. I kind of saw that coming.
I told y'all last week, if the feds come,
They already got what they want.
y'all all sitting down until y'all get in what they want. Like it's you get what I'm saying? Like free them, but if the feds come, they not coming for no reason. Like they not coming.
They already
just
got
to,
what they want.
They already they got what they needed. Like, you know what I'm saying? Or they got something that they feel like somebody know something.
Yeah.
And it's like, hey. Cause they not either way. It's like them niggas ain't playing in the feds. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah.
I don't know nobody where the feds picked them up and they got out. Especially in LA. The feds ain't just picking niggas up in Los Angeles.
Yeah.
Niggas getting state RICOs and state like fucking arrests, like, but not no federal shit picking up.
No, matter of
Like,
fact,
niggas just start going to the feds for like switches and FNs and shit out here. Like that
Big
rarely
Rick,
just
pop
start
up, bro. Big Rick, pop up, because I want Rick to share some of his insight on this, being somebody that, if y'all don't know the homie Big Rick, you feel me? Oh, good looks, man. Big Rick is a guy who opened up the pop-up studios a few years ago, which gave a second life to Big Ski, and then Lupe and them was over there. Then I was over there potting. We became homies, and but for those that don't know, he got a crazy story and did 12 years in the feds. 12 years. Speaking to the mic, brother. Yep.
Yeah.
What it need like additional? Won't be
No, because it's raw, so we got a
okay.
sideburn. I can see it.
Yep. This advanced. So Big Rick, what?
This advanced.
What's your thoughts on the whole Brick Baby situation and what's going on, based on your knowledge of the way the feds work and things like that, being someone that's experienced it firsthand?
In what aspect? Like, when you say what are my thoughts? Like, on what? On the indictment? On what exactly are you? Because there's this whole thing is like it's bigger than just one person.
Okay, so were you
be more specific?
Were you surprised when Brick and Luce were denied bond?
No, not at all. Not at all. When you go to bond hearing, it's an OR hearing, and so they'll give you a bond, but it'll be like $1 million or $3 or $4 million bond, and just some crazy number that most people can't pay, right? And so when you go up and you do the OR, they look at factors like, were you already on probation when this happened? So you're out on probation and you're still not getting right? No, you're not going out there on your own reconnaissance or on the OR bond. You understand what I'm saying? When they look at factors, are you a flight risk? Do you have ties to Mexico, Canada, or other countries? Do you have property? No.
Well, that's the thing. So he did. So Brick was able to show that he had, or like his family had property. It was
Also, are you out on bail, or have you committed crimes in the time span of, you know what I'm saying? Have you just recently
since your previous incarceration type shit.
See,
Yeah.
sometimes having property and stuff, it gives you a disadvantage at bond because it shows that you have money to flee, so you can abscond. And sometimes it works for you, right? If you have a business and all that stuff, you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So if you have a business and all that stuff, and you have employees and people like that, you know, they see that you're really not going anywhere. Then those are the people they kind of just turn off.
So what do you think? What do you think is going to be the next? Like, do you think that at this point, Big U, like based on your knowledge of the case, is there any chance that this fool is going to beat the case or walk away from this free, like we all hope he does?
I'm not a judge, to say that there's no chance. I mean, there's a chance in everything, right? It's I think in the feds it's like a 3% chance. You go to trial, their conviction rate is like 97%, and the reason it's 97% is because a lot of people plead guilty, so they take that number and count that into a guilty plea,
Right.
versus the 3% that go to trial. And
Because if you got enough money to fight the case, you could actually beat it.
Yes,
so a lot of
but
people
here's the
wind up
thing,
pleading out because
right?
it's like
Let's
super
just say-
expensive.
Let's just say everybody in the case gets caught and they say, okay, guys, there's all these charges in here. But if everybody pleads guilty to conspiracy to blah, 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 right? Conspiracy to money laundering, we're offering you guys 10 years, whatever. Everybody takes that 10-year plea. The feds got their conviction, their 10-year plea. But now, like, if in the numbers of indictment, like from 1, 2, 3, 4, and how the order they have it ranked on their sheets, the number one in the indictment usually has all the higher charges, the murder, conspiracy. Everything that's on that indictment is on him first. And the lower in the food chain you get, the less charges fall off on those guys lower in the totem pole.
So if the
Now,
other people plead out, they're basically ratting before
the number one takes his charge or his case, you got to let number one do him first. Because if you take a guilty plea lower, just like stressed out, like, oh my God, if I go to trial, my charges are going to be 25 years, up to life, and it's mandatory minimum, then I'll plead guilty to 10 years, right? And you plead guilty to conspiracy. What does conspiracy mean? Everybody involved that they charge with conspiracy. So now you just fucked everybody up the food chain by taking that plea first. You got to let what's going to happen at the top happen first, and then everybody else, okay, hey, go do you, man. Okay, now based off of that, you may even fuck around and get your charges dropped after the first guy's case is over. You understand? You just write it out, homie. You know what I mean? Like, it's nothing you really can do, dog. I mean, you can swing at the air all you want. You're there. You're already in there. You have no choice but to sit there and write it out.
So like we're Brick and Loose and a bunch of the fools from the Dirk indictment. What's it called? MCD, MDC.
MDC.
Okay. Yeah, MDC. The federal holding facility in downtown LA over there.
Yeah.
Do they have? Is there PC over there?
There's segregated sections. To call something PC or not, like, I would never say that, right? About anybody unless I know for a fact that they are or not. But there are segregated sections or sections where certain people will go for certain profiles. Sometimes if you're a high profile case, you'll go to this section, which may be the shoe, right, where there's solid dudes there. So you can't call it a PC section or not. You don't know what's who and what's there. It's just
and the shoes, like for like the high power, that's like the segregated housing unit. That's like the bosses, right? Like it's like the shot callers.
They're people who are there. Yeah, they're with the business. And some of them are there for their own safety.
I'm asking these questions because like a lot of people don't know about the feds like that. I don't like a lot of I know a little bit about it, but like you feel me, most of us, it's super different.
So what I'm seeing today is different from what I experienced back in 2005. The system that I knew was like right around the time where the BMF guys were getting indicted out in the East, Midwest. And
yeah,
so
because you was locked up with Big Meech, wasn't you?
Yeah, he was in Lompoc. Yeah. I was in the detention center in the Midwest with a lot of the guys that were coming in off that indictment out there, and at the time I really didn't know who these dudes were, and I just know that like we were getting Vibe magazine sent in, and I was seeing shit about this, the Don Diva magazine back then, and indictment, BMF, and this and that, and I'm like, well, that's what these fools are talking about, because these are Midwest dudes, dog. You know what I mean? I don't know nothing about politics out there, so I'm just out there, paying attention and what, who's who and what's what. Okay, I'm reading. I'm far from home. You know what I mean? So, um, but with that being said, like back then it was a thing. Mandatory minimum 10 years was normal.
Yeah,
it was normal, and anything less than that, case pending, it was a different. It was like, okay, why'd you get less than the 10? Conspiracy is 10 off top, right? Conspiracy is just 10 off top. Conspiracy to distribute, at least, control substances. That's 10 minimum off top. You don't depart from that, for no reason.
And then weapons is going to add additional years and things like that.
You get caught with a gun, it's a 924C on top. Possession of firearm and furtherance of a drug crime, yeah.
God damn.
Yeah.
And that's the 10 for the conspiracy and the 5 for the firearm. And that is to be ranked consecutive, not concurrent.
So that's 15 off rip.
180 months off rip.
Man.
Man,
free them, they ain't do nothing wrong, man.
That's saying
they was for the community.
That's saying that you have a clean record and it's your first offense, because the charge is really a 10 to life and 5 to life. And so, based off your criminal history, that could take you up even more.
God,
there's sentencing guidelines, and it's kind of like, I don't want to call it a double jeopardy, but it's probably the only way to describe a double jeopardy.
Because they try you twice for the same shit.
Well, let's just say 20 years ago, you did some state time, 2-3 years, whatever, and you beat somebody up in a bar fight or something like that. You do 2-3 years in the state, it's a felony or whatever, right? And now you're in the feds 20 years later. That charge could take you from like 10 years up to like 16, 17 years.
Yeah.
Because of the prior. And it's like, bro, you already served time for that shit.
I'm not gonna lie.
They be politicking.
I'm not gonna lie. This fucking rosin joints, bro.
Yeah, what you thought, nigga?
What? I never, bro. What have I been smoking for the like?
He over here hitting it all hard and shit. I'm looking like, yeah, he finna be cooked.
Nah, this shit is the only way I want to smoke weed from now on, bro.
Yeah,
like,
it's a great way. Hash hole?
What the? Yeah, no. Okay, that's what this a hash hole. Yeah, I've been smoking hash holes.
Yeah.
But this
that's a Ralphie hash hole.
Yeah, this shit. There's like tobacco in it too, huh? Like,
no tobacco.
That was
there's no tobacco in there.
That was a Ralphie's roll right there.
Wait.
Yeah, Ralphie's rolls.
No Diddy, man.
Yeah.
Serving up the Ralphie, bro.
Whoa.
No Diddy.
Hey, yo. I ain't gonna lie, that shit is like.
Nah, powerhouse.
Because I hate smoking without tobacco, and I didn't even notice.
The Raj took a nigga to a different time zone.
Gets you high, that's why.
I'm happy right now.
Yeah.
With that being
said, you be
said,
smoking on that stress. That's why, nigga, you hit that gas. Nigga, that nigga like, Ralphie.
Ooh, what's this? Hold on.
Different weed, nigga. Damn,
wait,
this is what you be smoking on, nigga.
Slow down, buddy. There's a big difference between stress and whatever the fuck that is. Like, just because you smoking alien rapper weed from the year.
Nah. See, the weed don't matter when I got this. Like, the weed is good already, but when I got this, it's just like the weed is better.
It's just lovely.
Yeah, it's more of a vibe.
Smooth selling, yeah.
It's like, it's cool.
What's the next topic?
How much is rosin?
How much is rosin?
Depending on who you are.
Yeah, depending on who you are and what you're getting. It could be anywhere from fucking $13 a gram all the way up to 100, all the way up to $500 a gram.
Damn, I like the prestige.
It gets crazy.
What the fuck?
I've sold a jar of rosin, a 2-gram jar of rosin, $1,000.
It's like lean prices.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where that shit at?
It's crazy because Draco used to be talking shit about niggas like, yeah, nigga, y'all niggas drink that, smoke that cheap ass weed, nigga. One of my lines costs as much as y'all ounce, like.
Damn.
He used to be popping it. Y'all smoke 20 blunts and now I get one line. That was his flexing. Like,
Yeah.
This nigga was different.
1,500 in my blood, ho.
Now it's like he can't say that now. I put the rise in there. Like, yeah, I just smoked a little. It's my $100 blunt now, nigga.
I ain't even mad. Okay, so speaking of incarcerations, fresh out, you feel me? We got young boy, never broke again. He's been released from his halfway house in Phoenix, Arizona, and has returned to his home in Utah. Man, Salt Lake City is definitely, you can feel the impact. I was out there not too long ago for a show, and you seen like little NBA shit all over the
You went
place.
to Utah?
Yeah, I've been there a few times because I've been getting booked out there for those shows.
What's
Shouts
like
to
rap
Mike
thing?
Masters, Alliance, Battle League. Shouts to all the homies
You
out there.
rapping in Utah?
I'll be rapping in Utah,
That
hosting
sounds
battles.
crazy.
It's lit. You ain't y'all been to Utah and done shit, right?
No, Utah.
Yeah,
turned.
Utah
I ain't
is
gonna lie,
jerking.
Utah
No
turned.
cap.
Shout out the Mormons.
Denver too. Denver kind of.
The Mormon community.
Like
I think
certain
people
cities,
sleep on
I ain't
those
think was
towns.
like yeah.
The
They
Church
sleep
of the
on it, but
Latter
they
Day
got bread,
Saints.
bro.
Yeah, the LDS is deep out there.
Yeah, dude. That's where it all began. That's where it all started.
Washington.
Yeah.
Yeah, Washington.
Bro, you could see me. There's a video of it's called
Utah
Lush,
is cold.
Lush Relapses at a Mormon rave. I was out there at a show and right next to us there was
What
like
is that? Yeah,
no,
what is that?
check
No
game.
alcohol?
Check game.
The husband showed up with their 7 wives.
Check game. There's
Yeah,
literally a
what the
rave right
fuck?
next to the show I was doing, right? So of course I'm gonna wander over there, see what's going on, right? I don't realize I was like, oh wait a second, these people are sober.
Yeah.
They're not on drugs. This is a religious thing. They're sipping Jesus juice. You feel me?
Wait.
they on
Did you
some
just
cold
call a
shit.
congregation a rave, nigga?
It was a rave.
That's like a holy congregation. Nigga. He called it a rave, nigga. They over there praying and shit, Jesus music bouncing and shit.
Dog, they're
Oh yeah,
no,
not Jesus. I don't know who they worship. I think they worship like.
They
Buddhists
worship
and
like
shit.
a
I don't
white
know.
Jesus from Utah.
Yeah.
But listen, bro, like no, like they had big speakers. Music was going. It was a rave.
Okay.
Glow sticks. You feel me? Like
Wow.
everything.
No
if you
alcohol.
just saw it, like you didn't look closely, you'd be like, oh, that's a motherfucker. It's a rave. And then you got close, you'd realize, oh, but there's no drugs. Everyone looks like not geeked at all. Completely regular.
Everyone's
like-
wearing some normal ass normie outfit, I bet, right?
Yeah, they're like, you know what's funny? Because they're so far behind in fashion, like they
Don't
still
they got
dress
like one look? Yeah, I was about to say. Yeah, they got like one whole look, don't
Yeah.
they?
But they was turning up like in the name of
Or is that the other people?
Joseph Smith. No, you're thinking about the Amish gang.
Yeah,
He thinking about the
I'm
Amish.
like, that's
Hey.
different. That's different.
There's
Hey, I'm over
levels.
here like, wait, hold on,
Yeah.
wait, is it them?
There's levels of this
Beards.
religious
Yeah.
cult.
They just
Riding
got
in
that
horse
one
buggies.
look.
There's another one called Mennonite.
Yeah.
The Mennonites, which is
The
like
men at night, them niggas sound like hiking warriors, nigga. Them niggas come tripping at night.
Men at night.
They come through on the Diddy vibes, like, get over here.
oh man.
That shit's amazing. No, it was literally like that. But yeah, young boy just went back to Utah. He
Shout out to
free.
that guy.
Let's take a look at it. Big Josh.
Let's look at the IG link.
I wonder if okay, shiced up. It might not even be him. No, I'm just playing.
Shout out to
Tough,
the gang.
bro.
Yeah.
Welcome home, young boy.
They done free him, man.
Now, my question to y'all is, where do you think, where is he now that he's back home? Where does this put him as far as relevance? When he got locked
He
up,
ain't went nowhere. You ain't see young boys every
His
time he
shit-
dropped. Nigga tuned in.
Yeah.
Where he go?
yeah.
No,
pretty
it
much.
was like he wasn't even gone. They still got the video.
He gonna be able to tour.
They still
and do
got
all
the
this shit
song.
now, so it's
And he was on house arrest anyway. He wasn't going nowhere. He was in the house.
He's been
Yeah.
relevant the entire
But
time.
now it's like he back.
Well,
you know how it is when you go down. It's like, oh, free you. You get the anticipation. Then when you come out, it's like, oh, he back. Like, so whatever he do now is just gonna go from where.
He'll
it go
always have
regardless.
that appeal too, where like, bro, there's so many memes of this guy that will like forever live on forever and ever and ever.
And it's
like,
not like he's
to
not
keep him
crazy
relevant.
too.
one of those
Cause-
artists that don't drop. He waits 6,
Yeah.
5 years. No, he's going to drop
Yeah.
something.
Yeah,
Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, he's
I
not.
hope so.
Nah, but you know
Young
what?
boy's going to drop. He dropped fucking damn near. I've seen him drop 3 videos in fucking a week.
Yeah.
So
No,
like,
and that for sure was putting out videos still while he was locked because he had such a collection of videos. But here's the thing. There's 2 ways it could go when somebody comes out after. It wasn't even that lengthy of an incarceration. He was only
I
gone
seen
for-
niggas do less.
Yeah, exactly. But right. But here's the thing, okay?
Yeah.
Bobby Schmurder came home and did nothing. You feel me? Completely dropped the ball. Has done nothing.
Compare Bobby Schmurder to the young boy.
Yeah,
No. You're right. But there's
If
been
we're going off music wise and just like it's enough, he got enough singles. Just bro,
You know what's even crazier though? is
not
that
one. He had Bobby Smurder had a hit and went to jail.
Right.
Young boy had multiple hits.
No, he did. He did.
And then went to jail for a
still
little.
dropping
He took a
shit.
break. He didn't. He's like he went to rehab basically.
What about
It's
Rio?
over up, nigga.
I feel like
yeah.
didn't you expect Rio to have a lot more fanfare when he came home, and it would be a lot more Rio was.
He took a break too.
Yeah, but like I feel like he did that first day out song. It was pretty well received, and we haven't seen as much. I feel like you gotta really hit the ground running when you get home off.
Bro's probably so
mixtape, a deluxe. He shot videos. He dropped.
But even like all the money and streams he got while he was locked up, like bro, people were going crazy playing that shit.
Nah, no cap.
Bro's probably like got so much bread. He's like, I'm gonna get out and like enjoy life for a bit. Like I could see that happening.
Yeah, no, I think that young boy, especially like with Dirk locked up, he has a very open lane right now, and like
Rio or
no,
NBA,
young boy, yeah. You like
I mean, I feel like even with them here, like they both just in two different. Both of them here or out. This is always going to be like it's like kind of like the Drake Kendrick shit. They always are going to like even whatever one of them do, they're going to say something about the next one. Like you know what I'm saying? It's like it's so regardless if he's there or not, they both their own artists. You know what I'm saying? Like it's. Like,
do y'all feel like Cardi has surpassed Young Boy at this point and is like solidified, or was he already
like
kind
he
of
was,
ahead
he
of
was
him?
just on ice. He was just they had him waiting on ice. It was a
Cardi
good find.
and
Waggles is like you know what I'm saying. They had him sitting Asian. Like
Here's
Young
the
boy
reason.
ain't missed a heartbeat. So when you talk about like certain rappers, like he's one of them rappers. Like when everybody's dropping, people say he's not doing this and that, but he still drop his music. His shit is still doing maximum amount of numbers. Like so, like you can have an opinion, but like certain artists are just that individual artists. Like
No, for sure, Young Boy's
two different coats.
because okay, so would you think it's fair to say that people talking about the big three, obviously, Dot, Drake, Cole, which is questionable at this point. Okay, but do you
It
think
just
that
depends on what type of music you listen to, bro? Cause like
not even in terms that's not like anyone in this room's favorite rappers at all, right? But you could say
I'm
that
just saying,
as far
it
as
depends on what type of niggas you listen to, because it's all opinionated. So it's like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
but as far as like the biggest artists in the
some
game,
some niggas say Future, like
that's Future for
like,
sure in the convo.
What we talk like. So it just depends on who you listen to and where you at, what reason, what kind of background you come from. Cause people say this, but you will go in the streets and you be with the homie and you see what the homies listen to and you see what the next person listen to. So it's like, who'll be listening to a lot of shit, like, you know what I'm saying?
I also think we have somewhat of a skewed perspective being from California because our music taste.
My taste is everywhere, so no, we ain't gonna say that.
Maybe not. Maybe
I be all
you can't use
everywhere.
yourself as an example.
I be pop. I go from whatever.
But you're like an artist yourself. You have like a more nuanced opinion. Like you understand music
I listen
better.
to music like an A&R. Like I don't just listen to one sound.
But the average person out here, like we listen to a lot of shit that the rest of the
average
country don't.
consumer listen to what they push on them.
Yeah, that's the.
They're not on YouTube scrolling, looking. They're just waking up in the morning, going to work, cut on the radio, or maybe they might hear a song, or they might Shazam it. Like you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like that's the average person.
But like, okay, artists out here like that are super big. Look at like people like, for example.
Well, you can't use LA as an example. This shit is like 5 states in one.
Yeah, exactly.
Just the county itself.
You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like you can make $1 million without leaving right here.
But you got to even
and
look
you
at
have everything to make $1 gazillion.
Well, yeah, we have crazy infrastructure and shit here. We have everything you need. But like, if you look at the West Coast as a whole, like we were talking about before, most of these states have absolutely nothing. You feel me? They're complete flyovers. Like there might be one cool town.
They got motion.
They got motion. You feel me? Like yeah.
Like they might not have the resources, but they got motion.
But it's like
bring entertainment to it.
But really, LA and the Bay Area set the pace culturally for the entire Western region, United States.
Yeah.
Like anything west of Texas is basically either LA or Bay Area culture mixed together with whatever white people are there. You feel me?
Yeah.
And that's essentially what it is. So like our shit's always a bit different, but I would say overall, when you look at who the general consensus of top 5 artists is, Young Boy considered most people's top 5. I would say yes.
Yeah, my top 3.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
I would say
if
yes.
you're gonna go to pop for sure. For
he got that shit
popularity,
that make you want to go drill some shit. He got that.
He got the
smooth
vibe.
shit.
He got like a
you set a vibe
schizophrenic
with a-
flow. Like he can go up, down. He
Schizophrenic
can go
flow.
like, calm.
I like
he can
that
go calm and mellow on the same time. Like he got different type of shit.
Is it kind of crazy?
And people sometimes people say shit sound the same, but if that is if sounding the same, if good is sounding the same, then sometimes it's like, all right, well it should sound good. So it's like it's like it sound bad.
Well, I feel like young boy in his region, like in Louisiana, all that is similar to like Draco out here in the sense that there's a million young boys now all through Louisiana. Everybody rap just like that.
Nah,
You know what I'm saying? Like, so his influence and impact undeniable. Hopefully, now do y'all feel like young boy is dependent on the radio for relevance? Do we need to have a hit
No, not
to
at all.
say in that conversation?
He don't need to be on the bro. It's
No.
just it's certain niggas you don't like. They got they cult fan base, and it's just like
Yeah.
And his cult is so big, it's retarded.
Bro, he
like.
could just run a
fucking
whole career
ride
off
a
Instagram,
horse.
You know what I
feel
mean?
me? They
No
gonna be
cap. He
infatuated
can
with
go
him.
to the mall and it's like
He could probably drop a country album and it
no
would do
cap.
good.
Like,
It would actually.
It would do good.
Might be the first country album I listened to in a while.
It'd probably do good. I would argue though that I'd say Cardi is the bigger artist than.
I mean, yeah, it clearly has more. I mean,
I'd
Cardi's damn near.
I mean, but if we're gonna go off accolades, how?
Well, okay, I'm just saying.
I would just say.
I'm just saying, not off momentum
here-
right now.
Momentum right now.
Exactly.
Yeah,
right
yeah,
now,
yeah,
if we're
yeah.
going off momentum, but
Yeah.
if we're going off plaques and shit,
No.
young boy have like fucking 500,000. Probably he probably got like, bro, come on, bro.
But I Am Music
Plaques,
is one,
bro.
is one
No,
of the
no,
top 10
everybody always bring
I'd-
plaques and shit
I'd
into the
say-
conversation. So if we're talking plaques,
Yeah,
and,
Young Boy's
and the
got
amount
crazy
of
hits.
songs that have platinum plaques, bro.
I'd argue though
Yeah.
that
Come on, bro.
Cardi's relevancy has always been kind of bigger than Young Boys.
I mean,
sure.
yes, like the
even-
mysteriousness of his
Yeah.
approach.
Cardi, yeah.
But I'm saying
His-
as like
Cardi's
actual
cult fan base is
dropping
bigger.
music,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
having people
I
tune
could agree to
in,
that, yeah.
it's different.
Statistic wise, yeah, I
And
would
we
say
gonna
Young,
go
yeah.
use plaques and numbers and shit.
But that's
he
al-
different.
But that's also because Young Boy is
successful.
well, he's put out way
no,
more.
but no,
music.
that's what I'm saying. Like if they're saying like the hype of it, like the biggerness of
Okay.
it, like okay, yeah,
I'd
he's
say
big, but like
Cardi's hype has
it's
always been
more
bigger and
mysterious.
longer than
you know what I'm saying?
whatever Young Boy has accumulated over the years. But also to answer your question, I think Young Boy doesn't have to do anything to remain relevant. He could probably chill again. Like, bro, there's so many memes and pictures and clips of him just saying some crazy out of pocket shit. Like, same thing with Kevin Gates.
Fuck all that. The
Yeah.
music,
The
talk
music
for
as well,
itself,
yeah.
bro.
Yeah.
Like let's talk
All the
music.
throwback stuff. Yeah, there's
Songs
so
that
many things.
actually acoustically sound
Yeah.
good,
yeah,
bro.
yeah.
Like
yeah,
not
yeah.
just the hype. I'm talking about songs that acoustically sound good to the
No,
ear.
he
that is
make
pleasing,
good
that you
music.
like,
There's-
that you're gonna vibe to. You know what I'm saying? Like it's different, bro.
I think I'm weird because I fuck with Young Boy super heavy, but never got into Kevin Gates music. To be honest with you, and I know that that's like, and Young Boy kind of like a baby Kevin Gates in a lot of ways. like-
I don't see that.
I don't see it at all.
Nah,
Maybe the influence is
crazy.
just like the I'm gonna be a joint like
Yeah.
or
I mean,
like,
that fool used
maybe
to literally
Boosie or
call-
like certain like
that fool literally used to be like, "Oh, that's like my son." da, da, da.
I
He
don't
was like
give a
his
fuck
mentor.
about no nigga talk about
He's
that's my
like-
son.
Believe it,
I'm
yeah.
saying like as like a listener, like
Nah, I don't.
So I'm not
No.
crazy. Okay, so I'm not crazy. Cool. All
you
right.
kind of crazy for
Big-
saying that.
Well,
Kevin-
you don't think because that's like a common comparison. Like y'all think
No.
I'm bugging for that?
You're bugging.
Y'all have never heard that.
No.
Y'all have never heard them being
I think I've
categorized
seen
together.
clips way back
Hell
of them
no,
hanging
they
out.
just from the same city.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they just both from where they from, and he probably was young and looking up to him like, damn, he was like he was doing it. He probably did something that he thought was cool.
They both do like melodic. You feel me? Like
When
Louisiana
niggas
trill
compare-
music.
When niggas compare like Young Boy, they compare him to like a Kodak. You feel me? Like
But that's like
Yeah.
from his generation.
that type of speed.
Like-
you feel me? Like
For sure.
It has to be like a mellow flow, but like can get crazy too, like at the same time. Like,
Yeah. No, I
like
mean,
a schizophrenic flow.
yeah, but yeah, that's true because Young Boy do have a lot of joints where he not even using auto tune, where he just
No
like,
cap.
yeah.
But he might just 30 seconds into the last. He get just tweaking on that motherfucker.
No, he really do. That's like you could the moment when the perky starts coursing through his veins, the flow switches.
I don't know what be working through his veins, bro.
I don't know if it's that. Yeah,
he
it could
just
be
might
anything.
just be a young.
He might just be
he own
tweaking
that
off of
like.
himself, yeah. He might just have crazy ADHD.
Some people different, bro.
Yeah.
Some people are different. No, it's crazy too because I feel like him coming home, and like I'm a huge Kodak fan too, but I feel like a lot of people have been worried about Kodak. They say the drug use is out of control and all that. Do you feel like YoungBoy has always been like ahead of Kodak, or do you feel like they're kind of, because it's kind of weird?
Music wise, when I listen to them, I like both of their music.
Yeah.
Like I don't know.
I don't
know what kind of question was that.
Is YoungBoy
As far as like I'm
musically,
talking success
numbers wise.
Yeah. Metrics
Come
wise.
on, bro. It's the same shit. YoungBoy metrics wise, but they both have good music.
But it's just crazy because it gets you to think about, damn, this fool Kodak been free this whole time.
When I just think of just like when you got like 1,000 videos on your page and all of them are over 100 million, like 80% of them are over 100 million, like it's just different, bro. Like it's like,
yeah, like I think
you really gotta sit down and just think about it. Like that shit is
That's a lot,
different,
yeah.
bro. Like it's different, bro.
Consistently.
Yes, like it's different.
Yeah.
he has more a lot of his, because they started to equate your views in your overall Billboard sales metrics, and once that started to account, like his shit went crazy because a lot of his plaques and accolades are based on YouTube videos, which is crazy as fuck. You know what I'm saying?
That's crazy.
Because you're not getting spins and all like that. What else we got, Josh?
He apologizes.
I mean, Ye apologized to Jay-Z for the remarks he made about his children.
He be trying to give people attention. He be like, he gonna tweak out like, nigga, what? Nigga, fuck y'all, bitch, eat a dick. Nigga, everybody suck my dick, motherfucker. He gonna get the tweak.
Fuck you and your retarded kids. Just like,
Is that what he said?
Yeah. That's what he said.
He's so real for that.
That's like,
He's so real for that one.
Like, bitch, what? Nigga.
Now he said, I'm sorry, Jay-Z. I be feeling bad about my tweet.
Was they beefing though?
Not, I mean, it's kind of out the clear blue
When you
sky,
kind of just
bro.
beefing, it's like,
he just went on Twitter.
but what if they was arguing on the phone?
Calling out
He was
everybody.
probably
I'm saying, what if they just got off the phone and they was just arguing like, yeah, nigga, I got something for you. Watch this, nigga.
Boom.
Boom. This shit blew the world up.
What? I think Kanye is doing this all for fun, and this is all just fun to him.
No, 100%.
I think
but he has a purpose, but he know how to get people.
Yeah,
attention.
like I
I'm
think
telling you.
he's just like a professional
That
internet
nigga
troll.
probably just tweet shit and run away.
No cap, duck off from the computer, don't come
Yeah,
back
exactly.
and look at any of that shit for like a week.
This fool, Ye, walking it back, bro. Walking it back.
Oh, this one was crazy too.
Oh, yeah, this fool also said that Justin Bieber and Harry Styles both slept with Taylor Swift, and I know Taylor like how the fuck he know that. I'm mad I haven't fucked Taylor Swift yet. Sweating emoji, Kanye said.
Yeah, you gotta add that.
I know Taylor like how the fuck he know that. I'll show you an example of racism. Justin Bieber and Harry Styles fucked Taylor Swift from both sides and didn't call me. Is that implying simultaneous? Like,
Look,
yeah,
like
Train?
yeah,
like Eiffel Towers type situation.
I don't know about this one, Kyle.
Oh, I forgot. I can't hold water.
I don't know, man. The Swift community today, man, they might come for some personal damages. They might try to get you for some other M's, nigga. No, hey, man, he don't give a fuck though. He gonna pay just to talk shit. That's promo for him. Like,
No, the best part of the tweet though is I'll show you an example of racism. Like basically, she fucked these two white boys and not me. Like
Dude.
these two white boys tag teams and I didn't get to hit. Racism.
On everything, this tweet is 1,000% true.
Yeah, for sure.
No, that's what he says right
He
there.
did say that. On everything. I can't hold water. Oh, I forgot. On everything, this tweet is 1,000% true.
that's diabolical.
Yeah, I mean, like, good for them if they hit. I think she should let Kanye hit personally for the culture one time.
That'd
That
be
nigga
really-
just said he wanted to fuck his baby mama with Ray J.
he on some crazy.
He
shit.
said that too.
Yeah, he
Didn't
did
he
say
also
that.
say like having kids with Kim was one of the worst things he ever did?
Yeah, that's crazy. You
That's
can't-
fucked
your
up because
kids,
of
dog.
like.
Yeah, those are
You know
your
what I mean?
kids, and they can read this. They're old enough to read this shit.
I get
That's
what he's
crazy.
saying though. He's like, damn, I'm in like a fucked up
Hey,
situation
hey,
where I have no
If
control.
not, mom's
over-
gonna show it to him for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, but even when they read it, it's like, hey, man, you don't know your mama.
Yeah, you gonna find
Yeah,
out.
you always
nigga.
like, yeah,
You gonna find out. You gonna get it when you get older, nigga. Like,
Yeah.
especially if they in the life, like.
you always get that conversation as a kid, like, oh,
Damn,
you know
went
why I
down,
had to
go get
leave,
another-
right?
Yeah, no, you
Yeah,
tried
two of
to
them,
back
two of
though the
them.
water, nigga. That nigga crazy.
Very thoughtful.
But it would be legendary if Kanye and Taylor Swift smashed. They'd be like amending that bridge from so long ago.
Man, what is
You know?
legendary about? Oh yeah, he took the.
Yeah,
Yeah,
remember
yeah,
that?
you're right. You're right.
I'm sorry, Taylor. I'm sorry. Taylor.
Beyonce's
Kanye and
music
Taylor
video
been
was
beefing
way
for
cooler.
The greatest
Yeah.
of all time.
More than 10 years since back when
but
he.
but
when
see,
he,
that's how long he been spazzing though.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and he's been spazzing for longer
Yeah,
than that.
man.
Really,
Consistent.
like,
People try to make this know the internet knew, nigga. Kanye been tweaking, nigga.
yeah, well, that's the thing. People forget. College Dropout came out in 2003, bro. And he was tripping out the gate, like being a disruption, talking shit, going against the grain. He said the George Bush don't care about black people. I think that was 2004.
Yeah.
That was like over 20
That
years
was
ago.
a crazy with Michael Myers.
Yeah,
Standing
looking,
right next to him.
looking mortified as
Yeah.
fuck. But it was dope that he did that, and that's the Kanye that everybody kind of fell in love with and all that. But he's still popping it. All this time later, Kanye's still popping it. And I don't know if y'all knew this. This shit kind of blew my mind, bro. I didn't know that this dude, Kanye, has a higher net worth now than he did then. I thought that he had lost money.
So
He's worth more money
He
now.
never lost money. He lost what they said he had.
Well,
Which is
Yeah,
an
because he was
asset.
getting
No,
sued.
So if they say
exactly.
his network is this, that's based off the assets or the money you can potentially make. So if they took that and they said, oh, well, this is not a part of your network no more, then now he probably accumulated so much more money by
He did.
all these trolling and shit. Like, you know what I'm saying?
And it's mainly based on it's crazy because you can look it up. If you AI look up Kanye's net worth, it'll say he's worth 2.7 billion, which is more by a significant margin than he's ever been worth. Mind you, the economy's fucked right now. So that 2.7 billion, if and when the economy bounces back, that's really over 3 for sure. You feel me? Then it says the main reasons why is based on his ownership in Yeezy and his music catalog. And then he owned like a whole other company that's a business development company that people don't even know about, but that adds, like you said, to his overall net worth. So it's crazy that Kanye's out there popping it, but he's got all. I kind of thought he was just in crash out mode. That 1
No.
billion turned to 800 million,
Man,
turned
he
to
rich as
600,
fuck.
and
He ain't
Hey,
crashing
but-
out for no reason. He balling. He ain't
Yeah.
got to crash out. He can sit in the house. He want people. He want the attention
That's
so
what
he
he
can get his
does.
message apart.
he
Across.
chilling.
if he
But one
actually
thing about
ran for
Kanye,
president,
he's talking to the culture.
if he actually
Like,
ran,
you know, if you listen to his message, he's like, he's trying to get the culture. To,
No, for sure
to
he
wake
is.
up, like,
you think he would contend as the presidential candidate?
fuck no.
No. No.
Yeah, but if they
But-
get on
but-
Donald Trump,
but
they gonna fry his
But
ass.
imagine if he had the attention of the campaign, right? How much more that would
He
raise
got
his
more
net
than the
worth.
attention of the campaign.
You know?
Everybody talking about Kanye right now.
I think if he was on the
The
ticket
shit he
with,
be saying, nigga, shit, whoever he promote, nigga, might win. Shit.
no, for sure. If he was on the ticket with Trump, if he was Trump's running mate, that he would have won by more votes. I'll say that for sure. Like he would have got more votes.
Not political votes, but
But
more
just-
like of the people if they were actually accounted for.
Yeah, people would pop
Like-
out for
No, hell no, he's too wild. Nah, I take
think
that
he's
back.
too crazy,
burnt
yeah.
out,
as a
bro.
running mate.
Just-
I don't know about
no,
as a main
I don't
candidate.
give a fuck about no running mate, none of that. As a just when you just think about a normal person, it's like nah. I could probably be like, hey, he burnt out, but I know what he talking about. But like a normal person, like, what did he just say? Like, he just
No.
said, what about Hitler? Like, whoa, what did he just like? People don't have a dark humor, so
He's-
like, but he'd say something like that and just be like, nah, my bad, I was just playing.
He's rich
Yeah, I
as
was
fuck.
just playing. I don't mean that shit.
What the fuck? You know I wasn't. Man, I'm bipolar. Like,
He's
I was
rich as
nosing
fuck
it.
and
I was
just
up the
trolling
nos.
internet.
no,
He's just like saying whatever he wants. He's trying to get his point across. He's trying to fucking stir the pot, and he's like, I could afford to do it now, and Don't give a fuck
And
what
y'all can't tell
repercussions
me
are.
shit.
He does
Yeah.
Nas and masturbates, but
Yeah.
no, but it's interesting what Ralphie said
but
was
the
right.
question is-
He wound up suing, or she wound up suing. She basically already put a cease and desist in.
Yeah, it's promo.
So yeah,
But do you really think he gives a fuck?
No, he's so
No.
rich and he just paid for what he says. Okay, cool.
Right?
Who gonna do something? You heard what he be. You heard how Kanye be talking. I don't give a fuck about no gangster niggas. I don't give a fuck about no police. Everybody, fuck y'all, nigga.
Yeah.
I'm big and badder than all y'all motherfuckers. Like, bro, he don't give a fuck. He can just pay whatever he need to get done.
yeah. See, I think now it
And if-
has a
And if
different
you gangsters
gravity.
ain't fucking with me, these gangsters like money.
Yeah,
like,
for sure.
You know what I'm saying?
Somebody
Like,
likes
come on. If somebody likes money,
They don't let the GDs in the dough with Kanye, right? Like that fool was a big growth and development. Yeah, no, he started.
from Chicago.
He started jacking GD at a certain point. I don't know exactly when, but like, I think he's allowed to. Although he was, I think he was.
nah.
No, but he did like throw up GD and his,
Okay, back then he grew up in a neighborhood where everybody, you know, like you're
Probably
from the
did that,
neighborhood where
yeah.
you're from. You know,
he
'cause
threw up GD like a couple years ago.
I don't give a fuck. What?
Yeah, that's for him. That's he knows what he's doing.
Throw up a lot of shit, nigga.
He knows what he's
I don't
doing,
mean
dude.
it's the internet. It's all nothing is real. It's all an illusion.
He knows what the fuck he's doing, bro.
Kanye's from
Hey,
63rd.
well, what my nigga C-Star say, none of this is real. It's all an illusion, nigga.
Yeah. He's a vice lord. All right, this is a little bit of a loftier subject right here, but the
Should we go
mother,
to the next one or?
yeah, the mother of Big U's alleged murder victim speaks out and claims she knows for a fact that
crazy.
Big U was responsible for her son's death. TMZ reported on this, so let's see what they got to say. That's wild.
It's kind of crazy.
We ain't gonna watch no shoe commercials, though. They ain't paid for that.
Actually went to school.
Huh?
Damn.
How does she get this
Adam.
information? We don't have to watch this video, do we?
Yeah, no. Okay, but we can read this part.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah. So Big U pled not guilty to the slew of charges thrown at him last month, including a murder. But the mother of the man he supposedly killed, allegedly, is speaking out. She's claiming he did what the feds say he did. So, all right, we're gonna see what this lady talking about. TMZ Hip Hop recently. I didn't even know there was a TMZ Hip Hop. That's crazy. Recently caught up with the family of Ray Sean Williams, his mother, Shadonna Brown, and her daughter outside of Roscoe's.
You unmute it, Steven.
All right, let's see what they're talking about.
Music executive and alleged
Playing right
LA.
there in the window.
I wanted to say I'm so sorry for your loss. I mean, my heart really does go out to both of you. I mean, you know, your family's going through a really tough time right now. I know there's news that broke out that said that Big U was, you know, might have been involved in your son's murder. I mean, do you believe he's responsible?
I know for a fact he's responsible. There's no doubt in my mind. Mother's instance, I know he's responsible.
Why do you think that he did it? I mean, that's like the big question.
Because you don't like the word no.
Okay.
You don't want nobody to tell you no. Everything's supposed to go your way or no way. So I feel like my baby did something that you didn't like. And you did what you did. Now karma's at your door.
Do you think Big U is a real threat to the community right now?
Of course.
There's
Of
a
course.
lot there's a lot there. I mean,
Of course he is, because if he could do this to my child, what makes you think he couldn't do it to nobody else's child? Or if he haven't done it to nobody else's child? Or if he don't have anybody child right now feeling threatened?
I was at home thinking the same
How does
thing.
TMZ's like, oh,
like they were like,
they're posted at Roscoe's
I was
like,
at home thinking
what the
same
fuck?
thing, I swear to
Are you
God.
really
That's like wrong.
It's kind of racist. Like, yeah, how are we gonna find out the Big U indictment? Let's post at Roscoe's. You're like, what? That's insane.
I shouldn't have to be
Nah,
a
this
parent
whole case is crazy.
within fear
Like that
of my child's
this
or
is
my
staged.
kid's life when
They
I
didn't
trusted
just
you.
randomly run into
And you took that away.
No, we
It's not
gonna
staged, but
meet
like,
me at Roscoe's, guys.
Exactly.
It's staged, but they
Why?
they're doing
This is
it
this is a real
because-
interview.
No, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
It's
this
an
is a real
interview.
this is
They
a real
didn't
interview.
catch 'em,
But
like that's how they made it seem. But like, no, this is like a planned
Yeah, 'cause
interview.
they
but
right
it's like,
there on the side. You could tell.
But no, that
Yeah.
just lets you know how serious of the case is, though, because like TMZ is interested in.
Yeah,
like,
let's
you know
meet in
what I'm saying?
public. Yeah.
Like, yeah, this is not just internet.
Yeah,
like,
yeah,
stuff.
yeah.
Like,
Let's
this
meet
is-
in a public place and shit.
She
Yeah.
got the
Crazy
face
shit.
mask with
With
Yeah,
homie.
yeah, you
yeah,
got
passed
the-
away.
with the sun on it.
Yeah,
Damn,
no,
it's like damn. Yeah, exactly.
This
So
is a
just show
serious
you like
situation,
it's
yeah.
like
So that just like
that's not.
This is it's
coincidental.
not a random
It's not
encounter.
coincidental.
Yeah.
Nah, this shit is serious though, man. Long live him, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I don't know that this I don't know who did what. I don't know anything about that case. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Well, at the end of the day, a
but
grieving.
just the fact that TMZ is meeting, it's like, damn, that's crazy. Like,
Did y'all know there is TMZ hip hop? Like, did you know there's like a whole subsection?
Well,
of
this is coming from a regular news channel talking about TMZ.
Yeah.
So they may be saying TMZ hip hop, right? But it says TMZ on the screen.
Yeah, that's a fact. And at the end of the day, like, you know, it's horrible. It's a grieving mother talking about her son. Like, all politics, cases, all that aside, like, I feel for her just on some human shit.
Yeah.
She lost her son.
Here's the
that's,
thing:
that's
somebody
terrible.
did something to her son, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
And that's all they know. Now he's being accused of this stuff.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Everything was all speculation.
He's being accused of this stuff, and when you're being accused of something, it's usually because somebody threw them in your direction.
Yeah.
Right. So you got to just think about those factors right there. You know, somebody. They didn't just wake up and say, "Oh, we solved the case."
Person of
They
interest.
cracked somebody,
Yeah.
and that fool spat.
There's a lot
you
of
know?
clues thrown their way.
Right.
So just to give context, like, this is the allegedlys, because I don't know nothing, but this is what the paperwork says, and what everything says is allegedly, supposedly, her son was an artist who was working with Big U and Big U's son or something like
No,
that.
I know about the case.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
just,
but just for the
you know.
people, I'm saying,
Oh.
yeah. But supposedly, I guess he had made a Big U diss track or something like that, and that led to, or supposedly after that, he wound up getting killed.
Is it out?
I have not heard the Big U diss track that exists.
I'm
Like,
saying because like this is all
it's all speculation, or it's like this. It's not even. It's allegations. You feel me? It's what people are supposedly trying to. Now, regardless, I still feel bad for the mom. If it's true, if it's not true, none of that. Just because no mother should have to go through that, and obviously she probably just taking whatever information being fed and just putting the anger on Big.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So like, I can't really get mad. No one can really get mad at her for saying that, or quote unquote being
As
federal.
a mom, she's supposed to say that.
Yeah, exactly. As a mom, she's doing what she's supposed to do, but still, at the end of the day, we don't know. We don't know what the reality is, and you know, free everybody involved. Everyone's innocent until proven otherwise. You feel me? So we don't know, but long live the victim of this tragic, untimely, early demise.
Next topic, Steven.
Next topic, Steven Portafa.
Soldier Boy accuser has been awarded $4 million in damages for claims of sexual assault and sexual battery, plus $2,650 due to lack of lost wages. Lack of wages.
That sucks, man.
Do you think he has that much money?
Even if he
I
doesn't,
don't think
you
he
don't have
has
to
that
pay
much
it throughout time.
Yeah, like when you
Your
get
restitution.
Yeah.
So, okay, so I know a little something about these lawsuits because one of my homegirls did a big lawsuit against a rich ass person and got she won $58 million.
74 million in damages is diabolical.
Yeah. So, but these numbers. Are,
How?
no, I'll tell you how.
Accumulate that fucking number.
No, I'll tell you how.
Damaged my prop. I had a gig that was going to make me $1 trillion. I had another gig, and then they didn't want to do anything with me. I
Right.
had a makeup line.
How much
I had
did your
a
homegirl win?
No,
it's like
because
so
she
much
won
shit you can
58.
say that was damaged.
How do you
Dog.
win $58 million?
She won 58, but the process of her actually recovering the funds
Yeah, she's
is
not-
very difficult because like this dude, the dude in that case, he hiding his money in foreign assets and all this
Yeah.
shit. So
that's what you can do in civil cases, right?
correct.
So like
Correct.
Or shit, file bankruptcy. I'm broke, bitch. Shit.
You can do that too. You can do that too.
That nigga, that whoever you talking about had all that money, he gone. Like,
Yeah. He's literally in Barbados.
Yeah, he
you feel
broke
me?
as a
Is he cooked now? You think he's cooked?
Soldier Boy, I don't think is cooked at all. And the reason why,
All
the,
he
the,
just has to pay out for sexual assault charges.
right. So
He's
okay,
pretty cooked. Yeah, that's pretty cooked.
but that doesn't mean. But like, look, I'm just saying
It's
it
a
doesn't
civil
necessarily mean it's a civil case. You know what I mean? There's no actual criminal charges that have been
He
brought
could
on
do the
him.
same thing OJ did. Well, hide all this shit until he fucking die, and then this person still don't get shit.
Yeah.
But also like he's got sexual assault on it, like
But it's not.
yo, you're a sexual assaulter, you know what I mean? Like, that's what he's saying. Like
No, but it's not really. It's not really on his jacket like that. I mean, like.
I'm not
Like-
gonna say what's on the
you gotta
nigga
pay
jacket.
4 million.
All right, let's take this back to OJ, right? Wasn't guilty of the murders, but found guilty.
Okay,
of
but he
civil.
had that murder
Hey,
on his jacket.
But he was known for that.
Yeah, Soldier
Come on,
Boy.
Rush.
Soldier Boy.
So my question again: is he cooked?
I mean, yeah.
He's cooked.
Okay, so not only are you a sexual assaulter, but now you have to pay $4 million. Okay, you don't have $4 million now, so you're broke.
Try telling
Soldier Boy's
someone-
broke.
Soldier Boy's
What?
fucked, huh?
Y'all niggas
He's
wild.
fucked.
Try telling
He's
someone that,
fucked.
that you're not a sexual offender, but you're paying $4 million in a civil suit for that.
I don't know
now
what's
keep
going
what
on.
I'm assuming what happened, because what happened in Homegirl's case is that he probably didn't have proper legal representation and didn't even show up to the damn like.
Oh, so the judge was like, "What are you asking
That's a
for what?"
default judgment
Man,
number.
Soldier was on live popping the nigga. He didn't give a fuck about cash.
Yeah.
He went to the last court date when it was time to settle. Like, what they talking
That's
about?
what I'm saying.
How
Yeah.
much they gonna give me for? Like,
Yeah, that's a default judgment than a motherfucker for sure.
Oh,
Like,
sure, yeah. Put it on. I don't know. I have no idea if we're able to watch it.
I
or not.
know he was popping it.
Today, I stand before you deeply disappointed in the verdict delivered in my case.
Wait, pause it.
Who is? What are you?
Wait, he reading the fucking shit they gave us to say.
That is insane, homie. On the phone. Oh, dog.
The PR gave him the perfect shit to say, and he on the phone reading it out loud.
Kiss me through the phone.
Hey, send me some shit to say real quick.
Oh my god.
I'm deeply disturbed. He's never used those words
Okay,
in his
press
life.
play. Press play.
Yeah.
Bro,
Wait
I
a
am
second.
fucking
Wait a
dead.
second.
In court was not based on facts or substantial evidence, but rather on factors that were outside of my control. The truth was overshadowed by the involvement of individuals such as the jury who were not present during the events in question. And I feel that the system allowed external influences to shape the outcome. Furthermore, the use of Jane Doe as the identity of the accusers raises serious concerns about fairness. Keeping these individuals anonymous while I'm forced to face public scrutiny creates an unequal playing field. I believe this entire process has been tainted by a system that is not designed to protect the rights of the accused. I want to make it clear that I'm innocent. This case was never about justice. It was about money and personal gain.
Bro, you
And
got
I
a
would
girl
not
locked
let
in
that
your
stand.
house.
I am committed to filing an appeal and fighting for the truth to be revealed.
Think about the verdict.
See, I don't even know what's
Today,
happening.
I don't
I
know
stand
nothing about
before
the
Bro, it
case.
says
I will
false
continue to stand by my
imprisonment. What the fuck
decision
is
and believe
false
that I did not
imprisonment,
commit the crimes I'm accused of.
Boom.
Thank you to everyone who has supported me during this time. I promise that I will fight until the end to clear my name and expose the truth. Thank you.
Would you mind repeating the first three sentences?
You know his attorney wrote that all day.
You don't think the turn my swag on
Today,
royalty
I
checks are
stand
going to be
before you
enough
deeply
to pay
disappointed
off
with the
the
verdict
4
delivered in
million?
my case. I firmly believe that the decision made in court was not based on facts or substantial evidence, but rather on factors that were outside of my control.
Oh, they made him
The
read
truth
it
was
again.
overshadowed by
He's
the
reading it
involvement of
twice.
Yeah,
individuals
fuck
such
this. Fuck this. All right. Soldier. You know what sucks? Because I had just wrote a bar, like, and I was like running to my mansion. I turned into Soldier Boy. Bow, bow. And now I'm like, damn, that means something different now. I have to chalk the bar. Because run up in my mansion, I turn into Soldier Boy. It means I'm going to lock a bitch in the basement. Like, that's like, yeah. Like, fuck. Like,
Nigga, wild. The song I heard the other day that did not age well at all is Future. There's a song called Jordan Diddy. And, and he goes, I'm making movies like I'm P. Diddy. And I'm like, whoa.
whoa.
That did
hey.
not age well, guys.
Hey.
Did
The
not
way
age well.
got to be careful. Got to be careful with some of these guys. Yeah, Soldier Boy. It's unfortunate, you know.
Yeah.
The route that he's
Yeah,
gone.
he had some hits. I could say that I was a fan when I was probably in the 5th grade.
Yeah,
you know?
absolutely.
I was what, like 20 something years ago, maybe.
No, he's
30 years ago.
He definitely could have been. We could have been looking at Soldier Boy right now like we look at Bass God. He could have
Yeah.
been like a. You're like
that
a
like silent legend.
You're like exactly like a
Yeah.
silent legend, young like a
Yeah.
young OG for
Yeah,
the
yeah,
Gen
yeah,
Z.
yeah, yeah.
You feel me? Like you could have been just a beloved figure that we always fuck with.
Yeah.
You could still
You're
come
always
out and
gonna
crank that
put-
Soldier Boy and
yeah.
Rolling Loud. You feel me?
Turn my swag on on a random post, you know, hop up out of bed, turn my swag on.
Yeah.
That'll always, you know.
Do a song with Jello or some shit. You feel me? Like
So-
This nigga say he can always crank that Rolling Loud.
Because it's a civil
wrong
suit.
though.
Because it's a civil suit. Is it still like
That's the
the
end of this
same
shit.
like bearing as far as like?
No, and that's what I was trying to say earlier.
Okay.
I know it's gonna get taken out of context.
Yeah,
and
yeah,
now it's like
yeah.
Lush defends the fucking J Cats. Like,
Yeah.
no fool. When you asked him, I thought he was cooked. I was like, does that mean he's gonna be financially ruined? Potentially, he could
Yeah.
avoid having to pay the majority of that $4 million.
I mean,
is what I meant.
by
Is his
cooked-
reputation fucked? I mean, it's kind of been, but
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
it's just another L he's been accumulating for the past several years, which started with him being PC'd up, fucking getting marked out by the Migos. I mean, like, there's so many different things. I mean, come on, bro. Once
Go keep going, bro. You
Okay.
know all the
Okay, let me ask you a question.
Once he
Do you
became-
think
you know all
do
the
you think
things,
he
right?
did it?
Once he started calling himself Big Soldier Draco, bro, it was the beginning of the
Coming
end.
down to
Do
right?
you think
yeah.
he did it,
Yeah.
though, Lush?
Do I think he did it? I mean, shit, I don't know. Clue.
Right? Hold on.
Did he do it?
Okay, because you were saying like, oh,
Did he do
it's
it?
a civil case,
Yeah,
right?
so-
But at the end of the
yeah, that's
day,
what I'm saying.
all
Like,
right.
do you see him as?
Yeah, I can see him fucking zannied out and off some powder, being like, "Nah, bitch,
On some
you're not
real
fucking
shit.
leaving till all the homies, till all the homies nut." Like, who knows, bro? Like, yeah. Does this story shock me? Absolutely not. I'm not gonna say I think he did it. You feel me? But
Yeah.
does this allegation surprise me? Stranger
not
things
the
have
slightest.
happened.
So you saying he just be doing shit like that?
I mean, it seems like it's within the scope of his character.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
That's
that's crazy, Lush.
It seems good. I know that nobody in this. I'm probably the only person that likes Soldier Boy in here, but I'm sorry, Soldier.
Yeah, I personally
gotta-
think he's. I mean, I don't know if he'll be in financial ruin from this, but this is kind of like the icing on the cake. The last L.
That's what I'm saying. He'll be alright financially. He'll be able to, because there's ways.
You think
to,
he's still gonna be like popping it though, like he has?
Why is he not going to be
Absolutely.
popping it?
Absolutely gonna be
Nothing
popping
in
it.
Soldier Boy's life can affect him from popping it.
Yeah.
He mastered the art of like the Matrix. So in any situation, he gonna pop it.
Truth
he
be
gonna
told, there's probably girls out there saying they wish it was them. You know what I mean? They go fuck with that fool anyways.
I wish I was locked in Soldier Boy's basement,
I don't know.
so I could sue him
That's
for
crazy.
$4 million.
Diddy, you
What the
wish
fuck?
you was
Whoa.
Thong and all.
Out of context.
You wish he was locked in Soldier Boy's basement for $4 million.
Context. Out of context.
No, you see him strapped to the
I
wall
was
like
quoting-
this, dog.
Hold on.
No, Diddy.
Hold on. No, Diddy. I'm pointing to the absurdity of because bro said I bet you there's some bitches that wish they could be in that position. I was like,
Here goes
pointing to
That's
the
a little
absurdity.
crazy.
I wish I was locked in Soldier
So
Boys.
you're saying your price,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, exactly.
For that type of
$4
phone is
million.
$4 million.
$4 million.
That's crazy.
It does.
Diabolical.
That's
Again,
some drug talk shit right there.
Yeah,
dog.
you gotta talk to
Whoa.
Adam about that. man.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Freaky
That's your
frogs.
price tag, $4 million.
on the other side of things, it goes to show. Let's say he didn't do this. All y'all celebrities, you should be making sure that you have consent forms and all that for these hoes once you accumulate a certain amount of money and fame, because there are bitches out there just trying to hit licks off of you.
If you out here and you fucking with bitches out here and you just they think you a lick, you a lick.
Right.
Like if a bitch consider you a lick, you're a lick, nigga. Like
Well, she has asking for. You're gonna ask for an absurd amount of money. You know,
78 million is crazy.
That's
Like
a lot of money.
it has to be like 10 days or something.
Lock me up.
15 million each day or some crazy shit.
I want to say false imprisonment could be like a half hour.
Like how
Like,
did they get to
technically-
that? They had to get to that number somehow.
I'm
though.
false
They added
imprisonment
shit up.
right now. Then
Yeah, you're right. If they're asking for that much, it's probably like he probably
Yeah, I'm about to put another pin in your pocket, nigga.
Yeah, exactly.
That's a little fucked up. What's the next topic?
Ralphie the Plug's finna sue No Jumper for false
For
imprisonment.
false imprisonment.
Where, bro? Didn't you hear?
It was.
No, what is it? Oh wow.
Oh man.
Yeah,
you guys
we-
are hibernating.
Oh wow.
That's false. I'm gonna
Yeah.
pull up just so I can have my claim.
Yeah. I
want
didn't sign the release.
Yeah, I want to file
I
my
didn't
claim
sign the
on
release.
this one.
Go up. Go up.
Could I bring my cat or no? All right.
Nah, no cats at
Let's
the work
do.
site.
We just have the last two.
All right. Rising star to O Block, Mana Aiki claims he's an innocent man after being accused of breaking his girlfriend's neck. This- yeah.
Fuck.
We seen
Man, I hope
this.
she get better. But yeah, wow.
Mana Aiki bugging.
I thought, hey,
Bugging Mana.
How do you do that?
Neck the wow, he DDT'd her.
put her in a headlock and snapped it, or what do you do? You know what I mean?
What the?
He probably had her like. He probably had her like this, little bitch. Nigga, shut up, bitch. I'm tired of you, bitch. He was probably walking and slipped in the bathroom like, oh shit, wow, nigga, bitch. She was kinda like, baby, get up. You good, bitch? Like, man, bitch, stop playing.
She paralyzed. She paralyzed.
Paralyzed?
She can't talk like.
He broke her neck. That's like definitely like.
She can't move,
Bro,
bro.
you can't
She's
just
paralyzed now,
bro,
or
you
what?
can't
I don't
just
know.
do that just off of just like
No,
bitch,
so
shut up.
something happened.
Like
Something
you-
happened,
that,
yeah.
like no, y'all have to be like wrestling.
I'm
and
an innocent
somebody
man, like,
slip,
what happened?
like,
You definitely can't break
They
someone's
really-
neck by punching them.
They
You
probably
like
really choke slam that bitch. So.
yeah.
nah,
sure.
nah, she's not a bitch, man. She's a nice lady, man. Nice lady. But he for sure was wilding though. You gotta think about it. He
Pushed
for
her down
sure
the
was
stairs or
wildin'.
something. Like that's
It's like-
crazy.
Like, did he do it or did she do it? Like,
Yeah, it might be her fault if we're
Yeah,
being fully honest.
yeah.
Yo, so
yeah, 'cause we
Yeah.
just
We
went
don't
on a
victim
full
blame,
neck
bro.
breaker. Like, you put her in a
Oh,
full
man.
Nelson and shit.
Yeah, she
Jesus.
just jumped off or something.
She might have just ran into the wall, you know?
Yeah,
how
that's not like
females
just
be.
an accident. Like something definitely happened. I don't know what
You
happened.
seen she was following Aaron the plumber on
slipped in the
Instagram. and
shower.
fucking
She ran to the door.
Or it could have been as simple as probably
Slipped in the
you know,
shower. Like, my
somebody's-
shower's a little too slippery.
Oh my
stepping on that. Stepping on that.
My loofah. There's too much lotion. on it.
You think you can put a little more grip on it?
What's the next slide?
Yeah, see what they're talking about.
Look up at the judge, can't look.
No,
stay-
that's like part of a song, right? That's a Dirk song. I'm an innocent man for sure. That's
Man, he innocent, man. We don't know what happened.
yeah.
Unless
Mana
she-
Aiki did nothing wrong.
What a picture though, and a song to post.
She broke her
When
neck.
you're innocent though, right? Like
She broke
I
her.
would probably just keep it player and not post nothing.
Nah, but she broke her neck, and she trying to say he did it. He got to her. It's this shit you can never win with it, because if you don't say nothing, you just like, oh, why he ain't saying that? It's the internet, so people expect you to defend yourself. But like, and I live in the real world. Like, I don't go on the internet and defend myself, like
Right.
type shit. Like, but it's
Right.
like you don't win with the internet. If he doesn't do this, then it looks like he broke her fucking neck.
Yeah.
Like, he didn't slap her or bruise her. He broke her neck. Like, nigga, he DDT'd her.
Unfortunately,
Came with a DDT.
we have no context to go on, so I'm just gonna take Mana Aiki at his word. You
Yeah,
feel me?
that's the first thing I seen is I'm innocent,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
I believe him.
I believe
Yeah,
him.
you feel me?
I
He
didn't
said
see
he
the
didn't
other
do it.
side yet. You know
He
what
said
I'm
he
saying?
didn't do it. We'll leave it like that. He didn't do it.
This is not ancient motherfucking Rome. You are innocent till proven guilty. in
If
this
it was
motherfucker.
ancient Rome, the bitch neck would have been broke.
Broke, you would
for
be
sure.
fine.
Yeah.
Shut up, bitch! You don't speak on the supply. You fucking go in that room.
That's a great Roman accent. Let's get into some of these super chats. Baby, I'm on stream right now. I'm gonna call you afterwards. Love you. Bye. Where they at? Big
Yeah,
Josh.
what's happening?
Big Josh returning to the studio, by the way, today.
I thought it was frozen.
Shit.
Ralph, you know Josh be rapping now, gang?
Gotta spit them hot bars,
He
super
going-
hot fire.
You going stupid, no cap.
You know that I just watched the edited hanging mic too.
Oh, yeah, I seen Happy.
Josh has a hanging mic.
Josh has a hanging mic. It's about to be
Literally
dead.
right before this.
Matter of fact, everybody check the music stream because I think
That's
your boy
insane.
Josh's hanging mic.
So
about
is
to
he
go.
like Eminem, Mac Miller,
Yeah.
or like Machine Gun Kelly ish?
He kind of knows the truth,
Wait.
bro. To be honest
Oh,
with you.
so he's like, all right, join it up with it.
Yeah, he kind.
So he's like Marky Mark.
No, no. He like Marky Mark. No, he like
Marky Mark pretty hit, bro.
Marky Mark is for sure slayed a lot of poon in his day, but nah, he's like the BLP kosher.
He has to be Jewish then.
Yeah, he's Jewish.
Oh, that makes sense. All right. Oh, I was about to say Rugrat. Is he Rugrat?
He like a little Rugratish. Yeah, he like a little BLP.
Rugrat is a little
What's
banged
that?
out.
What's that?
He the only white people I heard call
Slim
my
Jesus.
cracker.
Yeah,
and just
the only
like,
white people I've ever heard of in my life.
I'm like, damn, they do
Slim
that? Like, I
Jesus.
didn't know y'all do that.
He
Like,
definitely got some Slim Jesus nuances.
Yeah, you think he's got some Slim
some
Jesus
Slim
in him?
Jesus undertones. None killing it harder than Lil B Brazy though. Flow, that's the sound of the chopper. Where's my boy at? All right, $5 from Spike Collar said the plug. Young Barry Gordy, the homie, with
hey,
$5.
that's my $5 then. I need my $5, nigga. No, I'm playing.
He said new spot. Free to brick. Long live
Yo,
the
shout out to
ruler.
Gordy.
Shout out my stinks. Young
Shout out
Barry
Barry
Gordy.
Hang
That's
it
right.
down.
My boy got a crib.
That's 10.
Tension from motherfucking from talking trash. The homie Comparator said, shout out Big Rick. Looking skinny, fool. Keep it up. And Lush, did you get marked out yesterday by Whack 100? If so, elaborate, fool.
Why you got
Why is he on accent? Yeah.
What do you mean it's him?
That's
Comparator says his love to no jumper team. That's it. Shouts to Raider.
Shout out Raider.
Hell no, Whack did not mark me out, brother. We had a very. This is why Flacco is a huge fucking mija. Let me tell you why. Flacco is a pussy because he was afraid to sit down with Comparator. I mean, with Whack 100.
What I just walked into right now.
No. This is like a friendly. It's a friendly. Like,
No,
Flacco-
y'all gotta get down. Ain't none of that friendly nigga.
We gotta get down.
What you just said?
We gotta
about
get
me,
down.
That was violent
Flacco.
words, nigga.
No, here, let me tell you what happened, guys. All right. So yesterday, Flacco was scheduled to be on a podcast with Whack 100 and 600, and he said, "Lush," and this is on air. He's like, "Lush, you're doing the podcast with them," and I'm like, "All right." He's like, "I'm not." He's like, "When is Adam gonna get here?" I'm like, "Adam's not gonna be here." He's like, "Oh, I'm not going. I'm not gonna be there." I'm like, "Why?" He's like,
That's a safeguard.
Yeah,
If
he's
Adam's
like,
there, it's a little more peaceful.
This is a no. He
If-
said,
if
"This is."
Adam's not there, you never know what can happen.
He's like, this is a no-win situation. You're gonna defend Brick, and Wack's gonna call you a bitch. Like this is literally what he said. I said, bro, no, he's not. Like you're being a scary Larry right now. What the fuck is wrong with you? You're being a scary Larry right now. Why are you acting like this? And he said, no, Lush, you're gonna fuck up. He's gonna call you a bitch. So I just like to say, nobody called me a bitch. The podcast went great. Love you, Flacco, but that you were a pussy for not going because it would have been great. You would have had a good conversation.
I ain't gonna lie. If somebody call you a bitch on the podcast, I feel like that's an obligated fade.
Well, luckily
Run that
it didn't
fade.
happen because I'm not trying to fight Whack 100. So you feel me? I don't think that fight fight wouldn't have been too good.
Honestly, there's like video footage of both of you all out there fighting. You never stood a chance.
Yeah, like obviously, like what the fuck?
No,
like
and you know that. Like you said, you're not retarded.
yeah, I'm not trying to fight Whack 100, but I'm also like not afraid to have a conversation with a grown man. Look, this is the job that we have. Someone's liable to call you a bitch at any time, like just depending on
A friendly bitch is always cool. Like,
yeah.
like you's a bitch. Like dead homies. Like that's like, hold on, nigga. Like, he was like, yo, bitch ass nigga. Let me hit that shit real quick. Like, okay, cool.
If it's the homie, it has a different accent. And even then, like, if I call you a bitch and you're the homie, we're close. You feel me? Like, I don't
feel like
I don't play with
as
that
a
word
grown
like
ass man, don't refer to me as like you acting like a bitch or you bitching or like are you doing some bitch ass shit? Like that's all that to me. I'm a grown ass joint, nigga. Don't call me no bitch in no type of way. Unless you just like, oh, let me hit that shit, bitch. Like, bitch ass nigga, like, pass it, nigga, bitch. Hey, nigga, you taking too long, like. But like, don't refer
That's a
to
new
me as like
slang.
a bitch. Like.
All right, but would you say that to someone that you weren't that cool with, like a random
I'm not
person?
calling no nigga I don't know a bitch.
Yeah,
like,
that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Like, hell no. We ain't doing that no more.
Yeah. But on some real shit, I understand why Flacco didn't want to, like, he's not trying to be, he was like, look, bro, like, I'm not going to get called a bitch on camera. I'm not going to allow my brand
Honestly,
to
he
be.
need Adam right there, so when like he say something, and he can't always say the weird shit. Adam has to say some of the weird shit too, so it has to balance out. Flacco doesn't want to be the one that always has to say the like fishing for those type of questions.
I mean, I feel like I do a pretty good job of towing the line where I'll like say
No, I
some
feel like I'm saying as far as like him being there and he know he gonna say some federal ass shit.
Yeah, well, but what he was mainly concerned about was the brick thing because he thought that the whole thing was going to be Wick being like, or Wack being like, you know, your boy's a rat, right? Nephew, you know, your boy's a rat. Da, 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 da. And then like, and then if he was like, no, but Wack, da, 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 then Wack was like, what? You a bitch. Like, that's what he thinks in his head.
Wild, bro.
No, that's literally what he was saying was going to happen, bro. Like, and I was like, I was like, damn, I don't want that to happen to me either. You feel me? But I don't think it's going to happen. And here's what the funny part is. We didn't even talk about Brick once the whole podcast. And it was still fire. And Young and Hefe was there. And they was getting into, like, talking about a gang of shit. Like the shit that Wack had said about Monster Cody and a whole bunch. There's like a whole gang of shit because, you know, he from A-Train and all that. You feel me?
I
So,
keep up with all the shit that's going on. I do more keeping up than you think.
no, Ralphie a whole streamer now, so it's different. You feel me? Like, Ralphie channel going stupid.
No, but I don't stream that though. I don't lie. I do my keeping up on when I'm off camera, but sometimes I stream a couple other shit on the homies and shit. Free the homies.
Yeah, no, free everybody. They ain't do nothing wrong. With that being said, the damn more of these super chats. We're not reading the $2 one, but today I will because we ain't got that money. RP Draco the Ruler, shout out, ganging him. Lush one is a real one. I appreciate you. Last played Ralphie track copycats featuring Remedy for show. That's
old as fuck.
Yeah, it's
like 9 years old.
that's a Too Greedy era. Yeah. What? Any more? Light super chats today. Lush back on that. Is that a rice bowl emoji? Look how skinny he is. I'm in great. I'm actually
sounds good right now.
I ain't gonna lie.
I kind of want a
Yeah,
rice
sounds
bowl right
good.
now.
We're gonna get some rice bowls.
Panda Express.
Hey,
dog.
what's I'm a little fat right now, to be honest. I'm gaining weight again. I'm gaining weight again. No cap. No more of them.
I'm going on a hike.
A hike? All right, there you go.
I might live stream it.
Healthy Ralphie.
Tune in, man.
He hiking.
I'm capping.
Streaming your hike, that'd be fun.
You got a hiking stick. Hiking stick with a 30
You can make
stick.
it happen.
In the woods.
Combo with
I mean,
upstate.
in like Malibu and shit, like you get service over there.
Of course they provide service in Malibu, Wi-Fi throughout the woods.
Well, you don't
They go
fucking
camping
Malibu?
I'm just saying, of course they provide fucking Wi-Fi in the woods.
There's another $5 super chat that's shouted out Sus and me. So shouts to whoever bro was that did that. But with that being, it was combo with upstate. With that being said, any announcements y'all got or anything like that?
Go stream the new tape, man.
Bo, what's the new
Bullseye
tape?
Part
bro?
2. Got a couple features on there, man. Go stream that motherfucker.
What are the
Run it
features?
up. You know, we got a little bit of everybody on there. Doty 6, Ralphie.
Dope.
Expo.
Dope.
Couple of people on there.
Yeah, that's a.
Say So, Draco.
Okay.
Yeah, you got Greedo all black.
Greedo on there.
Damn.
Black.
Damn. Then you started out like
That was a little
like,
stack tape.
Yeah, I was like,
yeah, he said I got a couple features.
I got a couple
he said,
features.
Like,
Like,
stop, like, nah, you didn't need. He was like, oh, you gotta keep going.
yeah. Say So, Draco, Greedo. That's yeah.
He had a little tape.
All black. Yeah, that's yeah. You going crazy.
You know me, I'm always dropping shit, man, back to back. I'm dropping Old Man Ralphie coming soon. About to drop some new shoes coming soon, man. You know, probably this summer, man. Fucking streaming later type shit, man. Streaming all year long, man. We gonna fucking.
These are plug shoes?
Yeah, plug walks type shit. You know what I'm saying? Like dropping some more this year though. You know what I'm saying? I'm probably gonna do like a little Ralphie like figure type shit too. Then I'm gonna do China tripping right now. They said we can't really order. You know?
There's no more.
They putting the extra tax on us, you know.
Is there Draco figurines still available?
I still got some available.
Yeah.
I put them on ice because
Yeah.
I like, but the count they sold out. But I have mines because I paid for an extra 20 just on the side. Like,
In honor of the Sting, so I was about to flock the No Jumper studio and take the Draco figurine. To be honest, like
no cap. I had to bring one because I'm like, yeah, he always got some shit going on. So at least we're gonna put Draco on this table, nigga. You gonna monitor your ass, nigga. I heard he took them all. I'm about to repo that shit, nigga.
First of all, I made sure that he was still there. He was actually up higher up, watching the whole motherfucker to keep it a bundle with you. You
Yeah, the
feel
fans
me?
was
Like,
politicking. They said, come repo it. And I was like, what? He was doing what up there, nigga? I'm finna come take it, nigga.
the first time he was taken off, you could see like my soul leave my body temporarily. I was not happy about it, but but he back.
I heard word on the streets, word in my community.
You know it's bad when they get back to Ralphie 22ster.
My community, they gonna report everything.
Yeah,
they're high alert.
You see that forums from 05? We ain't doing that no more.
Yeah, you see it.
Yeah, no, we ain't.
Hanging
We
them.
ain't doing that no more.
You know what's crazy is because like all the Stink related pages be like fucking with me, and I be like on them heavily.
Hell yeah, they said they always be like, yeah, let's fuck with the stakes.
Yeah.
They said he be glazing though.
I mean, but you were asked about that. Would y'all rather?
I would rather
me
somebody
push
be
the
a
line,
fan.
yeah, and not like
and act like they're a fan, but like not in public, which is on the internet.
It's not like
Internet is public now.
It's not like I show.
Public is not public no more. That's not. Nobody gives a fuck what you doing.
It's not like I show up at the Cheap and Heavily store with baked cookies. You feel me? Like, come on, bro. Like, it's just we pushing.
Probably go a long way.
Keeping the truth alive.
Wrong with that.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, you guys want some cookies? We gonna go.
Yeah, pull up the Cheap and Heavily with the baked cookies. No Diddy cookies.
Yeah, no
bro.
Diddy, no Diddy.
Don't be trying to Xanax us in the cookies, bro.
Yeah, you know my cookies might have a little something extra. No cap. No cap.
No soldiers diabolical.
No soldier. No soldier's a new one.
This nigga wild.
With that being said, never count Stink related pages be like fucking with me, and I be like on them heavily.
Hell yeah, they said they always be like, yeah, let's fuck with the stakes.
Yeah.
They said he be glazing though.
I mean, but you were asked about that. Would y'all rather?
I would rather
me
somebody
push
be
the
a
line,
fan.
yeah, and not like
and act like they're a fan, but like not in public, which is on the internet.
It's not like
Internet is public now.
It's not like I show.
Public is not public no more. That's not. Nobody gives a fuck what you doing.
It's not like I show up at the Cheap and Heavily store with baked cookies. You feel me? Like, come on, bro. Like, it's just we pushing.
Probably go a long way.
Keeping the truth alive.
Wrong with that.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, you guys want some cookies? We gonna go.
Yeah, pull up the Cheap and Heavily with the baked cookies. No Diddy cookies.
Yeah, no
bro.
Diddy, no Diddy.
Don't be trying to Xanax us in the cookies, bro.
Yeah, you know my cookies might have a little something extra. No cap. No cap.
No soldiers diabolical.
No soldier. No soldier's a new one.
This nigga wild.
With that being said, never counterfeit. Oh, should we do this last topic? Oh yeah, fuck it. Boss and Richie.
Another.
I mean, we've been talking
Y'all
about.
lined that up. Y'all lined that up with the young niggas. Like, yeah, these YNs out here drop kicking bitches.
Slam dunking,
Bro. So no, but Boston Richie's checking all boxes because this dude was like supposedly a snitch, and he's a woman beater, and so it's like
you guys are going deep on this one, man.
yeah, this guy's.
I just came to do some potting, man. Now I'm fucking.
Accusing people.
I got a beef with people now. Fuck.
For saying something on the podcast.
I'm sorry, guys. I'm really sorry.
All right, what's the little slide?
So his ex-girlfriend Tatiana Chanel, her channel, has spoken out for the first time following their alleged domestic violence incident. Let's see what Shody got to say. She looked like she hit back. That's all. That was my first response.
Man, she looked like she did that. They was fucking.
Yeah.
They looked like they was fucking them hickeys.
She only like 18 too.
It's a. Oh, is she? Okay.
Whoa.
Oh, I'm not. Man, that's
Yo.
It's a ring.
That's weird.
Yeah.
How old is he?
Well,
Like
he should
27,
expect these
28.
games out of an 18-year-old. I mean, it's not like she fucking like nigga. She 18.
What did he
nigga,
expect?
like-
Yeah, he done himself for that. Yeah,
Like,
exactly.
There's nothing I expect an 18-year-old to do, like, except be an 18-year-old nigga.
Play stupid games, win stupid prizes. So she said, I want to address a deeply personal and painful situation that has recently occurred while pregnant.
Who was her
I was
PR?
physically. It's better than fucking Soldier Boy. He should have done a fucking
That's food.
Yeah, he should have fucking got her.
No, but why did she release it like this too? Because she could have learned stuff. This is what I'm saying. Like nobody wants to read it and study it and like kind of learn it, or at least put it right here in
A
big words,
teleprompter.
so you can kind of read it and it don't look like you're reading it.
I mean, I feel like she can't even spell her own last name, so there's a lot going on here with her. I want to address a deeply personal and painful situation that's recently occurred. While preggers, I was physically assaulted and choked by my former boyfriend, Jalen, a.k.a. Boston Richie. This experience has been traumatic and heartbreaking. Oh, she's suing. Heartbreaking beyond words. I want to be clear. I do not condone, support, or excuse any forms of domestic violence. No one deserves to be hurt, especially during such a vulnerable time. My priority right now is the safety and well-being of myself and my future. I'm asking for privacy and respect during this painful time. Thank you to everyone who has reached out with concern. I greatly appreciate all of your support during this hard time.
When did she get pregnant? Like all of us.
Hey, you gonna get rid of that baby, bitch?
Yeah. We ain't doing that, nigga. We ain't.
I'm gonna tell you what you finna do.
I ain't ready for no kids right now. Like, I ain't getting shit, bitch ass nigga. Nigga, my mama said it. I can. Cause she 18, bro. I don't care. 18 is like a kid, bro. Like
ain't no like a kid.
You still checking in with. You live with your mom, like
they don't even know how to wipe themselves yet.
And then it's like, how old?
How long was he fucking with her? That's the next logical question. How old was she when you first started fucking with her, partner? And really, partner, was you grooming Shorty? Or was you already spiking? Like it was like, I'm gonna keep it a bun down.
You grooming or spiking is diabolical, nigga.
It's one or the other. It's one or the other. Or else you're really doing a lot. You're putting tips on and Shorty. It had to be at least a few months, or you was already knocking down Shorty when she was pregnant and 18. This don't look good on any like. Speaking of cooks,
that's his baby girl for a long time, though, right?
Yikes!
Bro,
Yikes!
Yeah,
she's 19 now. She's 19 now, technically,
Thank you,
but
I'm
like,
saying that's like his little.
I guess
the cold part is Boston Richie.
That's what he needs help with. Help, baby, can you help me? So
the cold part is he rap really good, and it sucks that I never got to really be a fan of him.
I think there was like one song he had that was cool, but it was with Future.
Yeah, that's
so,
gonna always help.
Yeah.
But here's the thing, I never got to really enjoy his music because by the time I heard about it,
he's already a snitch.
Within a couple months.
Yeah.
I mean, it was like
that kind of takes the fun out of things.
It happens.
I like that.
Happens, yeah. You be listening to somebody, you're like, oh man, they're a capper.
A lot of people make cool music, but they snitches, so it's like it is what it is.
It happens.
It's like you don't get exiled how you used to.
Yeah, it's not the same anymore.
It's not the same.
You used to get belt the ass or something like this. It used to be a little more. Now it's like, oh, he snitched.
He snitched. Oh,
he snitched on me.
Dog.
No, let me tell you what happened.
Like it's over with. It's like this shit is a myth nowadays. Like shit.
I gave false information.
It's all an illusion. It's all an illusion.
The mental gymnastics yesterday, young Ann Hefe was going through defending Big Sad to Whack was insane. You feel me? Like I was like, I really want to see how it was impressive.
No, they've been the rules for certain people depending on what side you're on. So it's like,
and that's what I said.
Depending on what side you're on, it's gonna be a lot of favoritism towards like what's real and what's not real.
That's what I said. I said, are you moving the goalpost because this is the most popular Trey rapper moving for a long ass time? You feel me? So of course he's like, no, bro. I was friends with him before that. He's like, we got 6 songs together. I only put one of them out. So I was like, I kind of feel him on that. He wasn't making bad points, but like I do feel like the goalpost gets moved and certain people.
Yeah, niggas pick and choose.
It's pick and choose. It's like depending on who budget cut, who's bigger for a certain community. It's like who has the most this at the most time for this community.
How good of a rapper you are.
How much money you got. Like
if you're like
a lot of things niggas bend the rules for. Like I don't know why.
Gunna gets a pass. Gunna gets way more of a pass than like if Gunna wasn't such a good rapper, we'd be like, fuck this fool. But a lot of people.
How does he get a pass? He just has fans, and he has
fans that don't care about.
That's how he gets.
But
that's
the
the
people
pass.
that were fucking with him are still fucking with him. So.
Right. So that but I'm saying he gets a pass in the sense that if he wasn't as good of a rapper as he is, people wouldn't even be
Fans
fucking
don't
with
give a
it.
fuck about who's snitching out here.
Yeah.
They kind of do to
They
a
not in the
degree.
street. No, they want you to think they do. They don't care. They go. They say what they say on the internet. Then they go right back to work.
Yeah.
Oh, look how
Yeah.
many people follow
Like,
that
yeah.
Futaquashi,
It's
homie.
exactly.
But
he
those-
out here, he was the first villain. Like he was the first nigga that y'all that he was the
It's-
problem.
Yeah.
Nobody did anything, and he was out here trolling niggas, calling niggas bitches, pulling up on niggas, and pulling up to
Who?
where niggas supposed to be, pulling up, and nobody beat his ass or did nothing. And I'm not counting that fucking gym shit that unrelated.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
like
Yeah.
it's like if the shit he was doing, it's like, bro, if he can get away with, I'm way more tougher than him.
Yeah.
I really blow this motherfucker.
Yeah.
Like, so it's like, shit, I can do everything he doing, and if I go to jail, then I can get out, because I'm telling somebody ass nigga. Like,
No, but rappers let the
like, my
fans get
thing
them
is,
fucked up.
you gotta, if you a nigga that's gonna tell, and if you a nigga, a street nigga, and you know a nigga gonna tell, why even put him under the same rules that you live by if you know this nigga's like a bitch? You know he gonna tell, you know he gonna do what he gonna do, so now when he do it, don't be mad when he do it because you knew he was gonna do it. Why you even put that much pressure on this snitch bitch ass nigga in the first place?
Well, yeah, like so, like in reference to Gunner, he got kind of put in a fucked up situation for sure. Like, but
I mean, as far as like, is anybody, if you know what situation you in before you in that situation in the first
Yeah.
place, because you're in that situation. How did you get in that situation in the
Made a
first place?
choice.
You made that grown ass choice.
Yeah.
So when it hits the fan, you just deal with the consequences until time being. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's nothing. That's shit. That's what I had to do.
That's a perfect
Yeah.
example.
yeah,
Alright.
but
I
like,
went to trial. Like, I ain't had to go to trial. I could have pleaded out my burglary cases and all my other shit, but shit. Hey, you gotta sit and just wait. Cause shit, my charges, I'll just let my shit double up.
no, well, your guys' situation was way crazier too,
And
especially
we didn't have no
because
public media presence. They didn't talk about our case on the media. None of
Nah.
that. It was none
it
of
was
that.
Jeff Wise and Adam.
Yeah, and Adam.
Yeah, and that's literally it. And the cold part was, shouts to them by the way.
No cap.
But the cold part was is you really had like the entire LAPD. There was like a whole
Hell
concentrated.
They was out to get us.
They was
Yeah.
out to get us.
Yeah, as a
It was
target.
different divisions and shit all working together. Like, I was like, damn, nigga, they act
Homicide
like
detectives
we
trying
the
to
niggas
solve
doing
burglaries and
yeah,
shit.
trying to solve burglary cases. You got a homicide detective solving burglary cases. Like,
Right.
nigga.
Yeah, that's abnormal. But it's fucked up because like you guys didn't really. I felt like you guys never let what the fans say get in y'all's head. Period. Either way, you just moved how y'all moved regardless. You look at a lot
I
of
feel like
rappers.
the fans can't say nothing about our case.
No, they can't. But listen, rappers allow fans to trick them into fucking sliding, doing shit they normally wouldn't do. When they have no reason to, they let them trick them into fucking just getting into stupid situations. Like
I feel like even if you did or didn't do something, it's not the internet place to even say what you did or did. It's not who's the person behind the screen to verify that. You know, there's nobody to verify what. You know what I'm saying?
and
Like,
that's what I'm saying. You understand
so-
that so you're
I'm
not
not gonna
dumb.
go back and forth with the internet. I like the trolls. I swear, I encourage the trolls because it's like, as long as y'all troll, y'all keep the conversation going of Ralphie, whatever it is, it's still Ralphie.
Is there ever like a time where have you ever because you put out a lot of music, right? And sometimes the reaction is like
Let's save this because we're gonna literally start the
Music stream.
in like 10, 15 minutes.
cool,
I
yeah.
think that's a really good comment to kick it off.
All right, easy call. Log back in with us in like 15. You feel me? Same bat time, same bat channel. You feel me?
Same bad time.
Yeah. We about a grip, never counterfeit.
With the ending of Shattered Veil and knowing in the next game, this year's latest Call of Duty Black Ops 7, we are getting the return of Takeo, Nikolai and Dempsey alongside Richtofen. Not the Primus characters, not the Ultimus characters, but a slightly different version of them seemingly. After seeing the story in Shattered Veil unfold and witnessing the ending, it's got me thinking, how are we going to see these characters return? Unless these leaks turn out to be false. I mean, this info does come from a couple of pretty credible leakers, but you never know. However, looking at what's unfolding in the BO6 zombie storyline right now, with Sam attempting to reconstitute Samantha Max's body, which means to form again, if Sam is able to do that to bring back Samantha Maxis, then could it also be used in bringing back Takeo, Nikolai, and Dempsey? Because they are dead. In fact, they're more than dead because in the old timeline, their souls were linked to the ether, which was destroyed before they were banished to the dark ether. Looking at exactly what we were told about Primus's return in Black Ops 7, this is from Margwa Network over on Twitter. Insider Gaming reported based on current sources who had been playtesting and had feedback sessions on the game that an older version of Dempsey, Takeo and Nikolai are coming back. He goes on to further explain the story centers around a new antagonist who wants to absorb the dark ether essence of the 4 OG characters to bring back the multiverse. But the thing is, like I just mentioned, those old characters, whether it be Primus or Ultimus, all versions of Takeo, Nikolai and Dempsey, died. That was the whole point of what we did in Black Ops 4, to break the cycle and destroy the multiverse. And an integral part of that, you could say the most important, was the death of Richtofen, Takeo, Nikolai and Dempsey. The whole point of Tag der Toten was to bring an end to their storyline and for Treyarch to begin anew, like we saw in Cold War. The story arc of those characters was supposed to be finished, and the way Treyarch killed them off, they did that intentionally so that there was no possibility, there was no way the community could theorize ways they could return. It was supposed to be impossible. Unlike Dr. Monty, unlike the Shadow Man or the Transit characters, who were all banished to the Dark Ether alive, and because the Dark Ether still exists right now, there is the possibility they could return, and we have seen things that were banished to the Dark Ether come back, such as the Raygun Mark II, the Raygun Mark I. Well, so far we have only seen inanimate objects, not actual people. Treyarch left open the possibility of everyone who was still alive in the old timeline that got banished to the Dark Ether returning, including Dr. Monty. But that wasn't the same for Richtofen, Takeo, Nikolai and Dempsey, as you heard Samantha tell us in Tag der Toten.
The 4 are connected to the ether. Their souls are linked to it, interwoven and intertwined. If the universe were held together with tape and bit of string, they are that string. Pull the string, it all unravels. It falls apart. Richtofen did it. Then he forged the elemental shard. He bound their souls to the ether. All versions connected, linked eternally to the infinite. Now they are one. They give each other life. The fate of one is tied to the other. The ether. It knows it must keep them alive. It knows it must bind them to their existence. This corruption that has been spread through the universe. When it was unleashed upon the earth, it had no way of knowing. It would be bound to them for Nikolai and the others, if they succeed. Element 115, the keepers, the corruption, everything. It will be banished to the place below creation. The place of darkness. Alone with Dr. Monty.
Primus and Ultimus were connected through the ether. Their souls were linked to it. This happened when Richtofen forged all of their souls to the elemental shard, which then bound their souls to the ether, meaning the fate of one was tied to the other. If either one of them died, both would cease to exist. Going back to the final time we saw Primus and Ultimus in that Tag der Toten ending cutscene, and just listening to what Nikolai told us,
The multiverse must come to an end. The paradox must be resolved. At least, it will be quick.
What are you talking about? We found the Agarthan device!
I know. And I'm so sorry. Me too, Richtofen. We fought for what we wanted. We got more than we deserved. All the chapters of our lives, good and bad. Even if there was no witness, even if no one cared to see, it still happened somewhere. We fought the Great War over and over, but victory could never be ours. We were always doomed to fail. Monty told us the truth. Our journey is the very reason this madness exists. We are the ones who fractured the universe. This is the truth the Chronorium showed me. The truth Richtofen could no longer face. When we are gone, so too is everything that spewed forth from the ether. Element 115, the apothecaries, even Monty himself. All of it will be banished to where it belongs. The dark ether. We should not be here. Our time has passed. But for all the pain and torment we have endured together, as we leave this life behind, it is my hope that you know one thing beyond any doubt.
Look away, Eddie.
The idea of Trout bringing them back diminishes the whole point of this ending and what we did in that game, Beyond Blood of the Dead, breaking the cycle. The whole point of it was they sacrificed themselves to destroy the multiverse, which in turn ended the zombie outbreak and gave the two children, Samantha and Eddie, a better life, the chance to grow up in a universe, a new one, free of the undead. I mean, you could say even that, the fact that we still have zombies existing now in Black Ops 6, the two children, Samantha and Eddie, have grown up and they haven't got that better life. They are still fighting zombies. Primus and Ultimus killing themselves to allow Samantha and Eddie to grow up having a normal life never happened. So you could even say the death of Nikolai, Takim and Dempsey and Richtofen was pointless anyway, because the children never got the better life Nikolai thought they would. Then again, maybe that was a pipe dream, it was inevitable, it was never going to happen, but putting that aside, they thought they were doing the right thing. This is what the Chronorium told them. The reason zombies even existed was because of Richtofen, Taki, Nikolai and Dempsey. It wasn't, okay, there are zombies and then we have these characters that are going to fight them. No, it was, we have these characters that have caused all of this and they are going to perpetuate it and then fix their own mess. It was these characters that fractured space-time. It was these characters that caused the paradox, ultimately leading to the zombie outbreaks. Nikolai's final words in the forest were, "Our time has passed. When we are gone, so too will everything that spewed forth from the ether. It will be banished back to it." Finishing with Samantha shooting Primus Nikolai in the head, and we see all of them are dead around the campfire, having been poisoned by him. This universe then collapses in, and all of it is banished to the Dark Ether before Sam and Eddie head to the new universe created by the Algothon device in Cold War. But the dead bodies of Primus and Ultimus were banished to the Dark Ether, just like everything else. The difference with them, though, is they were soulless, which should mean, right, there was no possibility of them returning. But from the leaks, if they are coming back, then something's happened. Something is going to allow them to return. Something is going to bring them back. And right now in the BO6 zombie story, I would say there's a pretty similar situation going on, with Sam attempting to reconstitute Samantha Maxis's body from the Dark Ether. And actually, well, just take a listen to this quote from Grey in Shattered Veil.
Even if this prima materia stuff can regenerate Maxis's body, how can it regenerate her mind? Her soul?
The Sentinel artifact manipulates time as well as matter. Her human software will be pulled from the past. She will be the woman you knew. Trust me.
She asked Sam, okay, if prima materia can regenerate Samantha's body, fine, but what about her mind, her soul? And Sam replied, the Sentinel artifact can manipulate time as well as matter, so it can be used to pull her human software, her memories and soul, from the past into her body. If the Sentinel artifact can do that for Samantha, then could that be the way we end up bringing back Takeo, Nikolai, and Dempsey? Okay, we've got their dead bodies in the Dark Ether, that's fine. We can reconstitute their bodies, that's no problem, but they had no souls. However, if the Sentinel artifact can manipulate time, going back to the point where their souls existed, and pull them forward into their bodies, which would bring them back, is that what they're going to do? For me, there's a totally different question here, because of course their souls existed in a multiverse that was closed off, so whether it's even possible for the Sentinel artifact to go back in time to a universe that no longer exists, once it's closed off, can you go back past the point it was closed? I don't know if that's possible. We're being told by the leaks that the story revolves around an antagonist who wants to absorb the Dark Ether essence of Richtoff and Takeo, Nikolai, and Dempsey to bring back the multiverse, so their essence would need to be absorbed first in order to bring the multiverse back, not the other way around, not the multiverse being brought back first, resulting in their return. I mean, aside from that, there are so many other questions I could ask. Who is this antagonist that wants to absorb their Dark Ether essence? Who could it possibly be that would want to bring back the multiverse? It would have to be someone who had knowledge of it, right? Like Dr. Monty or the Shadow Man. Monty was still alive at the time he was banished into the Dark Ether. Whether or not he's still alive now, or at the very least still exists in the same form he did, because the Dark Ether changes you over time, he would have been in there for a very long time at this point. And as for the Shadow Man, at the point he was banished into the Dark Ether, his soul was inside of the summoning key in the tag ending, and the key got destroyed, so we don't know if he was banished to the Dark Ether. It's a possibility, or whether the key's destruction also meant the destruction of his soul, or maybe there is a new character in the Dark Ether who has learned of the multiverse. He's seen all of this stuff in there, the Juggernog machine, the Pack-a-Punch machine, the mystery box, and he said, hang on, where has all this stuff come from? He's done research into it and learned that it's all come from a different multiverse that used to exist, and so wants to, for some reason, bring it back. And he's figured out because Dempsey, Takeo, Nikolai, and Richtofen were linked to its existence through the ether, absorbing their Dark Ether essence is a way to bring it back. But again, why or who would want to bring back the multiverse? For what purpose? I can't really think of one, unless it has something to do with the cycle, which would bring me back to Dr. Monty or the Shadow Man. Maybe it's one of the Elder Gods, perhaps the Forsaken. There is a lot of mystery surrounding this right now and how they're going to come back, because it wasn't supposed to be possible. Their deaths, unlike everyone else, was supposed to be permanent. Because their souls were bound to the ether, they couldn't exist without one another. We did also see Richtofen holding this device in the Shattered Veil ending, which he says Josiah Shem used to shatter space-time, which is, I said this in my entire storyline video on the map, but I don't know if I'm wrong in saying this. I swear Shem used the horned artifact to shatter space-time, not whatever this is, but just ignoring that, he uses it to escape the liminal space. But if Richtofen's figured out how to shatter space-time, which was the exact thing Primus and Ultimus did back in the old timeline, resulting in the Undead Outbreak, could we shatter space-time again, resulting in a fracturing that could ultimately lead to the return of Takeo, Nikolai, and Dempsey? Obviously, Richtofen still exists right now in this current form, even though it's not the same version we saw as Ultimus or Primus. This was a different, innocent version of Richtofen, even though I would say he's grown up to be pretty much like his older selves, more so Primus. The version of Samantha is still the same we saw in BO3 and 4, and World at War 1 and 2 before she was restored of her innocence. But yeah, I just saw how the storyline ended in Shattered Veil with the Sentinel artifact and what Sam told us it can do, and thought maybe the Sentinel artifact will be used, whether it be in the next map, DLC 4, or the supposed DLC 5 if that happens, in the final Black Ops 6 map, to bring back Takeo, Nikolai, and Dempsey. The final thing I will mention is, of course, Takeo's voice actor, Tom Kane, did have a stroke. He's retired now, so Takeo wouldn't have the same voice actor. They'd have to find someone who can do a similar impression, but that has been a regular occurrence in Call of Duty as of late, voice actors being replaced. Some have done better jobs than others. Peck, for example, I think sounds almost identical to his original, but maybe because it's not the exact same version of Takeo, Troy could get away with using a different voice actor. If he's a different age, his voice could sound slightly different. Anyway, there we go, I'll leave it there. Let me know your thoughts on the return of these characters in Black Ops 7, and what do you think is going to bring them back if these leaks are true. Drop a like rating if you've enjoyed the video, make sure you are subscribed, and I'll see you in the next one. Until then, goodbye.
Okay. Playboy Cardi.
Yes, we're here. Your
How'd you
favorite
like-
album of all times?
Yes. Well, not
No.
my favorite album of all time, my favorite Cardi
I
album.
just want to put that in your mouth. Just don't correct me, man. Your favorite album of all times, man. Say it.
My favorite Cardi album of all time.
Okay.
Great album. So, when did you guys hook up?
2.5, 3 years ago.
Okay, somewhat recently. And by this time, Cardi's already a megastar.
Super megastar.
Yes.
Super.
Yep.
Cult following, not fan base. Cult following, two different things.
Cardi, kind of like Young Thug, is just a very different type of rapper.
Correct.
You can't really classify what they do. You can't really duplicate it.
Correct.
It's just who they are.
Correct.
Before you guys met, what were your thoughts on Cardi's music?
I was already listening to him because he was rocking with the family. He got songs with Nicki Minaj, Uzi Vert. You know what I mean? I was already listening to him. But when the rock star era, of course, I wasn't into that as much. Of course.
Yeah, it's sort of like an acquired taste.
Yes.
You don't
I just didn't understand it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like the first time you hear Playboy Cardi, you don't always get it right away.
That's correct.
At least more so his older stuff.
Yeah.
Right? So, you know about him, you like some of his stuff,
Mm-hmm.
but you're not like a super fan
Okay.
yet. So you guys meet, what happens next?
First night, I think we knocked out like 5 songs. Shout to Fritz. They called me one night, they in the studio. I'm at the Flame, I could barely hear him. He's like, yo, bro, wanna holler at you. I told him, he's like, where you at? I'm like, a club. It's like, I hear it, I'm coming. No, matter of fact, you come to me, I'm at the studio. He sent me the address. I left the Flame, and when I knocked out a few songs.
Okay, so by this time, Whole Lotta Red album is already out.
Correct.
So he's, I guess, lightweight gearing up for the new album, but not really. Doesn't seem like he was really in a hurry to drop albums.
When I started coming around, he already had an album done.
Really? This is 3 years ago?
Yes.
So this is 2022.
Correct.
Okay, but this album never comes out.
Not yet.
Okay, is there a name for this album?
I can't say.
Okay. How many of these songs ended up on music?
None.
None. So that whole album got scrapped.
Not scrapped.
Just put aside for a while.
Yeah.
Okay.
Had to put it back. We was just creating and the energy, coming in a new energy, that's all.
Okay, so what happens over the next couple of years?
I want to say the first thought of it was just for me to do what I always do. Just animate, just hype up a few songs. So that's what it was in the beginning. I come over, knock out a few songs, slap hands. All right, appreciate it. Let me know what it does. Then God started working. The next Rolling Loud show, people start hearing this voice. Then started inquiring, like, what is this voice? And then we start going back in, like, we need to do one more. And then we start doing 1, 2, 3, till we get up to like 130 songs.
130 songs.
It was so hard to narrow them down for the album.
Okay. Because I remember at one point you actually were trolling academics. You were saying there's supposed to be a drop that never happened.
I had to.
Okay.
I had to.
I mean, was this something you guys kind of strategized? Okay, like everyone's waiting for the album, so let's just put out some false info to kind of mess with people.
And honestly, I'm gonna be honest with you. No. Because I kind of turned the curve too fast on announcing the album.
Okay.
Because it went, like I said, we just recording. And I still got a record deal over here. So I'm like, I just might as well just drop me one with you like that. So I just did one interview like, yo, me and Cardi got an album done. I don't even know how strong his fan base is. So once I says that, it kind of like pushes forward the movement like, oh, now we gotta go. Now we need to take it serious. Like we're not just recording, now we need to take it serious for a project.
The project name, Music. I mean, it says I Am Music, but the real title is Music.
Yes.
How did that come together?
The title?
Yeah.
It's nothing else to define it. I just didn't want to classify it. I didn't want to categorize. I didn't want to put it in a box. I didn't want fans to get confused because adding my elements to it, it's kind of like at a point where he already built up so much of a fan base, and bringing me onto it, it could destroy it or could help it.
I mean, when
so I didn't want to kind of stick to his formula with a title. That confuses everything, especially when you pop it in.
I mean, look, people have DJs. You have projects that have DJs kind of yelling throughout, and so forth. How did you guys decide that you essentially are going to be on almost every song? Because you're on Mojo, Backdoor, Good Credit, Trim, Crank, Crush, South Atlanta Baby, Pop Out, like Weezy. Like, you know what I mean?
Rather Lie.
Yeah.
Eva Jordan.
Yeah.
Keep going. Oh, just say them all, Vlad. Just say all of them, Vlad. No, I was just messing with you.
Yeah, no, I mean, like Weezy, like it goes on and on. It's
Correct.
almost every song. How did you guys come up to that decision that like your tag is just going to be on everything?
That was just narrowing down the songs. And God, we had so many songs.
So there's some songs that you're not on, but those didn't get picked.
Correct.
Aha. Okay. And like when you look at the track listing, the producers, just the number of producers on this album is crazy. Like there's certain songs with like 10 producers on it. Like Backdoor is Kanye, Twisco, Keanu Beats, Nagra, Darius Rameshni, Ojavolta. Did I pronounce it right?
Correct.
So that's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 producers on just this one song.
Had to be.
Why, you know, a lot of times like you have albums where it's like a rapper and like one producer. Might be some, you know, little co-production here and there. Why so many songs like with tons of different producers?
To be the number one in the world.
Okay. So you were just trying to get as much talent in
Trying
the
to
room
be
as possible.
Trying to make it the biggest album in the world. And we was just trying to, like you said, you can't follow that formula. That formula wasn't getting people number one. So we had to have all type of input.
Leading up to the album, do you know the actual release date and it's about to come out?
Yes.
Okay. When it dropped, how'd you feel?
Tired. It was up 4 days, 3 days, 3.5 days straight. Cramming, because we recorded all the way up to the actual album came out.
Oh, so you're still tweaking the songs and everything else like that.
When it was supposed to come out at 12 to 3, we went back in.
Oh, okay.
From 3 to 6, I started going back in the studio. Alive. All that is recorded like in a 3-hour, 4-hour period.
Well, and the features on it are insane.
Of course.
Travis Scott.
Of course.
The Weeknd.
Of course.
Kendrick Lamar.
Of course.
Lil Uzi Vert. Young Thug.
Can't leave it out. Of course.
Future.
Yes.
Ty Dolla $ign.
Yes.
Am I missing anybody? Skepta.
Yes.
Janae Aiko.
Yes. Backdoor.
Yeah. By the way, what was Janae Aiko's role on Backdoor? Is she singing with
on
Kendrick
the hook,
at
yes.
the same time?
Mm-hmm.
That's what it is. Okay, because I couldn't hear her vocals individually, so I'm assuming that they were layered.
No, since I told you, you're going to hear it now.
Yeah. Right. Well, that's what I figured.
Yeah.
Now, my favorite song on the album is Good Credit.
Songs?
Song.
Song?
I'm giving you one.
One?
No, I mean, I like the album. I mean, the album is dope. But I'm saying, if I were to pick one song, the song that I listen to the most, Good Credit.
Wow.
Yeah. Whose idea was it to get that homeless guy audio on the intro?
Definitely. I won't take credit for that now. That was crazy. When I first heard it was crazy.
No, I mean, like someone actually posted the original video. I'm like, this
probably
is where
Fritz,
it
man.
came
Shout out to
from.
Fritz. Fritz is up every night. Fritz probably was up late and just like, shout out to Fritz, man. That's probably got to be his idea.
Now, were you in the studio when? Because Kendrick's on 2 songs.
Yes.
He's on Backdoor and Good Credit.
I think they went to LA and did that. No.
Okay, you went there.
I just influenced it at it, did what we do. I couldn't just let Kendrick rap like that. You know that. I couldn't just let him. I had to be a part of that.
I mean, how did you feel when, like, you're hearing the song with Kendrick, and at that moment, Kendrick is the biggest thing on the planet. He just did the Super Bowl.
It's more Kendrick.
Oh, there's more Kendrick songs? Okay. Well, let me just ask the question. You're hearing the song with Kendrick, and you got Swamp Izzo, yelling throughout the song. Like, how did that feel?
I felt like when y'all did Rap Phenomenon, how did that feel?
Yeah.
I felt like that.
Like that.
Like, oh my God.
Great answer.
Oh my God.
So how many Kendrick songs are there aside from the 2 that are on the album?
Is it 2?
It's 2. Is there more than 2 Kendrick songs on the album? Am I missing something? I'm not seeing anything else.
How many songs you see?
I see 2. Good Credit and Backdoor. Are they saying there's other Kendrick vocals on this album that I'm not
Correct.
catching? Really? Which song?
Can't tell you. Gotta listen. It's the #1 album in the world. You haven't listened yet. Vlad, please just listen.
Okay. All right. I got to go back.
Listen.
I mean, I've been listening to the album. I'm telling you, like, I sincerely like the album. Like, okay, the album comes out #1 the first week. What, 330,000 sold? Something like that? Now, that wasn't surprising considering the anticipation and the fan base. But then the second week, #1 again. Now, that's something you don't see a lot. In fact, I think I saw that every song on the album charted, which is the first time a rapper has ever done that. Am I right about that?
Correct.
I mean, how does it feel to just sit back and say, wow, like I was a part of this?
I haven't yet. I'm running.
Yeah?
I haven't yet to sit down and say, wow.
So, do you have like points on the album? Are you like a official co-contributor to
It's
each
my
song?
album. It's my album.
That's what's up.
It's my album. Welcome. Thank you. I gave you the #1 album of your life. I know you don't want to admit it. Now it's a message.
Now, Cardi and Kanye had been working together. They had been working together for a while. Okay. So on Kanye's last album, I mean, before Bully, Playboy Cardi's on it.
Yes.
But then Kanye's song was allegedly left off of Playboy Cardi's new album. Do you know the song I'm talking about? You've heard it?
Of course.
Okay. Is it a song that's on the album already and Kanye's vocals were taken off?
No.
Oh, it's a totally different song.
Correct.
Okay. Why do you think that Cardi took that song off?
Not took it off. We had 130 songs. We had to turn in 25. 5 more had to be on it.
Huh. So you guys just trimmed it down?
Had to.
But like I mentioned before, Kanye actually produced on the album.
Yeah.
So he's on there, just not
Correct.
as a
Wow.
vocalist.
There you go.
Okay. Well, Kanye starts being Kanye and starts dissing Playboy Cardi and starts saying stuff like, "Oh, I never fucked Iggy Azalea because of you."
Did he say that?
Yes.
I didn't hear that.
You didn't hear that?
No.
Hold on. Let me pull up the tweet.
No, I didn't hear it. I don't want to hear it. I just didn't hear it.
Okay. And I guess Iggy responded and said the first time she met up with Kanye, he was like playing porn and saying how he masturbates to her ass in the morning.
Oh.
And all types of crazy shit.
Vlad is unbelievable. Wow, Vlad.
He was asking about her boyfriend's penis size and just being really extra Kanye.
Nah, I definitely don't know that. That's
Yeah.
a good one. That's a good one.
But he starts going at Cardi hard, and then like Cardi responds. He said, "Yay, shut the fuck up."
Mm-hmm.
Now, did you and Cardi have conversations about this at all?
No.
Okay. Because just earlier today, Kanye tweeted, "I love Cardi." You saw that?
Yeah.
I guess you can't really take Kanye all that seriously at any given moment.
I don't think it's, if you know, you know him. So I don't think what he writes is truly what he means.
Were you ever in the studio with Kanye?
No, on the phone, just FaceTime.
Oh, okay, got it. Well, and then Kanye was complaining that I guess Cardi went to Kim Kardashian and tried to get Northwest vocals on a song. Do you know about this at all?
I seen that.
But are you familiar with what song these vocals are supposed to be on?
No.
Or is this something that Kanye is just making up?
I never heard of that at all. So I don't know, honestly. Of an actual song or anything. I don't know anything about that. Tell you the truth.
Well, now the album's out.
Number one. Your favorite album.
Yes.
Of all time.
Of all time. Better than Illmatic and The Chronic and everything else like that. No, but I mean,
shout
honestly,
out to all those records.
No, but really, like, I feel like this is the first Playboy Cardi album that I kind of just got. Like, when I first listened to it all the way through, I was like, yeah, all right. I see what he's doing artistically on this one.
High energy. You were supposed to sit down.
Yeah, I felt like the beats were like, you guys took it up a notch this time around in terms of like the like sonically how it came together and the way his voice is layered on it and everything else like that. I'm like, okay, like I feel like he's really like in a swing now.
Vlad TV is getting more backlash than usual after making certain comments during his interview with DJ Academics. One of the initial comments made during his interview that people weren't too receptive towards was when Vlad TV revealed a conversation he had with Rich Homie Quan. Now, Vlad qualified the comment before saying it. He said that he was going to take this conversation to his grave, but now that Rich Homie Quan passed away, he feels like he could share it.
Conversation with Rich Homie Quan before he died. I was going to take this one to the grave, but he died.
Yeah.
So I'm able to talk about it. But like with Quan, George Cheedy had brought up in our last interview that this whole thing was about Quan not wanting to sign
to Birdman.
to Young Thug or whatever else.
Rich Gang.
And they started to pressure him, and Nut got in the middle of it, and this whole situation was over that. And there's paperwork that was going to be brought up in court specifically over that, and George Cheedy sent me the paperwork. And I said, I'm not going to put this out because me and Quan are cool. I did his first interview, so let me just talk to him about it. So I called him up. I'm like, yo, I got something important to talk to you about. He's like, all right, let's FaceTime. I'm like, cool, let's do that. And I'm like, listen, like, this is what I found out. This is what was mentioned in the interview. I'm cutting this part out. But they're saying that this whole thing was about you not wanting to sign, to Young Thug or Rich Gang or whatever. And then this is ultimately what led to, Nut getting killed. He said, yeah, that's true.
if you just scroll through the comments, people had an issue with this because they felt like if you weren't going to talk about it when he was alive, then you shouldn't have talked about it when he passed away. Somebody says, so when someone died, the same morals and principles don't apply. If you said you was finna take it to the grave, why the heck you doing speaking on it? Super lame, this man police. Uh, uh, yeah, like the regular allegations. Now, I disagree in terms of people thinking that Vlad TV shouldn't have spoken on this. Listen, bro, Rich Homie Quan had passed away. Now, if this was a conversation that would have made Rich Homie Quan look bad, if this was a conversation that would have disparaged him in any way, then maybe I can understand making an argument for why this shouldn't come out. But if Vlad TV wasn't going to share it because Rich Homie Quan was still alive and he was still trying to work his way through the music industry and he didn't really want to pure the gas on Rich Homie Quan and Young Thug beef, then that's understandable. But once the man passed away, I mean, there's no way Rich Homie Quan and Young Thug can beef, bro. Like, one is dead and one is still alive. So him sharing it doesn't really disparage or affect Rich Homie Quan in any way. So that's why I'm not against Vlad TV sharing this. Now, the other parts of this interview that people had a lot of issue with stems from Vlad TV's identity. Now, Vlad TV is an openly and proud Jewish man. And being open and proud, you're going to speak up for your people and you're going to defend your people. So, Vlad TV attempted to broach the subject of Kanye West. Kanye West was recently banned on Twitter for going on a manic Twitter rant where he would say comments that people can perceive as anti-Semitic. Apparently, the Twitter banging was not enough. Bro decided he was gonna drop a merch that sport a symbol that's very controversial in relations to Jewish people. They responded back with merch of their own targeted at going at Kanye West. They even got a F Kanye mug. So these folks is really going to war, bruh. This Kanye West situation is really polarizing, especially among the inner cities and urban communities. On one hand, people think Kanye West has lost his mind. They think he's bipolar. They think he's manic. They think his comments were hateful. While on the other hand, there are people who believe that Kanye West has a larger message that's being ignored, and they're telling him to cook. Kanye will say something really insane and go on a manic rant, and then he will circle back and say something so profound that leaves people divided on the issue. Like, for example, after his Twitter rant going off, he circled back and he stated, I'm going to normalize talking about the failed art student the way talking about killing black folks has been normalized. What Kanye West said here is something you really have to think about. It's something you really have to look into. Because if you look at the harsh reality, you will see, maybe got a point here. People sit at the top of the food chain in the music industry. And the people who sit at the top of the food chain, they taste make, they curate the culture, they curate what's hot. And for some reason, for whatever agenda it is, they've made gangsta music hot, right? They've made degeneracy in black music hot. So when we look at the current state of hip hop, there are people profiting off of rapping about and glorifying black genocide. And Kanye West is asking the question of how come rapping, talking, glorifying, gloating about black genocide in your music and making a mockery out of the black traumas and the pains that come from those environments, how come that's allowed on social media? And how come certain people are allowed to profit off of it to no end? But when we talk about their pain or when we talk about certain people's pain, oh, it's a no-go. And you get banned and ostracized and blackballed from everything. That's the question he's asking. Now, whether or not you agree, you have to admit, you have to at least think about it. So Vlad TV went on DJ Academics and Vlad TV responded back to this. And Academics actually confronted Vlad about this particular talking point. And it's Vlad's reaction to Academics confronting him about this talking point that got a lot of people upset.
Told me he did, I wouldn't be surprised. That outfit, I would sit there with it, and I would start to push back. I'd be like, you know that chain that you're wearing, the swastika chain. I lost about 9 family members by that group that you're representing right now. Like my grandfather's, all his 9 siblings were killed by Nazis. I have a smaller family right now because of what you're representing. You know, you think those people like black people? When you see a Nazi out, a dude with a Nazi tattoo, you think he loves black people? Think he only hates Jews and loves black people? Like, you know what Hitler did? He sterilized every mixed person in Germany was sterilized so they don't reproduce, because they're not trying to taint the superior race that Hitler was trying to create. They weren't necessarily always killing black people, but if you were German and black, you wouldn't be allowed to have babies.
Yeah, sure. Like nobody, or at least I don't think anybody, is agreeing with what took place. Nobody is disagreeing with how horrific it was. What people is pointing to is what appears to be a double standard when it comes to trauma with other groups and trauma with this group. Here's an example for YouTube. Within the first minute of this video, if I would have said the field art student's name, Hitler, if I would have said that, this video would have been demonetized, age restricted. I might got a strike. But if I would have said the name of any famous slave owner, I wouldn't have gotten demonetized, age restricted, or striked. If I would have said the name of any slave owner you know, YouTube wouldn't have cared. So a lot of folks will sit back and ask ourselves like, oh wait, hold up, bruh. Both is tragic. What happened to both groups is tragic, and they both rise to the same level of horror. But how come one group and their struggles and their pain is valued and weighted more than others? That's the issue here. Now, academics would eventually ask Vlad TV about Kanye West, talking points, and he will play devil's advocate.
Answer that. What he tried to say in response to that, he said, "Well, listen." And I don't know if this is the sole reason. I think it's much more multifaceted, because it's not. So he said, they make money off our pain, but they hate when we try to exploit their pain. And he uses this us versus them type of ideology. But what do you say to that? Where he's like, hey, listen, when it comes to, I guess he's speaking about black people. He's like,
so every Jewish person makes money off of black pain? Really? Every Jewish person?
I don't know.
Because he's saying the Jews, meaning all the Jews. He even said in interviews, like, oh, do you remember he was on that one dude, that Proud Boys podcast? And he was like, remember this was, I don't know, maybe like a year and a half ago or something. He did an interview with one of the dudes from the Proud Boys. And the guy's like, hey, so when you say the Jews, are you talking about specific Jews or all Jews? Kanye said all Jews. All Jews. So you're telling me that all Jews make money off of black pain?
Yeah, but those are two different things, though. When Kanye West talk about the music industry, he's referring to a specific group at the top. When he was in a Gavin McInnes interview, he was referring to, I guess, how he feels towards the group as a whole. But when he talks about the music and the profiting, he's referring to the label owners at the very top of the food chain. They are profiting off of black trauma. They are profiting off of black genocide. And, okay. The profiting part isn't even like where the stickler is. The stickler is, how come rapping and talking about black genocide isn't treated with the same amount of urgency as talking about, let's say, the Holocaust, right? Talking, glorifying, rapping about profiting from black genocide is okay, bro. You don't get banned off of Twitter for dropping a song talking about murdering 18 ops this year, but you get banned for talking about their pain. And that right there is what I believe Kanye West's argument is. They're able to profit from it, but that's just one half of it, is how social media and these companies react.
Or are certain people in the record business in certain positions, and they happen to have certain artists that are gangster rappers, and they monetize off, and these artists create this music, and they are the record label leads, and they help these artists to push their albums, along with all types of other artists.
Well, just to, in his train of thought, how he was explaining it, he would be like, well, how could one be ignored? And as soon as I wear these symbols that exploiting pain of other people, now this is a bigger issue. Well, why are we causing a problem here when I do it, as opposed to
Really?
when pain of black people are.
So that means that there shouldn't be an uproar if I wear a necklace of a black man hanging from a tree. Like, you see what I'm saying? Like, you're exploiting a symbol of violence, not just hate or disdain, actual lethal violence. If any person, black, white, or whatever, but especially non-black person, somehow wears a symbol, an iced out symbol of slavery, it would not go well on any level for that person.
But the symbol means nothing in the grand scheme of the conversation. The symbol just represents the horrors that took place with their group. Just like if somebody is rapping about black genocide, rapping about black trauma, black pain, and then there's an overhead and an overseer from that particular group who is profiting from that, we now have to ask ourselves, bruh, how come our trauma is algorithm friendly? How come when you rap about black trauma, when you rap about black genocide, when you promote and glorify black genocide, is algorithm friendly? The algorithm isn't suppressing it, it's pushing it, it's promoting it. But when you talk about the other group's pain, when Kanye wears certain things, when Kanye West tweets certain things, that gets suppressed. And that right there is the root of the issue. Our pain, our plights isn't really seen as a priority over a particular groups.
But he's equating that to, say, these executives that happen to be, say, Jewish, if they're monetizing off, say, black on black violence, gangsterism, the denigration of black culture, he's like, well, yeah, that might not be lynching and really extreme levels of black turmoil, but it's still black turmoil that they're benefiting off of. So why can't I benefit off, or I don't know if he thinks he's benefiting, but why can't I exploit your pain? That's his argument. I'm not saying that.
So if Kanye dropped, if he wanted to support an artist who was Jewish, who talked about killing other Jewish people, like, you know, banging on other Jewish people, whatever else, I don't think anyone would really have a problem with that. I wouldn't give a shit, right? That's what he's talking about. In fact, a lot of these, when you look at sort of the biggest gangster rap labels, there's usually a black person at the head of them. Suge Knight, you know, QC, Coach K and P, gangster rappers all on that label, right?
And again, I feel like I'm playing devil's advocate.
And the parent label, that's just one of their properties out of dozens of artists, including a Taylor Swift and including all these other people. And
Vlad means well, and he's just trying to defend his people. But, bro, these black label owners, bro, don't run nothing. When Birdman is giving advances to Drake or Nicki Minaj when they were under Birdman, Birdman was getting that budget approved from Lucian at the very top. All right, so the top is who runs it. The label owners are just placeholders, bro. Like, the black label owners are just placeholders. The real bosses is Lucian at the very top. And they're the ones who curate and dictate the culture and the taste of music in the culture. All right, so they're the ones who is pushing gangster music. They're the ones who are profiting off of black trauma and black pain. So yes, a black label owner is in place, but the real beneficiaries are the people at the very top. When Vlad TV says that these labels have multiple artists signed to them, they have different genres, they're not just focusing on hip-hop. Hip-hop isn't really their bread and butter. So hence, you know, we're overstating the importance of hip-hop to their bottom line. I would implore Vlad. Now, again, Vlad means well. I don't think like Vlad is being intentionally, you know, like deceptive. I do think Vlad just don't understand or probably got the facts wrong. Listen, don't take my word for it. There's a literal audio out there, man, of Lucian and Lior where they're breaking down and explaining how hip-hop and hip-hop music is the literal foundation. And without the foundation of hip-hop music at these labels, everything else that exists in the culture wouldn't be here, right? You know, country, rock music. So they speak on how important hip-hop is, you know. So I don't believe that, this is just one of the things they do. Among other things, I believe this is the thing they do. And because it's the thing they do, you have to ask yourself, man, how come they're allowed to profit off of black genocide, but when other people talk about their trauma, they get banned, deplatformed, blackballed, et cetera, man. But let me know what y'all think, man. I do think Vlad means well. I feel like Vlad TV is just speaking up for his people. I don't think Vlad means any harm, to be honest, bruh. So y'all let me know, okay? You know, what do you guys think, man? Do y'all agree with Vlad or disagree with Vlad? Let me know, okay? And if you're still watching, man, click on this video somewhere on my screen to find out why LAPD just sent No Jumper a very scary message. This is insane. So Tasha K was on her podcast earlier today reacting to the video that Adam put out there titled No Jumper is Going Broke. Now, while reacting to this video, Tasha K actually revealed she spoke to LAPD about No Jumper. Now, what LAPD told her as an employee of No Jumper is very concerning to me. This is very bad. This is the video that Tasha K saw that made her want to inquire and contact LAPD about No Jumper.
So there's something that I've been hiding from you guys. No Jumper is going broke. I know that might sound crazy. Between both of our YouTube channels last month, we got over 25 million views. We're doing well on Facebook and Snapchat. We employ quite a few of the hottest content creators on the West Coast, and we pump out an insane amount of content on a weekly basis. How could we be going broke? Well, let's start here. We expanded too much during COVID at just about the exact moment that our revenue streams all took a hit.
Her initial suspicion surrounding No Jumper and surrounding this video is she's not buying the fact that No Jumper is going broke. She believes that that's impossible. She believes that this is a long-term play or something more sinister behind the scenes that we are not revealing.
You saying you broke being white, and the fact that you're able to go out and get a $4 million studio, black businesses don't even get approved for that type of loans. It just, I don't know. It feels like you've got an asset on your hands and you're trying to move these assets because you got a lot of lawsuits underway, okay? And you know, it takes money to keep money. Okay. And so here's the thing. So I called up a little friend of mine that happens to work in, you know, the PD's office, LAPD. And apparently Adam is not telling the whole story. Now,
when I first heard this, I almost picked up the phone and called Tasha K, bro. Like, Auntie, tell me what's up, bro. Tell me what I don't know, bro. Because what is Adam hiding from us, man? Because hold on now, bro. LAPD is giving you information. So, again, if this is true, this is very bad. But Adam is maintaining the fact that this was an announcement to announce that No Jumper is having money issues and you know, he needed fans to step up more. Has nothing to do with nothing criminal. Now, Tasha K will say that No Jumper in their pivot to gang content is coming back to bite him.
Now, he is more than welcome to come on the platform and address it. You know, I just kind of felt like I wasn't going to get the entire truth because it's got to do with a lot of that RICO stuff that's going on with Big U and Whack 100 and all those guys. And so apparently he went from doing like, I guess just regular underground rapper content to now it's content to ignite street beef. And then they come and talk on the platform about street beef. And then they carry out the street beef and then they use it to, you know, send shots at each other, sort of like what Vlad was doing for a while and then he stopped. You know what I'm saying? Because he was getting, you know, he was being called a fed and everything like that because they were asking to use his footage, even though he says he never gave them any footage. Okay, whatever. So that's what his platform evolved into, especially when he had linked with Whack 100. Okay.
It's at this point in the video, I began to sit back like, Tasha K is one of the smartest, most savviest people when it comes to the media. So now this is my theory, okay? Tasha K could either be telling the truth. She contacted LAPD. LAPD told her these things. Or Tasha K realizes what's currently going on with the climate of No Jumper. Tasha K has a beef with Whack 100. She despises Whack 100, and they're in a really heated feud right now. It's very bad. Tasha K can essentially say, okay, I'm going to utilize information to go against Whack 100. I'm going to utilize information to try to get Adam to separate himself from Whack 100 by sort of letting him know that LAPD is telling me that you doing content with Whack 100 and these other gangbangers is going to get you in some serious trouble.
And Whack 100 claims that he's, I guess, some type of set pyro. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I don't really live that lifestyle. I've never dealt with people that live that lifestyle. But here's what I'm being told is that Adam got to go. And the platform has got to go, because the thing about it is, it's like, you know, it's caused so many disruptions in the community with them using his platform to ignite beef. And then they talk about the beef and then they send shots. They're going to be queuing all of that content to use to build a case on these people that they just recently arrested, Big U and all those people. And so in order for him to not be labeled a snitch, even though his content snitches and they were snitching on themselves, it's better to just kind of pack up and move out of Dodge.
Listen. Now, Tasha K is a very savvy media personality, does auntie. So maybe she's just utilizing information that Adam already put out there to go against Whack. Because Adam did put out there that he's selling the current No Jumper facility is up for sale and they're moving the location. So maybe Tasha K is just using that information to take a wild guess and frame it as LAPD told her. Because let's just say this. Adam sells the building and he moves out of Los Angeles County. Let's just say he moves the office an hour away. Would that really help things in terms of law enforcement? Because maybe LAPD is saying, hey, bruh, y'all got to go. Y'all got to leave Los Angeles County, bruh, and take that malarkey to another county. Maybe, but this is like a federal investigation. And I don't feel like if the feds were on No Jumper, or if the feds needed certain things from No Jumper, or they were trying to squeeze No Jumper for information and footage, that wouldn't stop that. But now listen, I don't know if this is true or not, right? As far as I know, Adam hasn't told us anything about this. I haven't gotten any word regarding LAPD. LAPD hasn't been to the office to bother us. However, I can see when footage like the Loose Cannon and Jay Reed footage begin to surface online. Now, the footage, if you guys haven't watched it yet, Loose Cannon and Jay Reed got into an altercation outside of No Jumper that led to Jay Reed and the person that he was with getting stripped butt naked, getting pistol whipped, getting beat up, getting robbed. So, and that footage began to circulate all across social media. Now, the interesting thing, and to this day, I always have the same question. If a footage like that is public, with millions of views and multiple podcasts is talking about it, how come the police never got involved? How come the police watched a man get pistol whipped on camera by a man who's in a federal RICO indictment right now, but the police never got involved? To me, that's the scariest part, right? To me, that is the scariest part. That's the part that really gets me and that really terrifies me. Because, fam, until you know what the feds is up to, you don't know what they up to. Right now, nobody has been charged with that robbery outside of No Jumper. So what are they waiting on? What are they still investigating? Who do they have wiretap? Who do they have under surveillance? All these are questions that I don't know the answer to.
So this is what I'm being told by a very credible source that does work for the PD, and they want they want their streets cleaned up out there, and his podcast location is a problem. You saw Vlad got real quiet. I don't know. It ain't my business, though. I'm just relaying a message, okay? Hold on for a second. Hold on. Okay. I'm not gonna say he's a DJ Vlad. That's not what I'm gonna say. What I'm gonna say is that when you're using your platform was used to bring up and coming rappers and people that wanted to break in the industry. How did it turn into street beef? Like, how did it flip? Why do you have Whack 100 on there? Like what?
If you have a platform in Los Angeles, like a hip hop platform, it's pretty much impossible to have that platform not include any elements of gang culture because you're surrounded by nothing but gang culture. So in that case, I can't really blame Adam for pivoting. Well, he ain't really pivot. He just does both, right? He just incorporated multiple elements. He still do the underground rap scene, but he also do the gang culture. So that part, I can't really fault Adam for transitioning. You in LA, bro. It's almost impossible not to do gangbanging content. Now, the fact that she keeps bringing up Whack 100 makes me think, okay, maybe this is about Whack 100. Maybe Tasha K is savvy enough to where she knows enough about what Adam put out there, and she's able to draw from that and sort of spin this. But I don't feel like it will work. I don't feel like Tasha K doing this would make Adam separate himself from Whack 100. I think it'll probably take the feds beating the door down, kicking in the roof, arresting Adam, and letting him know, bruh, hey, bruh, you either get rid of Whack 100, man, or you do 20 years in prison. I feel like it would take that for Adam to separate from Whack.
Like you got to understand, and who's snitching and telling everybody when they about to get a RICO, as if he goes and checks in at the federal office every day to come on the platform to tell everybody, yeah, it's your week, your month to get a RICO, your turn. He's the only one that ain't getting locked up. Why? Why? And because he white, he gonna slide. He gonna slide. They ain't worried about him, but they are finna use that footage. They finna use that footage. And the only person I could blame is because that sat down to give him the footage. Moving on. Now he don't snitch now. He just you got to fight that. Let me tell you something. When they was trying to subpoena me for my footage, my lawyers, the law school lawyers that I lost the case with, they actually won that one. I didn't have to give no footage over. Whatever is public, you take it. Now, there have been some federal agencies that we cooperated with, especially when it's involving scamming and all that stuff, but they wanted my sources, and then those sources were going to be turned over.
Oh, she's not wrong about the footage part. For sure, footage is going to be used at trial. Now, it's yet to be seen if they're going to ask for raw copies of the footage, but a lot of the podcast is filmed live, so it's hard to really ask for a raw copy when it was live. So I feel like that's really the only thing that's saving No Jumper at this point, to be honest, in terms of you can't really ask No Jumper to hand over the footage or hand over raw information when it was a live stream. So everything that's live is what's live. So that right there would probably save No Jumper in terms of optics, because if No Jumper was forced to hand over like footage and information to the feds, and then it came out that No Jumper handed over information and footage to the feds that was used against Big Baby and Loose Cannon and Big U, that would be really bad in terms of still getting guests to come on the platform. So for now, I don't feel like they would have to, since all the content was live streamed. Okay, y'all let me know in the comment section. What do you guys think? All right, do you guys believe the feds is sending a powerful message to No Jumper through Tasha K, or do you guys believe this is all cap? Let me know. Okay. I'll say this. I feel like Tasha K is amazing. I love Tasha K. I feel like what Tasha K do is needed. To me, she's one of my like media goats. So for sure, I'm not questioning her. I'm just asking, do y'all believe this? Okay, let me know. And if you're still watching, click on this video right here on my screen to find out. Listen, man, it's getting bad out here, bro. All right. So if you watch this video, you will learn more about the really bad news for Big U. It's more bad news, bro. After the family of the murder victim spoke out and accused Big U of doing this. Click on this video right here to find out what I'm talking about. Out of here, folks. Peace.
stand here.
Janus Towers is being set up as the next Black Ops 6 Zombies map, DLC 4, and the climax of all of the character arcs we've been following so far. And we have huge leaks for the map, some old and some new, so I want to take a look at all of the leaks plus new story elements from Shattered Veil. So we've actually had leaked perks, we've even had the potential wonder weapon leaks for this map, and so much lore to go over. So there is so much to discuss. We're going to talk Pericles Panos, the Shadow Smiths, potentially fighting the Sam AI, the possible origins of the Janus Towers facility itself, and more. All of that and then some in this video, so stay tuned until the very end so you don't miss anything. I've already made a video back before Mansion came out discussing Janus Towers. We went over some of the intel in the game that alluded to it as well as leaks, and managed to form a decent picture of what the map might be. However, of course that's very outdated now, and the intel and storyline in Shattered Veil has cleared up a lot of potential possibilities for what might happen in Janus Towers, and a few extra things have leaked in the meantime. Plus, at the time of the prior video, some people still doubted the launch era leak of the map names that said Janus Towers was the final map, and so weren't even sure it was real, as there were only 4 maps found in the files of the game. There has been leaks about a DLC 5, but with the way the Shattered Veil ending is leading to what looks to be an epic conclusion, this certainly implies that it is going to be the final map. And I felt it was worth coming back to this topic with the new information we have and breaking it all down. Let's kick things off with the big confirmation. Of course, Janus Towers is 100% the next map. In Shattered Veil's outro, which, if you haven't played it yet, is the mansion map we just got, our crew literally walks to those massive, fiery towers burning down in the distance and name drops Janus Towers clear as day. No more speculation, no more, maybe it's a red herring, it's happening. And what's so exciting is that Richtofen is leading the charge, the front of the line, walking us there, as the characters have to put their hatred and distrust for Richtofen aside for the moment, whilst they attempt to save the world yet again, working with Richtofen, the potential lesser of two evils, to do so. And considering that they're walking right into Janus Towers, I assume this means there's going to be no intro cutscene again, so I'm really hoping that, like with this map, we get at least one mid cutscene before the ending to make up for it, because this one was great. When the characters ask if he has a plan, Richtofen even says, always. Such an aura farming shot and line that has me so pumped for what exactly his plan is, which is most likely to use the Sentinel artifact instead of Sam to try and rebuild his family with Prima Materia. But how that factors into Shem's device, that shattered space-time as he says, I don't know. The map really doesn't divulge on anything regarding what this artifact is, it's just kind of introduced in that cutscene, so that's obviously going to play a major role in shattering the Dark Ether in the next map, whether at the hands of Richtofen, Sam, or the Shadow Smiths. I think it will play a big role in how the original characters return in COD 2025 as Zombies, Black Ops 7, or whatever it's called. And the characters could even exist in liminal spaces in between reality, as Richtofen was kept in by Sam. That could even be what we see in the mirror that Ava is taken into by the Shadow Smiths. That could be a liminal space of the mansion, like the bedroom Richtofen was kept in, considering that the hotel Ava was in is seemingly the Colton Hall years later. The way the mirror shows an outside perspective of the mansion makes it seem like it's a warped version of that space. With Richtofen leading us into Janus Towers, I really hope this means Richtofen will be a playable character next map. There's no reason he can't be, in my opinion, but I'm worried he won't be because the cast is so overbloated and characters like Strauss, Peck, and Ravenov have been pushed to the side as non-playable, and he didn't join us as a playable character in the boss fight, he just assisted us. We know we're going to be able to play as him in COD 2025 Zombies, but seemingly a different version of Richtofen. So I want to see what this Richtofen is like. If we are going to move on to another shortly, it won't be the same thing. This is such a nuanced version of Richtofen, so different, but similar in some regards to the other versions we've seen. If he is not one of the main crew on Janus Towers, he'll probably help us on the comms, or as an interactable character in the main quest, or I hope he's at least an Easter egg reward, or potentially even a super Easter egg reward that could come in a later season after Janus Towers is out maybe. I hope they do a super Easter egg for this game, and this would definitely be the best reward possible. This cutscene proves how important Richtofen is for the narrative. He's the best character and the story's driving force. Without him front and center, the story is lacking. He's just so layered, charismatic, funny, and complicated. Morally grey. He has everything you want for an entertaining character. Janus Towers ties right back to what we saw way back on Terminus, where a computer monitor showed a world map with Janus facilities marked, including Mansion and Janus Towers, both listed as offline, probably due to the outbreaks. Back then, some folks thought a little art mistake on the map texture meant Janus Towers was in Georgia, as aligning it with a real world map would imply as such. But now we know that's not the case. They are walking straight from Mansion, which proves it's those colossal towers we've been staring at from Liberty Falls this whole time. And this was just an oversight by Treyarch with the map, or just a mistake. I've always thought it would be these towers from the beginning, because they were just way too colossal in the distance of Liberty Falls for them to not be anything important, and lines up with the intel we've gotten from Cold War, which I'll come on to. Treyarch's just been flexing, teasing the DLC maps from the jump, and they are finally paying off. Now let's talk Panos. We've got some juicy updates here, as Shadvale reveals he's not just some disgruntled Project Janus employee. He's working for a seemingly evil character now. While they are not named, we certainly have had their identity alluded to, giving us more information for who they might be than we previously thought. And we get some confirmation from Blanchard that Panos is most certainly working for an evil agenda. I'll play those two pieces of intel for you right now.
He came to me again, my friend, my benefactor, my salvation. Time is strange in this place. A moment ago, I was in the church. A moment ago, he was here with me. In another moment, who knows? Like the director, he came with promises, power, forbidden knowledge, a reckoning for my enemies. But unlike the director, his mastery of the Dark Ether is real. And what's more, he promised me a way out. When I return to the world, I will be his agent. The future he speaks of, the one we will fashion together. I can hardly wait. In only a moment, we begin.
This is John Blanchard reporting my preliminary sweep of Liberty Falls since the loss of our strike team. It doesn't look like planet Earth out here. Something is taking over. The air is heavy, almost corrosive. It hangs on everything. I feel like I'm choking just standing in it. I can barely think. Liberty Falls is gone. It's a boiling pot of chaos. We have to stop it from spilling over. Fucking Panos. What the hell did he do to my team? And who the fuck was he talking to? It's like he's possessed. He's part of the chaos now. Which means I have to stop him from spreading too. Motion-activated camera showed him arriving at Janus Towers right before it shorted out. Once I'm done here, I'll chase him down and put a bullet right in his crown.
This means that Blanchard will finally return and we'll see/hear of him on Janus Towers, as he's been trying to put a stop to Panos. He chased after him and followed the surveillance cameras to Janus Towers, as he saw him go there. And he's fought his way from the mansion where he was previously camping out through the town of Liberty Falls into the Janus Towers facility. This means this is directly where Panos heads after the Liberty Falls cutscene, where he steals the essence of the zombies and the strike team to restore his life and allow him a way through out of the Dark Ether to go to the towers. This lines up with stuff we've discussed about his mysterious contact we heard him speaking to during the Liberty Falls quest before. Someone who had enough power over the Dark Ether to help him kill the other Janus scientists, someone who's aware of Richtofen but doesn't hate him, someone who's been to university, and someone smart enough to know how to build the LTG. Now that they are given male pronouns as well, we can confirm that it's not the original Samantha Maxis or the Sam AI that he was communicating with, which have been the most popular community theories since the launch of the game. This now leaves our other prime suspects that I've discussed. The Shadowsmith from the Modern Warfare Zombies ending, who may or may not be the Shadow Man. I'll discuss more on that topic in a future video. Or potentially the Contact could be the new version of Richtofen we're going to see in COD 2025. Like I said before, it doesn't seem to be Janice Richtofen. The leak describes them as different versions of the characters that we haven't seen before. Older than Primus, but not as old as Ultimus. As the Shadowsmiths, the Warden, as Tom Henderson describes them, are apparently going to be the new villain for that game, and they'll be trying to restore the essence of the original characters to bring the multiverse back, probably through trying to burst the liminal spaces they might inhabit. If they're not only trying to summon a soul of Dempsey, Takio, and Nikolai, but Richtofen, that would imply it's a separate entity to Janice Richtofen. The person being the Modern Warfare Zombies ending Shadowsmith makes perfect sense. Panos mentions talking to him somewhere other than the church, potentially the mansion, and that's exactly where we see him during Modern Warfare Zombies' ending. Also, the intel itself is called Shadow Benefactor, which again would imply a link to the Shadowsmiths, or potentially even the Shadow Man. It very much meets his MO. Panos even describes being an agent for whoever is speaking to him, similar to how, for example, Ultimus Richtofen was an agent for the Shadow Man when he became corrupted by the MPD. The parallels there are clearly intentional. Plus, the power over the Dark Ether lines up as well. We know the Shadowsmiths are supposedly very ancient Dark Ether creatures and thus likely to have incredible power. However, I won't dive too deep into the Shadowsmiths here. Like I said, I have lots more to talk about. I'm planning a separate video on the Shadowsmiths and Panos very soon. Only thing I will note though, now that the pronouns for Panos' contact are confirmed to be male, as Panos describes them as a he, and thusly Samantha is deconfirmed as a suspect, it makes a couple of the reasons we primarily suspected her very interesting. We know that this person went to university and knows Richtofen. Panos mentions discussing to them that their times in university must have been very different, and also drops the idea that this person is aware of Richtofen. He says that this person told him things about Richtofen he didn't know, which is impressive considering how closely Panos had worked with Richtofen in the past and how mysterious Richtofen's past really is. It's quite obvious with all of this in mind why we initially suspected Samantha, especially because she literally went to Heidelberg University, the same university Richtofen went through in the original Etherverse. 2. This person also asked Panos to promise to find their friends when he gets out of the Dark Ether at the end of Liberty Falls. This is interesting because we initially assumed this to be about the Terminus crew / Requiem heads if it was Sam talking to Panos, as she'd surely want to return to them again. However, knowing this person is now male, but most of these things must still apply, it substantially changes the conversation. The fact they went to university, which is something a Dark Ether old one almost certainly did not, and the fact they have friends they want Panos to try and find, both of these things now certainly elevates the originally unlikely idea that Richtofen, the new one for COD 2025, not the one currently running Janice, is actually Panos' contact, meaning these friends would be the rest of the original crew, and Panos could be the one to bring them back. Maybe Panos is not even working for the Shadowsmiths. Maybe he's working for Richtofen. Or this new version of Richtofen is working for the Shadowsmiths. But judging by the leaks, the Shadowsmiths want to restore the multiverse, at odds to the original character's existence. Maybe the reason Richtofen is contacting Panos is actually to try and summon the original characters to fight off the Shadowsmiths. Their souls, not fully alive, just existing in liminal spaces in the Dark Ether, to stop the Shadowsmiths from truly shattering the universe into a multiverse once more. And how is Blanchard going to factor into the map? I hope that he is involved in the Easter egg. People love him after Liberty Falls. Is he going to help us try and stop Panos? Is he already preventing Panos? And after all, in the Ether story, Richtofen apparently made a promise to the Shadow Man long ago. The Shadow Man says in Revelations he hopes he remembers that promise and can fulfill it.
I keep hoping he'll remember the promise he made to me so long ago.
We still have no idea what that is. If the Shadowsmiths do have some sort of connection to the Shadow Man, even if it's not literally him, but could be some sort of remnants of him, I mean, he was in the summoning key when it was destroyed in Tag the Toten, then maybe this could be something to do with Richtofen's promise. Or it could even be an inversion of that against them. Trek are definitely making us think the Shadowsmiths have something to do with the Shadow Man just by their appearance and their MO being so similar, but it could be a red herring. The Shadowsmiths are plural, the Shadow Man was singular. Maybe the Shadow Man was a Shadowsmith. I feel like there is some sort of connection there, but I don't know. The leaks have described them as a new villain, but I still feel like there is some sort of relation, if it is not him directly. Richtofen could be working for the Shadowsmiths, they could be tricking him into doing his bidding, or he might even be tricking them, and then maybe Richtofen's betrayed by the Shadowsmiths, or vice versa. This would match both of their MOs. For example, the Shadowsmiths could promise him a life in the new multiverse, but he finds out he's just a means to their ends for them, and if they exist in liminal spaces, each of them will get wiped in place for real versions if the multiverse is restored, which you would think they would be, since they were tied to the ether. If the multiverse is returning, they have to exist as they're the literal blood connecting it all together. And this would also explain why Panos builds the machine that looks so close to the dark mechanism from Blood of the Dead, that Richtofen of course ends up getting trapped in. Now this would make total sense if the Shadowsmiths are actually the Shadow Man, or at least related to them in some capacity, considering he was the one who got the Warden to build it, but it would also make total sense for Richtofen considering he was the very subject of it. Which parallels are interesting considering apparently the codename for the Shadowsmiths are the Warden. Are they the Wardens of the Dark Ether? Regardless of whoever is talking to Panos, they surely have something to do with the old multiverse, whether that be a connection to the old ones, the Shadow Man / Monty, or even Richtofen himself. To want to restore the multiverse, they're surely tied to it, and are ancient. But again, I'll have another video coming out soon on this topic, so I don't want to harp on it for too long, but that's been the most common theory, is that it's the Shadowsmiths and or the Shadow Man talking to Panos. But now that we know they went to university, it seems unlikely, but they could still be doing the Shadowsmiths bidding. It might just be through essentially 3 different people. It's a bit hard to know right now, but this might be our first introduction to the new version of Richtofen. So Panos is going to be certainly on Janus Towers. Potentially he could even be a boss fight if he gains Dark Ether powers, or we could fight the Shadowsmiths. We will likely obviously fight the Sam AI, but we also have Panos in the midst, so they're probably not working on the same team, I'd have to imagine. Or maybe they are. Maybe the Sam AI ends up working with the Shadowsmiths, especially given if she's successful in reconstituting Samantha's body, she could be who took Ava in the mirror, who obviously is working with the Shadowsmiths. She could get this physical body and power, but turn to darkness and the shadows. There's a lot of moving pieces here. Maybe there could be many boss fights. Maybe even we defeat Sam first and then the Shadowsmiths are freed, and then we fight them as a second boss fight, or it leads into a cliffhanger for COD 2025 with the original characters being summoned. And that's not all. We finally got some concrete info on what Janus Towers actually are. In exploring the liminal spaces, we learn the past of the mansion and its inhabitants. We learn of Sam Colton. Colton was the owner of a nearby nuclear power plant that ended up causing many deaths, a fact which he worked hard to cover up before being murdered by the window of one of the employees who died. There was some sort of leak at the power plant we learn about, but we don't get very specific details. We just know that people were eradicated and died at this plant, and then he failed a safety inspection that we see as an artifact as one of the pieces of intel in Black Ops 6. This actually lines up quite interestingly with the Cold War intel progress report from Forsaken that was our very first teaser towards Liberty Falls. Memorandum for the director from Security Executive Office. Subject progress report week 10, test site redacted. It was a big week down here in West Virginia. Our cover story went live in the town of Redacted, which we now know to be Liberty Falls, where the citizens were informed the nuclear power plant had experienced a tower failure and was leaking. Now we know this is false now. At this time, most of the town has been evacuated and placed in lodgings 1 county over. We've established a disaster relief fund in coordination with the local government. The county is thankful for the generous donation from the Jerry's Cats for Kids Foundation. We expect relocations and payments to begin in 2 weeks. As you predicted, a few locals weren't exactly keen on giving up their land and are asserting their rights as American citizens to protect their property. We'll see how they feel once we start construction on the wall. The wall of which has seemingly been retconned because there's no wall around Liberty Falls. There's been a lot of speculation that Liberty Falls could have been originally an outbreak map and this wall could have surrounded the area, acting as the incursion zone, keeping the gameplay in the space and the zombies from the outside world. Especially considering we've had 3 maps set close to each other, it could have all just been initially part of one big experience, maybe even then divided into separate maps you can play in round-based as well. It's a shame if this is true that we never got to experience this, but I guess it doesn't necessarily retcon the intel because they say they only plan to start construction on the wall. It never says they were built, so clearly in the canon they were rejected permission or changed their plans for whatever reason, despite the fact I think this is very clearly a change in course for Treyarch, since they obviously wrote this with the intention to have the wall. The intel then says 3 additional venture companies have been established so we can begin to move supplies in, including a shipping company at the West Virginia Public Port Authority, which I'm guessing is the river with the bridge we see on the map, which is crucial to the 5,000 tons of steel we are expecting to be delivered next week. We are still dealing with a shortage of boring machines on the East Coast, which is surprising. We are in coal country, which is now impacting the build schedule for our tunnel network. I'm guessing these are the tunnels we've just seen on Mansion, but maybe even there's some underground areas of the Janus Towers map. I'm seeing what we can do to acquire machines from the Midwest, but it will take time to arrange. Lastly, this week was orientation week for our latest batch of new hires: 53 scientists, 32 military personnel, 18 operations personnel, 4 custodians, and a partridge in a pear tree. We'll see how many make the month. Our retention rate is up to 30% after the latest round. Improvements. That's all for now. Looking forward to your arrival, sir. This was an intel that set up how they were evacuating the county where Janus would set up, and teased the Liberty Falls and most likely the construction of the underground lab where the SAM AI is. Our bit of interest here is the opening sentence. They got everyone to evacuate by saying the power plant had sprung a leak, but this was just a cover story. And now we know this had happened before, and it's almost certainly the same power plant, because why in the world would there be 2 nuclear power plants this close in a rural place like West Virginia? Plus we'd probably see it close by if it was referring to a different one. This makes sense why the locals would immediately believe this cover story for the most part. But this brings us to another point. If this power plant is close enough that Colton bought the mansion due to its proximity, and close enough to require evacuation, why can't we see it in the map? I'm sure you've tried to, just by looking around. Unless, of course, we can. You can't normally see the Janus Towers when just looking outside of the mansion, as the angles are just not right. However, if you use a kill streak on Shattered Veil, plus the shot of it we get in the ending cutscene, we can get a much better look at the Janus Towers facility. You can see all of these shots from Smokey using the Hellstorm missile, a very good look at the towers. There are 3 main pillars, and then there's a bunch of factories and facilities around. It honestly looks like a really big map, and it seems to be based inside a crater as well. I wonder if it's all going to be playable space. For the first time, we can now see the ground around the towers and the surrounding facilities. Before, on Liberty Falls, we could just see the towers. We couldn't really see what was below them. We didn't actually know what the towers even were. We didn't know it was a nuclear power plant, although it was implied by that Forsaken intel. Now we know for sure, and the stuff surrounding the ground looks very similar to other nuclear power plants depicted in Call of Duty across various maps. It seems almost certain then, to me, that Janus faked the power plant leak at Colton's power plant to cause the evacuation, and then moved into the facility to quote-unquote repair it. The perfect cover story. And that means the Janus Towers we are seeing are what they built on top of the old nuclear cooling towers. You can see that there's all of this blue stuff on not just the towers themselves, but the back cliff as well. I'm guessing that has something to do with Ethereum, probably similar to these blue crystals you get one of the canisters for, the Mark II variants in Shattered Veil. Maybe that's the same substance that's made of the Shattered Veil, potentially. Maybe Ethereum, maybe the same stuff from the 9 ending cutscene when the portal breaks, maybe even Element 115. This means they are not just regular cooling towers, and this is not just a regular nuclear facility. So in essence, we've actually been given the origins of Janus Towers through Shattered Veil's quest, and these are potentially Ethereum charged. Will we play around the facilities themselves and not just in the cooling towers? I hope so. They could then have the elevators or zip lines connecting them together with the rest of the map. This map could be massive then, the biggest since Terminus, if not way bigger when not thinking about the water space. It looks huge, and Shattered Veil has been quite a big map when we were expecting it to be a small map from the leaks. It's way bigger than Citadel Day Moore, and with this potentially being the finale map, it seems like it's going to be way larger. Just looking at the playable space here, it looks colossal, and honestly even kind of reminds me of some of the Outbreak points of interest. So this could really be the next high rise with the verticality. It depends how much we can go outside of the space. It could be that the towers function similar to the polarization towers in Black Ops 2, considering this story seems to be mirroring it in many ways, and they could channel the Dark Ether's power to embolden the central artifact, making it so much more. We have more intel about the Janus Towers facility. We get to hear from the pastor of the Liberty Falls Church mention that the Janus workers constructed the towers first and seem to come from there.
Whoever may find this, it be known that this community summoned this wrath upon itself. This church was a hollow vessel. Our prayers dwindle into a quiet whisper. Children running rampant with no humility or respect. Their satanic music playing incessantly. All of them sat in front of their television sets, worshiping that false prophet, blocking out the divine life. Those towers were built to test our faith, and we had none to hold back the evil within them. Janus people filled my church, drank my wine, asked for forgiveness. I was overjoyed. My pride blinded me from seeing their true design. Liberty Falls was chosen to be the genesis of the end. I gaze upon this rapture with calm and serenity as I await the warm embrace of paradise.
This seems to line up with what we've been theorizing about Colton's power plants being turned into Janus Towers, especially if those were the first major Janus construction, as the intel implies. It also lines up with what Richtofen says in the ending cutscene, mentioning the ether reactors melting down and overloading. If these giant nuclear power plant silos converted into huge ether generators, think the reactor on Terminus but much larger, they could output unfathomable amounts of power. And this could be the most technological map we've seen since Terminus as well, whilst we've been seeing the more magical stuff on the others, but of course we're going to be using the Sentinel artifact likely at last on this map for Richtofen and or the Sam AI to get what they want. Maybe we'll even have to choose who does, with Sam wanting to reconstitute the real Samantha's body and become Maxis herself, Richtofen wanting his family. This means that the technology could be merged or even power the Sentinel artifact to allow it to do something on a much bigger scale than we've ever seen before, breaking the entirety of space-time, combined with the device from Josiah Shem that Richtofen holds, charged through the facility. The C-Tower generator in Terminus already outputs enough energy to match dozens of nuclear plants, so one of this size could give the kind of energy required to fully utilize the Sentinel artifact. It requires mass amounts of power and prima materia, and we have filled it up with prima materia on Liberty Falls. It's now ready, at last. We've given it the elements it requires, the shards of Tempest. It melting down could give massive stakes to the quest where we feel under pressure and we have to work in a timely manner. I doubt this would affect high rounds for gameplay's sake, but maybe some of the quest may be on a time constraint. If it does explode though, would these ether reactors just rip the whole of Liberty Falls into the dark ether? This would make the pastor's earlier comment about Liberty Falls being the genesis of the end make sense, and would be how we then greet the original characters inside the dark ether in COD 2025, potentially even existing in liminal spaces. This also means that it's likely there's some place in the tower set apart for activating or utilizing the artifact in the way Richtofen wanted. Why else even create the facility so close to where you would be required to harness the shards of Tempest? And why need all of this power if the Terminus reactor is already producing more than enough power of all of Project Janus? It seems obvious that whatever Richtofen's final plan is requires us being at Janus Towers. This was his plan all along, whilst he probably didn't intend for the Sam AI to steal his plan and essentially do his bidding for us. Because the Sam AI has stolen his plan, she has essentially enabled all of the steps for Richtofen's plan to already be done, and now it's in the final stage, ready for Richtofen or Sam to get their endgame. But who will we side with? Who will win? Now let's finally jump into leaks. There was a lot of story stuff to get out of the way, so I apologize it took this long. But wonder weapon wise, Shattered Veil threw us a curveball. We got both the Raygun Mark II and the Wunderwaffe DG2 on that map, which means that Janus Towers is rocking something entirely different. My original speculation was that I thought the Raygun Mark II would be saved for the towers, but now that's out of the window, what could the wonder weapon be? Or at least the main wonder weapon, because Janus Towers will be getting the Raygun Mark II. We know in Season 3 Reloaded, all of the maps will be getting the Mark II in the mystery box, so it'll likely be in the Janus Towers mystery box as well, but we'll probably not be able to get the variants like on Shattered Veil. And I'm really happy about this because I was a bit concerned that we would just be getting returning wonder weapons 3 maps in a row, so I'm just praying that we get a new wonder weapon and not just a returning one on the final map. I'm hoping that Treyarch have seen the criticism as well of just the same old wonder weapons, which is fine here and there, and I think it kind of worked with Shattered Veil because we got 2 returning wonder weapons and you still had the Mark II variants, so it changed things up a little bit. But what could the wonder wonder weapon be for Janus Towers? Well, we've already had some leaks about it, and I've been speculating that it could be something techie to fit the vibe, which is why I thought the Mark II could be the wonder weapon for the map. I thought maybe they could have retrieved and experimented with the Mark II in the Janus Towers, and honestly, that's probably still true. They probably did build the Mark II variants in the towers, and then we just end up getting them in the mansion. So maybe exploring the Janus Towers, we could even see some blueprints or some construction of these Mark II facilities. But the game's data may already be giving us a preview of what the Shattered Veil wonder weapon is. Data miner Reality posted on Twitter that he managed to pull something from the code that shows us the Janus Towers wonder weapon codename. While we can't take much from it, it does give away that the weapon is seemingly classed as a pistol. Could it potentially mean a new upgraded ray gun? A Mark II variant of some kind? I hope not, and I doubt that considering we've just had the Mark II. I wouldn't want to see yet another ray gun, but I think we've figured out what the weapon is, because I think perhaps it is one of the handful of weapons left in the game's data. Most names are hashed, so we don't get much, but there is one we can see called the handheld railgun in the files. While this could be a new weapon or a score streak coming for multiplayer in a future season, the name handheld certainly seems to fit with the one-handed pistol class of weaponry that's leaked that the wonder weapon's apparently going to be. And a railgun would make sense. Maybe it could be something similar to the railgun we had in Black Ops 3's campaign, for example. And considering it seems certain that we're probably going to have to battle the SAM AI on the map, I think a railgun would align with this. While I thought in my prior videos that she'd be the boss of Shattered Veil, and we'd be squaring up against the Shadowsmiths and Janus Towers instead, it seems things are a bit more complex than that, and the SAM AI has been given one of the most interesting ways to hype up a future boss slash villain as a powerful entity, potentially one of the strongest we've ever seen in zombies. She floats in her underground room on the map and can be shot by players, but even using the Wunderwaffe or something as powerful as the upgraded Raygun Mark II will only make her laugh at you and say it tickles in the game. Essentially, we've been shown that any weapon we now have is not near powerful enough to destroy Sam. Of course, she's encased in this clearly very powerful ether encasing, maybe made of titanium or something. And this is surely setting her up as the game's final boss, some sort of nearly indestructible monster. And we basically already get confirmation she's in Janus Towers now or on her way there, as after completing the Shattered Veil main quest and continuing to play, the map transforms to reflect the ending. The Z-Rex skeleton fossil is gone, the entrance to the mansion is still shattered from the Z-Rex destroying it when it comes to life, and most importantly for us, Sam is gone. The underground chamber where she once was is now uninhabited, reflecting the fact she's now probably gone to Janus Towers, probably teleporting there considering she has teleporting capabilities to send Richtofen and us into the liminal space. So this railgun could be some sort of shot that allows it to penetrate the thick layer of metal. We know that the Forsaken's orb was lined with primordial Ethereum to suppress his powers, so we need something like the ray gun that's very long, that's able to penetrate deep surfaces. And I think it makes sense that this will be the only weapon capable of doing so in this boss fight. However, I think it's also worth mentioning the idea that the wonder weapon, whether it be the railgun or something else, may have some sort of grapple hook functionality. Or perhaps even a grapple hook will be a separate buildable on the map. We saw a functional grapple hook already working inside of Black Ops 6's campaign, and of course we saw a grapple in Outbreak, and it perfectly aligns with Janus Towers, considering it has these very tall cooling towers. This could be the way you get around, especially if it is such a large map. And this is what everyone's been asking for, that I've seen on Twitter for this map, and I think it makes so much sense. I don't know if it'll be a buildable, like I said, or if it'll be just added to the crafting bench, maybe a map exclusive. We definitely need more map exclusive things like this. The map just seems so vertical that it's in need of something like this. People on Twitter have already suggested this connection, and I too agree it would make sense to be a part of Janus Towers. There could be other ways to traverse though. Maybe there'll be jump pads to bounce across the different towers or even get up them. Maybe there's going to be some elevators similar to the one on Shattered Veil. There's probably going to be some zip lines going up and down, but the towers are on fire, they're destroyed. So as we're playing the map, it could literally be getting destroyed in real time. It would be so cool if the longer you play, the more destroyed it gets. Although I think that's likely in terms of their capabilities and time constraints they are under to make something as in-depth as that, but would make for the most dynamic map yet. But if that's the case, then if there are zip lines or there are elevator shafts, they could be broken and busted. Maybe we'll have to go on a zip line like the mansions one. Meanwhile, in terms of new enemy types for the map, Mecha Klaus has obviously been found in the files for a while, Hill, and now that this is probably the final map, surely it has to be on this one. Shadvale introduced the Elder Disciple, which we already saw in the campaign with a slick new zombified design. As its big new enemy, so Mecha Klaus is still on the table. And considering we saw the Elder Disciple in the campaign and then it made its way to Mansion, we also saw the Mimic in the campaign and that made its way to the tomb, then maybe yet again we are going to be seeing a familiar enemy similar to the mech we saw in the campaign. Plus it's likely that the Sam AI could be made from the same AI technology as Klaus and the Cerberus. Carver mentions as much in Shattered Veil, and we got a new intel in the map discussing Klaus attempting to kill someone who had failed to recover the warheads. Richtofen sends Klaus after them to finish the severing process. The document is dated, I think, incorrectly because it doesn't line up with things. I think they just accidentally put the date of Firebase C. Anyways, Omega Operative 225 message: the inversion warheads are now at the bottom of the effing Philippine Sea thanks to the efforts of Maxis Ravenov. By failing your mission to procure them, you have gone from an asset to a liability. You're off my payroll and no longer afforded any protections from Requiem. Now please open your door for my associate Klaus to finish the severance process. From Richtofen. The fact that we just get a Klaus intel after not hearing of him since Mauer de Toen to me suggests they're setting him up to then be on Janus Towers. While the date here is almost certainly a mistake as it's the day Firebase C takes place, it's much more likely to be November 16th, 1984. However, this likely just happened due to a clerical copying error. I don't know how it wasn't double checked though. They keep making weird mistakes like this in this game, so they need someone double checking these things. But both of these dates are in the same blog post for Mauer de Toten that also dates Firebase C and Outbreak. In this blog post, they mention the time window for Outbreak as June to November 1984. However, the main quest 1, where we send the warheads into the Pacific Ocean, happens in November, with the earlier months simply being regular Outbreak objectives in the lore. It's likely they saw the June date here for the Outbreak main quest 1 story summary and just lifted the date that was listed accidentally, June 15th, the day of Firebase C. Anyways, past this mistaken date, the idea that Klaus exists here and is confronting an Omega operative who failed to retrieve the warheads raises an important point. Side note, this is potentially Peck, but could be just as much a other random Omega group inside man, since Richtofen had many. He was even secretly communicating with Krevchenko, changing his direction to wanting to capture the Forsaken. The important point being how Klaus was here when, as far as we know, the model Grey Maid disappeared and then was sent to Berlin, and he sacrificed himself to go into the Dark Ether to detonate the warheads. I believe it's possible there may be more than one Klaus, and they are being used as foot soldiers by Richtofen and Project Janus. This could set up, as I've theorized before, some place inside the Janus Towers where they create Klaus, a Klaus factory or something, and that would explain the Mecha Klaus enemy. They're literally being mass-produced, similar to the Wunderwolf back in the Ether story, or the Gigant robots in the place we are fighting. Because after all, Klaus is just an AI, and an AI can be replicated into many different machines a theoretically infinite amount of times, and considering it's called a Mecha Klaus, this could be some sort of reskinned version of a Panzer Soldat, but with Mecha Klaus at the core, but functionally very similar. But it would be amazing to finally hear of Klaus again. He was such a cool character on Mauer de Toten, and Craig Houston even said he was one of his favorites to write, so I'm sure they would want to carry on writing for him again. And it doesn't have to be the same Klaus as before, like I said. There could even be many on the map spawning in, as opposed to serving as a friendly assailant like he was on Mauer de Toten. He could be fighting against us after being sucked into the Dark Ether as the facility is melting down and joining the hordes. And maybe if Klaus is returning on this next map, they could finally confirm whether or not we're correct about the theories that their AI is actually based on the personality of Richtofen himself. Considering all of the other Requiem people, Carver Strauss Grey with the Cerberus, Sam with her orb, Richtofen and Weaver are the only ones left. I don't know why Weaver was never for the Cerberus either, but anyways. On the subject of enemies though, another one to mention that's been found in the files is the Hellhound. While the Hellhounds were found in data mines prior to the release of Shattered Veil, and we suspected that they would appear on this map, considering it's the Richtofen-centric map and it would fit perfectly and mirror, unfortunately we didn't see them on the map. Instead, we saw the Toxic Zombies take the place as the special rounds. However, it's still possible they end up on Janus Towers. One of the intel shows us that Richtofen was actually the person in possession of Not So Fluffy for a period of time.
Edward Richtofen, Project Janus, Cloning Clinical Study Report. Addendum, December 23rd, 1987. Not now, not so. Do not look at me with those big brown eyes. You cannot possibly know how I feel. Do you feel like a failure? No. I am the failure. I was not there. I did not seize the body. When Modi told me the new clone experiment had been successful, I was eager to see him for myself. That was foolish of me. His skin was thin, pale, sallow, but I still clung to hope. But this fragile vessel soon became a mere shadow of the boy. The soul I had hoped for, but still I needed to be with him, the way I was not there for Sammy. Over the coming weeks, every visit to the nursery brought more pain for both of us. His blood vessels began hemorrhaging. His muscles and tissue were rupturing. After 14 days, he was no longer even recognizable as human. It became clear that euthanasia would be a mercy, and I gave the order. I do not know what to do next. Perhaps Modi's biotechnology is not the right way to proceed. We are running low on DNA samples. I miss you so much, my son. Since my current projects are not bearing fruit, I may need something a little more esoteric. Perhaps it is time to talk to mine own father and take his methodology more seriously.
And there's a Mr. Peaks Easter egg on Shattered Vale with a doghouse outside the mansion that spawns a friendly vermin that then evolves into a parasite and a doppelgast. While the initial doghouse itself doesn't necessarily mean they planned hellhounds for the map, the animation when the vermin comes out features lava on the ground and fire like when a hellhound comes out from a doghouse in Modern Warfare Zombies. This may suggest that this Easter egg is meant to tease future hellhounds, or was once a hellhound when they first began the side Easter eggs production, but maybe they then changed their plans and opted to save the hellhounds to be moved to Janus Towers instead. Or potentially in the in-game canon, it was a hellhound initially, but through the evolutionary stage of the Dark Ether, it then became a vermin, considering it transforms through different enemy types. And the hellhounds we saw in Modern Warfare Zombies do resemble the model of Not So Fluffy, implying that Richtofen could have done the same to Not So once again if he was looking after her, experimenting with her with the Dark Ether to turn her into the new version of the hellhounds, which would mirror the original story of the hellhounds' creation of Fluffy. Especially with the mansion having space-time shattered, Samantha's new dog could have corrupted once more. And this could finally explain the origins for the hellhounds in the new story, and why they look similar to Not So in Modern Warfare Zombies. We also know from data mines and leaks that the perk we are going to get is likely either Tombstone or Mule Kick, as both have remnants to be found in the files. Tombstone had appeared prior in Cold War, but was bugged most of the year, and on Kevin Drew's Twitter survey was found to be the least popular perk among players. So we might want to get the perk right. It was done right in Modern Warfare Zombies, but that was an open world experience very different to round base, so they haven't gotten it right for round base yet. So this sets up the potential for it to come back and try and rework it again, or serves as motivation to leave it behind after its Cold War rework didn't manage to save it. Fans have clamoured for Mule Kick for a long time, and its addition would truly serve as a way to shake up the gameplay of the other maps, especially now that the Mark II is also being added to every other map. Mule Kick makes the most sense to me in my opinion, and Trek even implied as such, saying to Codename Pizza when he played Terminus early that it's not on that map, implying it could be on a future one. Mule Kick makes so much sense with us having many different wonder weapons now on maps, and is definitely very much needed. So Tombstone is the only one in the files right now, but I think Mule Kick makes a lot of sense with what Trek teased as well. So really, I think all are on the table. And the ammo mod Shatter Blast has also been found, so that's probably going to be the next one coming. Whether it ends up coming before Janus Towers or with it, we shall see. Now, there is currently only one slot left on the Wonder Fizz machine on Shattered Vale. However, previously they added more slots, so that's something that can definitely be done. So could 2 more perks be coming, or just 1? If there is just 1 more map, maybe there is just 1 with Janus Towers. But this brings me on to the final discussion, which is probably the most important. When is it going to release? Is it going to be Season 4, Season 4 Reloaded, potentially even Season 5? Well, we don't know for sure. However, there could be 2 more perks, which makes me think, you know, maybe we could get a season where just a perk is added and maybe a new mode or something, and we don't get a map. Janus Towers is the largest map seemingly yet, judging from the early look we get of Shattered Vale, which means it might need more development time, so maybe this is going to be the first season where we don't get a map and we have a bit of a break, so Treyarch can get the finale, Janus Towers right, and they can get the original characters returning narratively right. If there is just 1 more map, then I think probably Janus Towers will either be Season 4 or Season 5. There are also some rumours that there might not be a Season 6 and we might just get 5 seasons. I don't don't know if that'll end up being true. At least we'll probably get a haunting event before COD 2025 comes out. And according to the Battle Pass end date for Season 3, Season 4 should be May 28th, maybe 29th. Obviously, they've been mixing things about in terms of whether they release on Wednesdays or Thursdays from season to season. But to be honest, that hasn't been very reliable lately because they pushed back Season 3. It was meant to be a couple weeks earlier, so that could happen again for Season 4. We'll have to see, but this is the most likely date just now if they don't change anything. But we'll have to see if that's when Janice Towers comes out. If it's not there at launch and it's in Reloaded, it'll probably be about a month after that. If it's then in Season 5, it'll probably be 2 months after that, around about then. And finally, we have some leaks regarding Gobblegums, as two have been in the files for a while now, which are Power Vacuum and Epic, absolutely over there, and Epic. Power Vacuum obviously just spawns in power-ups. I don't know what absolutely over there would do. Does it mean you can teleport to a specific location instead of anywhere but there? And Kevin Drew said pre-launch that Shopping Free will be released at some point too, or at least implied as such, because he said it won't be there on launch. In a snarky way, that seemed to imply that it would be coming post-launch. But obviously it's a very overpowered Gobblegum, so it wouldn't surprise me if they're waiting for the end, and that's why it's not been in the files yet. So these could come with Janice Towers, or earlier or before, who knows? It depends if we're getting Janice Towers in Season 4 or 5 as well. They could come at any point. But that's everything we know about our current knowledge on Janice Towers. Lots of leaks here, as well as a lot of storyline information, and stay tuned for a video coming soon about Panos and his contact and what it could mean for Janice Towers and beyond into COD 2025. Thank you for watching. This has been a very long one, longer than I intended, but nevertheless, so many storyline videos to come. There's so much to break down for this map. Thank you for watching the video. Make sure to subscribe if you're not here for the latest and greatest Call of Duty news and information. So anyways, thank you for watching, and bye.
All right, here we go. Adam22, welcome back to Vlad TV.
Happy to be here. How you doing, Vlad?
Hey, just did your show, and after doing your show by myself, an epic moment in independent hip-hop media history happened.
Seemed pretty good. Yeah, we had me, you, Academics, Whack, Traplore Ross, and Remo all in one room for about 3.5 hours. And yeah, I don't know if I can think of a comparable collaboration where you had that many people with million subscriber plus channels all in one room as far as hip hop goes, at the very least.
Yeah, we're gonna show the photo right here. It's just a very dope photo because everyone in that room is cool, supporting each other, and people are like, oh, so does everyone get to put that on their channel? And I'm like, nah, that was No Jumper. I wouldn't even think to ask. Like, that's his thing. It was on his platform. We just happened to show up.
Right.
But this is how cool it is. And, you know, it's just nice to see what I've always thought was the best possible situation is all of us working together, none of us really competing with each other, because historically in media companies have always clashed with each other, which I always thought was stupid.
Right. You always put me onto that from very early on. If you have a new competitor, somebody who's doing similar content to you, reach out and embrace them when they're early in their journey, because, you know, there's just not a lot to be gained from conflict and having issues with people. But meanwhile, forming good relationships with people who are coming up in the space can help you out in the long run. And I think a lot of people, me, Ross, Ack, we all kind of look at you as kind of the godfather, because you really saw how a lot of this shit was going to play out in the long run. And I think we're all thankful for our relationship with you. And I think that you're a model of how to approach that kind of thing, as opposed to a lot of people who are in more legacy media spots, especially these radio guys. I mean, they're just salty as fuck, and they don't want to see anybody win. They would have, when they see that picture, they're horrified because they realize that the way that they've done things has not really panned out. And then meanwhile, a lot of these independent content creators are willing to all get together and make content, you know?
Well, that picture was great, but unfortunately, No Jumper is going broke. So I guess that was the last hurrah.
Yeah.
And No Jumper Studios.
Yeah. That was our last big hurrah. That's a fact.
Okay, now you and I had this conversation about this. So I have an interesting perspective on it. And I was kind of playing with it on Twitter. I was like, should I buy No Jumper? Then I'm like, oh, I'm finalizing the sale of No Jumper. What job should I give Adam? Because I knew the comments were going to be comedy.
A couple people hit me up. You need to fade Vlad for this. I'm like, that is not the appropriate conclusion for you to come to here. This is all fun and games. Trust me.
Yeah, no, I wasn't even considering buying No Jumper. This was not a serious conversation. Although a couple people did hit me, like on the street, be like, "Yo, man, you really buy No Jumper?" I'm like, "No, I'm not really buying it." But there are some money problems at No Jumper, which you have revealed publicly, and that was your choice.
Yeah, it's funny seeing people try to dunk on me where it's like, bro, I chose to share this with the world, so clearly I'm not too embarrassed about it. But yeah, I mean, I've always felt like I had a pretty genuine relationship with my audience where I try to tell them whatever I have going on, and unless it's something in which there are, serious consequences in relation to it, I just prefer to be honest with the audience. And when I look at the business now, it's like, okay, we're not in the same position that we were during the pandemic, and that's fine. And I just wanted to, open up to the audience about that. And there was a few different things that sort of have impacted us. Number one, we have a lawsuit from this disgruntled bitch-ass employee, which we're dealing with, which, that alone is not going to ruin our year or anything like that, but that's definitely been something that has been costing us a lot of money. We also lost our Instagram for about 7 months, but I do have to say, thanks to that big guy upstairs, we got it back 2 days after I made that video. We got the Instagram back, so that was definitely a consequence of making that video that I kind of foresaw. I actually thought that was sort of likely to happen if I got that many people aware of the fact that we lost our Instagram unfairly. I just felt like something good would come from it. So the fact that actually worked out was really nice. And then obviously buying the building, which, our mortgage is well over $20K a month, which I don't think was necessarily the best idea, but I had all these other revenue streams. Like at one point, the YouTube was just going nuts. The Patreon was going crazy, etc. And buying a space that cost that much didn't seem like a bad idea. It didn't seem like it was something that could potentially hurt the business. I also felt like we were growing so much and scaling up that we needed more and more room to grow. After 3 years in the same space, it's just kind of more clear to me that I know what this business is now. There's only so much content that we're going to be able to produce that is going to be profitable. And as a result, we just don't need a space that big. And granted, okay, we have it, fine, it's an investment, but it would feel better to me to be in a space that was realistically, like the room we're in, maybe 2 of the rooms that we're in right now would be enough for me to get by on. And yeah, I've just seen that with a lot of businesses over the years where it really fucks them over when they decide that they want to overinvest into their space, etc. So revealed all that in the video, and I also, there's always a marketing side to it for me. So that was also us kind of like unveiling our membership program, same as you, $5 a month to get early access to our interviews and everything like that. And yeah, also then we got the Instagram back, which is probably the best thing that could have possibly happened to us from me making that video. So I explained it in the video, but am I personally going broke? No. I do porn. I have a very successful business called Plug Talk. I also, not a big spender. I've got plenty of money that I've stashed away over the years. A lot of people, I was watching academics react to that video, and he thinks I'm crazy because I don't got a Lamborghini and I don't have a $200,000 chain or whatever it is. I mean, I'm just not interested in that kind of stuff. So to me, I put the money away. I very much look forward to the day where I'm sick of doing content and I can just ride off into the sunset and not think about paying the bills. So to me, it's like money is to be made to save. I don't really think of, I'm making money so I can purchase more stuff. I don't have that desire for stuff. So as far as me, I was never worried. My girl was a little bit on the fence about me making that video because she obviously had people hitting her up left and right. Are you going to be okay? Is your kid going to be able to stay in private school, etc.? And it's like, my girl's looking at me like, you really want people to think you're broke? And I'm like, well, I didn't say I was broke. I said that No Jumper was going broke, which is different. If No Jumper loses money a couple months in a row, then No Jumper is going broke. That doesn't mean that No Jumper's fucked for life. Doesn't mean that I'm fucked. Just means that this business was going through some hardships, and we had to correct our course.
What is up, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls? It's your boy Goblin, and today we're coming in with a hoot and a holler, a true banger of a video. In today's video, we're talking about how this past weekend I just tripped balls and went to the Minecraft movie. Hope you guys enjoy. Drop a like if you do. Don't forget to subscribe if you haven't already, and also go check out my latest Gobcast episode with Jacob Jones, ladies and gentlemen. We go to a park and smoke and drink for just about 4 hours. You don't want to miss it, folks, all right? Go tap in with that. Type in the Gobcast on YouTube. Subscribe, like, you know the drill by now. I don't know. Comment, give me 10 reasons why you love me. I don't know, dude. That would be great. I would really appreciate that. Either way, without further ado, let's dive right into the video. Now, before we dive into this one, I feel like I need to explain myself a little bit here for a few reasons. Because first off, I don't typically go watch children's movies alone. I mean, I don't typically go see kids' movies at all, but this one was a bit irresistible. So listen, last weekend, I was bored out of my mind, guys. It was just one of those weekends where, like, everybody I knew was not available. Absolutely nobody on Earth was able to kick it. And I really wanted to go see the Minecraft movie out of a kind of morbid curiosity. I'd had a couple friends who had gone and seen it, and they were like, oh, it's a terrible movie, but it's a really fun experience. Like, you should still go. So I was intrigued. The problem is I had nobody to go with. And if I have nobody to go with, this is the kind of movie that there was just no way I was going to sit through sober. So I'm trying to decide, how do I make a fun day for myself? You know, how do I make a solid Saturday for myself? And I opted to eat a bunch of fucking shrooms that I dug out of the back of my freezer before I went. So I popped open my fridge. I'm looking around to see if I have any exciting intoxicants. I mean, I'm not going to lie, dude. If a couple tabs of acid plopped themselves in front of me on this day, I probably would have taken those too. The shrooms were just what appeared first. So I pop open my fridge where I typically, you know, save all my shrooms and all my extra psychedelic goodies. And I'm digging around the back of my freezer, and I find this chocolate bar that... listen, guys, I have a bit of a thing in my head where I can't throw away shroom chocolate. I don't know. I don't care how old it is. I don't care if there's a new fungus growing on it. That fungus might be psychedelic as well, okay? I just cannot throw away a shroom chocolate. So this bar had been in my freezer for so long that I pulled it out, and it looked like it had chicken pox. It had all these, like, discolored spots on it. Is the correct term oxidization? Oxidized? I don't know what happened to it, but this bar looked like it just came out of a World War I trench, dude. It was really not hanging in very well. That did not deter me, though, because one thing I knew about this bar is there was psilocybin in it, so I didn't really care about the rest of the chocolate. Now, I broke off 4 pieces of this bad boy, which... I mean, I lately have not been tripping much, you know, probably not as much as I used to, for sure. And 4 pieces, as I came to find out later into my day, was too much for my liking. Definitely too much for my liking. But at the time, 4 pieces was just up my alley. You know, I was originally thinking maybe I'll eat 3, but then, you know, I was looking at the bar and I'm like, well, I can't save much of the rest of this. I mean, this thing's dead, you know. This bar was so dead that when I ate the first piece of chocolate, it just kind of disintegrated. Like, it didn't really, mind you, it had been in my freezer pretty much the whole time. I'd say I probably left it out for like, I don't know, a couple weeks before I threw it in my freezer. And then it had just been in my freezer ever since. I'd had this thing for so long, I think Oh man, look, I got this right around when I moved to LA, which I remember the event that I got this bar at, dude. It was like one of the first events I came to when I moved here, and I've had it in my freezer ever since. So that makes that bar over a year and a half old, which I don't know the shelf life of chocolate, if any experts could chime in, but something tells me it's no good. No good after a year and a half. But I still ate the shit, dude. I didn't really care. It was not enjoyable, but I mean, the flavor was still kind of there. Like, it wasn't completely bad, but it was bitter. It was weird. It was almost like it had separated a little bit. Like the milk came out of the chocolate. It was dark chocolate now. It was, I don't know. Either way, who gives a shit about the chocolate? I don't know what I'm talking about. So, I ate 4 pieces of this shroom chocolate, which it's advertised that 3 will give you a full-on trip. You know, typically I would eat 2 of this brand of bar, which, hey, I'm not naming the brand, okay? No free promo for the shroom bar brands that are illegal, dude, because I don't want YouTube to get mad at me, okay? So, either way, you know, I typically would eat like 2 pieces from this brand, and they'd be totally fine. But today I really locked in. I ate 4. So I realized as soon as I ate those 4, I had a timer that had just started, you know, and I hadn't really thought ahead about how on earth I was going to get to the movie theater and do anything. I had just eaten my shroom bar, so I was like, fuck, we got to go, dude. Clock's ticking. I already had my ticket booked. I had booked initially. I had a great seat. I booked the very back corner of the theater. So it wasn't perfect, but it was great for me because I was trying to strategically seat myself in a way where I'd be near no children, which I came to find out later at the Minecraft movie is not possible. But I didn't know what I was walking into. I was thinking like, yo, I'll just take the back corner. I'll be fine, dude. It's okay, dude. All the delinquents will be in back, dude. The kids are in the middle area shitting themselves and throwing popcorn. You know, I'll be in the back, no problem. I'm always a back row movie theater guy. Literally always, always, always. I don't know why. I will never sit anywhere but the back row. It's just how I am. So either way, I had booked my ticket for the back corner of the theater, and I drove over to the movie theater, which I didn't really think very far ahead about. I never thought about how I was going to get home. I was just like, well, this is going to take probably an hour to hit at least, so fuck it, dude. Movie theater's literally 5 minutes away from my place. Let's ride. So I went over there, absolutely not thinking about how I was going to get home, jump out of the whip. I had brought myself a little joint to smoke. I'd pre-rolled a little J. So I sparked up in the parking lot, and I'm just kind of hanging out. I'm parked in the back. Very nice vibe. Beautiful weather out today. I'm looking around. I'm like, man, this is a good day to trip. This is a solid day to eat shrooms. And this was also the first, like, full-on solo trip that I'd had in a minute. When I'm solo, I'll microdose, or I'll take like a light trip often. You know, I'll eat maybe 1.5 grams, 2 grams, or equivalent to maybe 2 pieces of this chocolate bar when I'm solo. But I rarely would go further than that. It's a very rare occurrence that I legitimately want to have a full-on shroom trip by myself. It's just better with friends. It just is. Acid, I'm more inclined to do independently, but shrooms are 100% a social psychedelic for me. So this was kind of exciting. You know, I was sitting there, and I remember as I'm smoking this joint, I'm like, dude, this is going to be interesting. Like, I'm at the movie theater. I'm about to trip balls. I'm out of my element. Dude, this is great. I was really looking forward to this day. So I smoked my joint, and I don't know what it was. The joint might have activated it. But I started feeling like a placebo effect type of come up, where I wasn't having any visuals, but I felt it in my veins. You guys, if you've ever done psychedelics, you know what I'm talking about. Sometimes, before it even hits you visually or mentally, you just feel it in your bones, man. And that's where I was at. I just felt it coming. I was like, dude, so something's happening. Something's vibrating inside of me right now. So I walk in, and they scan my little ticket. The greeter scans my ticket. I go up to the snack line. Now, the snack line is long, okay? I chose a Saturday afternoon to go see my movie, and this is the day after the release of the Minecraft movie, mind you. So it's lit in this fucking theater. I'm talking the snack line was so long it didn't even fit in the little, like, ropes that they had for the line. It was absolutely around the block bumping, okay? It looked like my crib in Schedule 1. Fiends are outside lined up, dude. Now, I get about halfway through the line, and mind you, I'm completely engulfed in a sea of just 8-year-olds that are screaming Chicken Jockey and Creeper and Steve. It is a nightmare in this theater. I am having, even before I'm tripping, I'm damn near having a sensory overload already, okay? I get about halfway through the snack line, and dude, this shit hits me. This shit hits me. I'm standing there, and they literally had just redone like half of this fucking movie theater, right? Brand new in here, spotless, the cleanest I'd ever seen a movie theater in my whole life. And I remember the carpet. As I'm standing in line, I look down at the carpet, and it was this like, you guys know those Persian rugs that are really intricate and ornate. Imagine if every square, every little tile of this carpet was its own Persian rug. It was the most intricate, insane pattern I've ever seen, and it was all confined to each little square of the carpet. Each little, like, I don't know, foot by foot square of carpet that they had laid out here. They all had this mental pattern that just connected, and it looked like I was reading the fabric of the world as I'm looking down at the carpet. I mean, genuinely, things around me were disconnecting as I'm staring at the pattern of this carpet. And I just noticed, like, wow, this carpet, it just pops. It's so vibrant. I remember looking down, and it was in reality, it was actually a very deep, almost like kind of burgundy or like maroon red, but it just seemed bright to me. It was almost like a cherry red. It was glowing at me almost as I'm looking down. And immediately, for me at least, when I take a large dose of shrooms, one of the first effects that almost always hits me is that color enhancement. Things will just start glowing around me, and that's how I'll know, like, oh, all right, it's time, ladies and gentlemen. It's time. So I'm looking at this carpet, and I'm so locked in that I didn't even move forward when the people in front of me scooted up. I noticed, after a couple minutes, no one in the state of California will say anything if you do that, by the way. Like, if you have a line of people behind you and the people in front of you all move up multiple times and you don't move, nobody says anything here. They just wait. It's like in traffic. Nobody honks their cars. It blows my mind. You do that shit anywhere else in the country, you're getting a polite tap on the shoulder. They're going to say, hey, man, you're time to move up. Let's get it going. Here, dude, it's strange. People will do everything they can to not interact with you. They don't want to honk at you. They don't want to ask you kindly to move. They don't want to tap your shoulder. It's weird. So I look up and notice, like, oh, I'm holding the whole line up. Like, oh, shit, now I'm the center of attention. And I remember I looked behind me at how many people are behind me. And how I really knew I was tripping was not the visuals hitting outside of the color enhancement, but really it was how anxious I got in this moment. Normally, I don't care. You guys got to realize I get on the internet, turn my camera on every day, and 100 people call me a fat retard. My anxiety has been shed long ago, but the psychedelics bring it right back out, dude. I'll tell you right now. Acid, shrooms, even Molly, dude, I turn into an anxious guy sometimes, So I look behind me, I'm like, oh, shit. Dude, I'm causing a spectacle right now. I can barely function. I'm trying so hard in my head to keep it together because now objects are starting to move slightly, and people are looking a little strange. It's like, hey, your head looks a little inflated, like the airhead man as I'm looking at the woman in front of me, I'm starting to get a little overwhelmed here. So I'm trying really hard to keep it together, but I also start cold sweating a little bit. I'm like, oh, shit, dude. This is real. This is real life, dude. It's too late to go back. There's no way out of this now, dude. I can't even drive anymore. Like, this is it. I'm locked in. So finally, it gets my turn to order my snack. And I get up there, and I got myself a little Nerds gummy, the cluster gummy, because they looked good. I got myself a popcorn because I just feel like that's a must. And also, at this theater I went to, if you get a drink, you can bundle a popcorn, and it's like $2 more. Versus, like, if you get it on its own, it's like fucking $10. So I was like, all right, well, I'm already going to get a drink. Throw the popcorn in that shit. Lo and behold, the popcorn was the worst mistake I've maybe ever made in my life. But we'll get to that. So I pay for my snack. I actually perform pretty well up at the front counter. And I walk over to the movie theater butter station, Whenever you get your popcorn, you got to go douse it in just the most disgusting fucking oil that's ever been created on this planet. And I just load my popcorn up, dude. I do it every time, dude. In fact, I actually intentionally pour out a little bit of the popcorn when I get it, so I have more room to shake the bag around to get the butter. That's a fat fuck pro tip right there, ladies and gents. So I did my strategy. Of course, I pour out a little bit, get some butter in that shit, shake it around a little bit. Now I'm locked in, dude. I got my drink, I got my popcorn, I got my snack. I realize, however, as I'm walking away with my popcorn, I don't know where the fuck I'm supposed to go. I don't know what theater they told me. They told me when they scanned my ticket. I don't know. This place doesn't have paper tickets. It's all on your phone. And I was not about to pull my phone out with butter all over my fingers. So I'm just walking around, looking around, and I realize that there's also no signs at the theater doors that say what fucking movie is showing. So now I'm extra confused. Now, lo and behold, as I'm walking through this hall, kind of just browsing all these theaters, trying to figure out where I belong, the security guy walks up to me. And he kind of comes up and he's like, hey, man, I have a question. And I'm like, oh, fuck, dude. I'm like, oh, shit, dude. This guy, yo, he knows I'm tripping. Yeah, this boy knows I'm tweaking, dude. I'm like, what's up? He's like, are you Goblin? I'm like, oh, fuck, dude. This guy, he's still to this day, I don't think has any clue I was tweaking, dude. He has no clue. I was like, oh, yeah. I was not at all expecting to get recognized in this scenario. I'm like, what the fuck? He's like, oh, dude, I was just watching your video. We had a quick little conversation. I'm not going to air him out. I'm not going to say his name. I don't want to get him in trouble, but shout out to you. You know who you are out there. It was a pleasure meeting you. But that caught me way out of left field. This guy asked me fucking if I'm Goblin. I'm like, okay, so now I'm distracted for a few minutes, just chatting with this guy. Still tweaking balls. The carpet is now moving. The pattern has rearranged itself. I'm looking at the lights in the ceiling, and they're brighter than they should be, and the walls behind me aren't quite straightened. However, I'm locked in on this conversation, gotta maintain my appearance. I can't turn to this guy and be drooling on myself like a bumbling idiot, no, we gotta lock in. This guy knows who I am now, dude. Normally I can go incognito like a bumbling idiot. Not at this theater, apparently. So, we chatted up for a couple seconds, and I asked him, I'm like, hey, where the fuck is this theater, by the way? Like, where am I supposed to be? And he points me over to the other side of the theater. It's split down the middle. They have half of the rooms on one side, half the rooms on the other. So I'm like, bet, no problem. I walk over to the other side, and by the time I got there, once again, I had just forgotten what he told me. I didn't know where I was supposed to be. So I walked into the first theater that I heard was loud. I heard it getting rowdy in that bitch. And I was like, well, that's probably fucking Minecraft, I mean, looking, before I booked the ticket, they were showing Minecraft in 5 different screens at this theater. 5 of them on the same day. So my odds were pretty good that this was Minecraft. And I walk into the theater, and I go all the way up to the back to my seat. And I get there, and there's these little fucking 8-year-olds posted up in my corner. Now, I'm sitting there, and I kind of froze up for a minute just staring at him, because I'm like, bro, I'm not going to sit here and beef with some 8-year-olds for my corner seat at the Minecraft movie while I'm tripping on shrooms. That's rock bottom. I got to figure out an adult solution to this one. So I start looking around for a different seat, which is kind of hard when it's pitch black in the theater. It's difficult to see where there's a few seats open, especially when it's this full, too. This place was jam fucking packed. I didn't realize it at the time, but I clearly did not walk into the right theater because I showed up with enough time to get in there before the movie was supposed to even start showing. By my math, they were still supposed to be running ads. And when I walked in, the movie was in progress. Like, it was well underway. Like, I think I missed the first probably half hour of the Minecraft movie, if not even more. But I didn't have time to figure that out. I was, at this point in a theater showing the Minecraft movie, which was good enough for me. I was not going to get more lost than I already was. So I started looking around for an open seat, dude. And I will admit, it was kind of hard to tell how hard I was tripping once I got in the theater because all the lights were out. There wasn't as many objects to kind of ground myself with. Typically, I'll do this thing in my head where if I notice an object's really wonky looking or off, or if just something in my environment is off, I'll be mentally telling myself like, oh, I'm tripping balls. And then in turn, I'll actually feel like I'm tripping harder. It almost felt like I kind of sobered up when I walked into the theater at first. So I'm walking through the aisles. I'm looking for an open seat. And I end up settling in the very front right corner. The literal front right corner. Like, I can't go any further over than I already was. However, there was no kids next to me, so I was like, dude, this is a perfect environment to trip. There's no 8-year-olds next to me. I didn't check the row behind me, unfortunately. I didn't check the row behind me. I didn't look behind me because as I sit down, maybe 5 minutes go past, and the kid behind me clearly shits himself. Like, I'm talking just a brutal scent engulfs my region, okay? And let me tell you something, guys. I'm not going to get too descriptive here. I know some of you guys are probably eating lunch or whatever. Baby shit is different than adult shit, okay? it is a scent that encapsulates the region, and it just captures it for the rest of the day. It captures the flag is what it does. And the entire rest of the movie, I smell baby shit. So I just want to preface that. We're off to a rough start, but you know what? Minecraft movie. I'm breaking my goddamn neck looking up at the screen, trying to enjoy the film. It's a terrible POV. However, I'm actually enjoying myself. I'm laughing at, like, the stupid jokes. For some reason, Jack Black was just entertaining to me in this moment. And also, pretty much every mob that I saw in the movie made me laugh, like, audibly. I remember the first time I saw a sheep. Dude, I laughed for, like, 2 minutes straight. It looks absolutely brain dead. That guy's IQ might be single digit, dude. The first time I saw the villagers, laughed my ass off, dude. Hilarious. First time I saw a zombie, jokes. Comedy. None of this shit was actually funny. I was just tripping hard enough to enjoy myself, chuckling, hooting and hollering. Now, one of the things that I disliked, though, is although Jack Black was saying some funny stuff, he was hard to look at while I was tripping. And I mean this with no disrespect. Shout out Jack Black, you know, a real childhood legend. But that man looks grotesque when you're on shrooms. I mean, it looks like I was looking in every pore on his face, and I could see a bunch of little bacteria doing the worm in that shit. It was, I don't know what it is, dude. He just looked, like really, truly no disrespect to Jack Black. I don't know what it was, but on shrooms, this man turned into some sort of monster, okay? Maybe it was the facial hair. Too much hair going on. It was all moving at the same time, making me nauseous. I don't know. But sometimes when Jack Black would come on the screen, he was front and center, I would kind of look to the side of the screen, or I'd look down at, like, you know, my cup and read my cup or something for a minute. Because for some reason, I can't explain it, but I would literally get nauseous when Jack Black would be on the screen for too long sometimes. And it's not like, you know, I'm sitting here sober and I'm like, oh, Jack Black, oh, he looks fucked. No, yeah, Jack Black did great as Steve, okay? But it's just, I don't know, man. Maybe he was a little sweaty in the movie. Maybe I was a little sweaty in the movie. Something just wasn't connecting with my cranium. So, you know, as I'm getting settled in, I also bust out my popcorn, of course, because that's just like, that's an essential thing. I wasn't even hungry in my head, but, you know, you're sitting at the movie theater. I mean, dude, the popcorn is almost like something you do passively. Like, you don't think to grab popcorn. It's just the popcorn's in front of you. You grab a little popcorn while you're watching the movie. That's how it goes. The problem is I doused this popcorn in enough butter to drown a fucking whale. So as I'm eating it, my fingers are becoming covered in this movie theater butter, which normally is not that big of an issue because I don't put nearly as much as this. But I think I just got dazed and confused at the butter station, dude, because my fingers were just coated in this oil that the napkins don't quite get off. And it created this real sensory issue for me, where now my fingers are oily, I'm feeling the oil, no matter what I do, I can't get them off. I refuse to lick my fingers at the movie theater. I'm not doing that shit, that's gross. So I'm sitting there, and I'm wiping my fingers with the napkin, and it's just, the oil, the butter is just not coming off, and it's really making me trip. I'm really quickly getting uncomfortable. It's almost like this just despair is filling my brain. You guys, if you guys have ever had a bad trip, or you've had a good trip suddenly turn bad, you know that feeling where a very small thing can set off this domino effect where suddenly you're having a bad fucking trip. And that's what was starting to happen to me. It was at first I was like, oh, my fingers are, you know, they got this movie theater butter on them. They're kind of, I don't like how it feels. You know, my finger's a little oily. I'm trying to get it off of the napkin. I realize I can't get it off of the napkin. I'm starting to freak the fuck out because now I'm overwhelmed. It's like, oh, I gotta go find the bathroom to wash my hands now. Where's the fucking bathroom, dude? How do I open the door? My fingers are so oily. I'm still so uncomfortable. It's literally almost making me shiver. I get sensory issues off the shrooms, dude. I don't know what it is, dude. Maybe I have tism. I don't know, man. Maybe this is how I find out, dude, at the Minecraft movie, tweaking off the butter. I don't know. But either way, I'm freaking the fuck out over this butter being on my fingers. So I get up and I walk out of the theater. I left all my fucking shit, dude. I literally left, my phone was in the seat, and I didn't even realize that. I just got up and dipped, dude. I walk out of the theater and I'm trying to find the bathroom. And the bathroom at this theater is not in a normal place. It's not just in between the other theaters. The bathroom is hidden next to the fucking exit door. So I'm wandering this theater. I walk from one side all the way back across to the other set of theaters. There's no bathroom there. Absolutely nothing. I'm looking around. I'm like, yo, maybe I'll ask the security guy, dude. He's cool. He knows me. I can't find the guy. Probably for the better, because at this point, I was probably a complete mess, an absolutely tripping dick, dude. So I'm trying to find this fucking bathroom, and finally, I look down this little hallway that leads to an exit door, and I see the bathroom sign sticking out. I walk down there, and I go in the bathroom, and oh, it couldn't have been any fucking worse, dude. 8-year-olds fucking everywhere with their parents, using the bathroom, getting help. You know, the parents are picking the kids up to the sink. It is crowded. There's only one sink, one toilet, and 2 urinals in this fucking bathroom, dude. I'm sitting there, and I'm looking around like, yo, I'd rather be at the fucking Geneva Convention off shrooms right now, dude. Please. Anything but this, dude. This is horrible. And I'm waiting and waiting for these stupid little 8-year-olds to wash their fucking shit crumbs off their fingers. Finally, it gets my turn up at the sink. The white lights glaring down from the ceiling of this bathroom had me feeling like I was in a fucking operating room. I was just so ready to get out. The tiles on the floor, the checkered pattern were starting to cross and become a pattern of X's. It was just rough, dude. I was ready to get the fuck out of that bathroom. So I washed my hands. I rinsed them up good, dude. I thoroughly rinsed my shit. 2 rounds of soap, going ape shit bonkers in the bathroom, dude. I pop back out. I go back over to the theater. I take my seat, and I sat down right. I don't want to spoil the movie, but, like, does anyone even give a fuck about mine? There's going to be that one guy for sure. There's going to be that one guy. No, we're going to do it for you, one guy. Whoever you are out there, you know who you are. I'm doing this for you. I'm not going to spoil it. But at one point, they go to the Nether. Okay, they like visit the Nether, and that's around where I sat back down, if I remember correctly. They were fucking around with the Nether, dude. There was like these pig dudes and everything, and that's basically where I sat back down at. So I was very lost. I couldn't tell you how long I was out of the bathroom, but probably a long fucking time, because I was wandering around, and then I had to wait in line for the sink, probably a decent amount of time. But I get back and I sit down in my seat, realizing I left my phone there, grab it back, throw it in my pocket. Finally, my sensory issues are fucking solved. However, I walk back in and I'm once again greeted by the baby shit smell. So not all is one yet, dude. Not all is one. However, I'm now able to enjoy the remainder of the movie, which was only... It was less than an hour that I had left at this point. So you got to remember, I probably only saw a third of the Minecraft movie, actually. Because the first third of it, I missed completely by walking into the wrong theater for my movie. Then the second third, I was wandering around trying to get butter off my fingers while I'm tweaking dick and cold sweating. And then the third, I finally sat down and got to enjoy. But I didn't really understand much because I missed the first 2/3. So... Minecraft movie. I will admit, though, the only reason I had a blast at this movie was the audience. These motherfuckers would literally applaud every time Jack Black said a Minecraft word, and I was really into it. I was clapping along with him towards the end. There was one point towards the... He said, like... I think he literally said, let's mine and craft, and the theater fucking exploded, dude. It's like someone threw a frag grenade in that bitch, dude. It was just electric in that theater at this point, dude. And it lasted like that all the way until the very end of the movie. I remember the credits rolled, and I only had these kind of sporadic moments of realizing how hard I was tripping until the lights turned back on and I walked out of the theater. The credits rolled, and I immediately got up. I didn't wait for an after-credit scene or anything. I was so not interested in that at this point. I was more interested in going and getting some fresh air because I was tripping dick, dude. So I remember I get up, and I walk out of the theater, and now I'm sitting here like, wait a minute. I'm completely alone. I cannot drive my car. I'm sitting in a fucking strip mall. What do I even do at this point? And mind you, I'm starting to have almost this peak, this come up. It was like all of the psychedelic effects had suppressed themselves and waited for me while I was in the dark theater. And the moment I got up and walked out, they were like, all right, let's all slam him at the same time. I was tweaking. I had the craziest head rush. I remember it literally felt like my hair follicles were tingling, every single one of them individually. Just insane. I almost felt like I was going to pass out. And I remember I kind of sat down at the base of the stairs in the theater, and I was like, dude, what the fuck do I even go do right now? You know, I'm tweaking, dude. I'm tripping balls. So I sat there and literally did nothing but just vibed. just took in the fresh air, enjoyed the plants for maybe 30 minutes. And then I realized, like, okay, I should go do something besides just tweaking on the steps of this theater for like 5 hours straight. I should probably go somewhere. So I start looking around, and you know, I had been to this strip mall before. It's not like I had never been to this place, so I knew some of the businesses in here, but it was all like Old Navy and like fucking Five Below, like stupid shit. Not anywhere you want to go while you're tripping, dude. So finally, I realized that just across the street, there's a GameStop and there's also an ice cream place. Ladies and gentlemen, you've got me. Okay, you've got me. You've got me hooked. I'm absolutely in. GameStop and ice cream, I'm in, dude. Let's take a stroll. So I start walking through the lot, dude. I'm not waiting at any crosswalks. I got honked at twice. I remember it like scared me. I was tweaking, dude. I got honked at, and I would like wanted to go apologize to the driver, like, hey, sorry, but like I was in no condition to do so. Sometimes I get in this zone when I'm really tripping hard where I just disconnect from the entire rest of the world and I'm just doing my thing. I'm on a route. I'm on a direct route, okay? There's no safety. There's no consideration planned in this route. I'm on a fucking mission. So I direct my mission over to the GameStop/ice cream store area. And I walk over to the GameStop, and I'm about to walk inside. And I'm looking. I don't even know what the fuck I was going to do at GameStop or acquire at GameStop, but I was about to walk inside. And there is literally, I don't know what the hell they were doing, but there's a folding table laid out there with like a shitload of chairs, enough chairs to fill the whole table. And it is just a straight line of like 10-year-olds. I don't know what they were doing. There was nothing on the table yet as far as I could see. They were just lined up at GameStop on a folding table. I don't know if someone wanted a GameStop birthday party. I don't know how you even arrange that. Maybe this is like someone from corporate's kid. They were like, yeah, my little Timmy, dude, he wants a GameStop party, bro. Throw a couple copies of Minecraft on a folding table and let him do it in the lobby, you know? Come on. Don't complain about it. You guys will get an extra, holiday pay for the day. Just set it up. I don't know what was going on, but I saw that, and I was just like, I've had enough fucking loud 8-year-olds for the day. Now, I would like to enjoy the rest of my shroom trip, so I did not go to GameStop. I opted instead to walk over to Froyo. And at this point, let me just describe something to you guys, because this is going to be hard for me to explain unless I get descriptive here. So walking out of this GameStop, there's this line of trees that are across the parking lot. Not across the street, just the parking lot. And it's like, a nice little green area. They plant the trees at the edge of the parking lot to make it look nice. Well, when I turn around from GameStop, I notice all these trees, and the trees were somewhat close together. They had grown very big, and it looked almost like the leaves were like coming together and like locking arms, like the branches or something were locking arms and intertwining to form a big tree. And I think it was just the movement of the leaves and the tree that was caused by A, the breeze, and B, my shrooms. But I didn't see it that way. I saw it as like, yo, these trees are ganging up to form a super tree, and it's about to beat the fuck out of me, dude. So I didn't like completely freak out or anything, but I remember I started speed walking around the corner. I felt that like goosebumps on the back of my neck feeling. The hairs on my neck are standing up. It's almost like when you're being followed, dude. I looked at the tree. I was like, oh, fuck, dude. I'm getting followed home by the tree. I've got to go. So I turned the corner, and it's the ice cream place on the other side of this little, like, strip mall building. I turned the corner, and now I'm away from the trees. Now I'm facing a fast food place, so we're good. We're locked in. I go walk into this ice cream place, completely empty, thank fuck. Maybe a money laundering operation, now that I think about it. There was one table with 2 chairs pulled up to it, and then you just go up to the front and get your Froyo. And that was pretty much it, dude. Yeah, I don't think it was ice cream. I think it was Froyo. I don't think it was ice cream. Either way, it doesn't matter, dude, okay? They served me a fucking chilled dairy product, I guess. Who cares, dude? Suck my nuts from the side, dude. Either way, so I'm getting my little ice cream up. I get the small size bowl because I wasn't really trying to, have very much ice cream. But also, I mean, it was kind of a hot day out. It was a good day for some Froyo, and I ate maybe 2 bites of my popcorn and threw away my drink and the candy that I bought I didn't even open. I think I also just threw that away. I probably should have just given that to a kid or something. But then it's like, no, if I was a parent and some random dude walks up and hands my son a bag of candy, no, I'd shoot him in the back of the head. Yeah, okay. Yeah, no, I shouldn't have done that, actually, looking back at it. Okay, either way. So, I get my little ice cream, And I remember I sat down at the table in this place. And the reason I'm convinced this is a money laundering operation is because I sat there on the table for like probably a fucking hour, taking a bite every 10 minutes, okay? And not one soul entered the establishment. Not one person. There was foot traffic going past. There was a Starbucks like 2 doors over from this place. They got foot traffic. Not one person walked into here. Riddle me that. The only person willing to walk in during that time frame was my dumbass, and I was not sober, okay? Money laundering operation, ladies and gentlemen. Now, I had to sit there, and eventually I fucking Ubered home. I had gotten so bored of just sitting at the Froyo place, looking around, because mind you, my other options for places to go to that were within, eyesight of myself here were quite literally Old Navy, Five Below, and there was like a Home Depot. I'm not trying to kick it at Home Depot. Although, honestly, those dudes that hang out looking for work in the parking lot might have been lit to kick it with, dude. I don't speak any Spanish, though. But damn, we could have had a little cerveza. I know that. Yo necesito cerveza. Yeah, that's how you act. Dude, I know that. No, I would have been good. I would have been good at Home Depot. I'm going to Home Depot next time, dude. Fuck. Hey, hope you guys enjoyed this video. Drop a like. We're getting long, so I'm going to cut it here. But listen, moral of the story, dude, don't trip at the Minecraft movie, dude. Go trip at Home Depot's parking lot instead, dude, I guess. I don't know. Hope you guys enjoyed this one. Drop a like if you did. I just felt like I needed to make a video about this one. Thank you all for watching. I'll see you all in the next one. Deuces.
Do you ever feel like zombies just isn't the same anymore? Now, I don't want to get anyone into a negative perception, and if you want to dislike the video, go ahead. I don't really care. It's just, I want people to know I've always wanted the most positive output for COD Zombies, but a lot of people can definitely tell that something is missing. So Radical Quail here has brought us this incredible video about where that point might have started.
From its inception,
in COD Zombies.
Call of Duty Zombies has been more than just a game mode.
Yeah.
It's been an experience, an art form that has terrified and amazed players for over a decade.
Exactly.
We have played maps like Verrucht or Kino der Toten that disturbed us when we were younger. As we got older, we enjoyed the epicness of maps like Dreisendrach and Origins.
They grew up with us.
Most of us don't enjoy modern zombies nearly as much as the old stuff. And while there are a few reasons for that,
and I want to say this, like, I don't think modern zombies is necessarily bad. Like, I enjoyed maps like Citadel Day more and even Shattered Veil, but it's just like the longevity and the livelihood behind them is definitely not the same as what it once used to be.
The biggest one is without a doubt the downfall of art direction in COD Zombies. So, let's start from the beginning. Chapter 1, The Era of Fear. At this point, it is crucial to understand that COD Zombies was never intended to become anything. It was developed by a small group of employees at Treyarch, where it eventually reached the attention of Activision.
It wasn't
who
supposed to
allowed them
come out.
Put the side mode in the upcoming game.
It's only thanks to the World at War campaign that we even have zombies today,
was
man.
introduced with the launch of Call of Duty World at War on November 11th, 2008. However, Zombies wasn't listed as another game mode like it is today. Upon completing the campaign or connecting to online servers, the player was granted access to the mysterious Zombies game mode.
Yeah, and that's the other thing. When you first played, you couldn't just click zombies and play it. You had to beat the campaign on World at War to get it, which was an amazing reward. And they don't do that type of stuff nowadays.
Essentially a mission to see how long you could survive slaying zombified German soldiers. There was no overarching storyline, no main quest, no bright colors. Zombies was about one thing: survival. Now that you have some context about the creation of COD Zombies, what made up the art direction of the first ever Zombies map, Nacht der Untoten?
It wasn't all color as well back in the day. I mean, look at Nacht. It's literally white, black, and gray.
The German name Nacht der Untoten translates to English as Night of the Undead.
It's a real place, too.
Which perfectly describes the map. The player is suffocated in a small bunker occupied by German forces within an abandoned airfield. Perks and Pack-a-Punch were not yet created, leaving wall buys and the mystery box as the only form of protection. There truly is very little to Nacht der Untoten, just the player and their rapidly growing anxiety as the rounds increase. As far as art direction goes, the lighting of the map is very grim. Dim, flickering lights cast eerie shadows across the damaged concrete walls. The faint glow of the mystery box in the distance feels like the only sign of hope amidst the suffocating darkness.
I mean, this map is practically monochromatic. Like, it's like the Ascension map.
Even when peering outside the map, a cloud of fog consumes your vision, making you feel even more trapped. The whole experience feels almost as if you're in a nightmare with nowhere to escape. However, it doesn't quite end here. Due to Call of Duty Zombies not being planned, there was no initial story until later maps began implementing a broad narrative. Because of this, there are no player voice lines on the original World at War Nacht der Untoten. No silly characters
Only the
like
announcer.
Beethoven or Nikolai to comfort you in this terrifying
Only the
endeavor.
announcer.
Despite the lack of main character voice lines, there were plenty of spooky ambient sounds and zombie voices to be heard.
Yeah. Ambience was such an incredible part of the original game. And if you go back and play World at War Nacht, I just got to round 30 on it, and it's freaking tough and horrifying.
Early on, Treyarch
Like, they
leaned
nailed
heavily
that.
into the anxieties of early Zombies, which gets even more extreme in the very next map.
Exactly. Yeah, and perks, they don't really help that much on Verrucht. Like, Jug, I guess, does, but Quick Revive does nothing in this map, you know?
Verrucht, or its English translation, Crazy, is set within an abandoned insane asylum in Wittenau, Germany, a district in northwest Berlin. Verrucht features a brighter color palette than Nacht, with a heavy emphasis on tans. The designs throughout
Tan,
the building
brown,
are much more
orange,
detailed, with
yellow.
checkered floors making up one side. The layout of the map creates a square around the center courtyard, which is inaccessible to the player but creates a nice eerie aesthetic.
And people still regard this map as the scariest Zombies map to ever exist out of all the games. And I think that just says something about its artistic design right there. Even though it was so simple, it went so far.
Unlike the thick fog surrounding Nacht, Verrucht's exterior featured fenced-off courtyards, ruined buildings, and scattered trees, adding to the unsettling atmosphere. Now, in order to make up for this increase of colors, space, visual elements, and the introduction of perks, Verrucht had to go above and beyond to make the map feel just as scary and isolating as Nacht der Untoten felt.
Exactly.
And Treyarch did just that. Verrucht had significantly more unsettling sounds. A bloody dentist chair that plays echoey memories of drills spinning and patients screaming.
Yeah. And even though the ambience did change later on, it still kept that level of creative artistic design, you know?
Alarms and spooky noises coming from the power box.
And realness, you know? This was really based on reality back in the day. Yeah. You don't really get this type of ambience anymore in Zombies, and you should.
Of this, the map was more difficult than Noct. While Verrucht wasn't drastically larger, its narrow hallways and sharp corners made movement more claustrophobic and unpredictable. The isolation of the map expanded even further for co-op. Players within the same game would be split up from spawn, having to open the majority of the map to reunite with each other. Gameplay choices such as this describe exactly how Zombies was intended to feel in the beginning. The developers wanted to incite fear into the player, making them feel isolated and uncomfortable.
It's sad that very few maps have even done what Verrucht has done. There's only been like 2 ever after this point, which would have been like Dead of the Night and Exo Zombies Carrier, which is just not the same vibe as what Verrucht was trying to do.
At this stage, Zombies was truly about horror, and it's no secret why Verrucht is usually described as the scariest Zombies map. Following Verrucht, Treyarch moved in a much different direction.
True, but Shinonuma still did great. You know, still brought... This is the map that started the whole storyline. People don't give Shinonuma enough credit, I feel like. It's definitely the most hated World at War map. It's an incredible map, though.
Leaving the constraints of German locations, Shinonuma took place in a 115-infected swamp in Japan. Unlike previous maps, this one felt as though the environment was your enemy. The invasive nature of the swamp seeped into the structures of the map, feeling almost as hostile as the zombies themselves. The wooden buildings felt unsafe as the swamp was slowly consuming them.
This was also back when zombies used to have a personality. Like, the zombies you'd fight in Shinonuma moved differently because they were Japanese soldiers, as opposed to, like, the Nocturne Toten Verrucht zombies. So, just miss that. Like, the little things like this that made World at War and BO1 so much more alive.
Verrucht had a straight-up horror feeling, while Shinonuma was eerie and mysterious. But that did not mean it didn't have some extremely gruesome elements, and without getting too much into it, Peter McCain is a prime example. Overall, Shinonuma was highly anxiety and fear-driven, yet it showcased Treyarch's ability to get more creative with it, stepping out of a German location and placing the player in the swamps of Japan.
But it was really this map that popularized zombies, right? And brought it to the forefront of a lot of entertainment.
The fear continues into Der Riese, mostly due to its great innovations. This map introduces a variety of staples in the zombies fandom, including Pack-a-Punch, the Monkey Bomb, teleporters, and more. The new innovations brought a complexity and scale to zombies we have not yet seen, making a game mode built on overwhelming the player even more overwhelming. Despite introducing new mechanics, Der Riese maintained a haunting tone.
And we watched a video that basically said that Der Riese started the whole quest line of zombies being the Pack-a-Punch. That was like the very first thing now that you do in every single zombies map after Der Riese.
Bloodstained labs, failed experiments, and Samantha's chilling laughter made it clear. Group 935's scientific ambitions
and then the whole
spiraled
launch of the
into
story.
something truly horrifying. At this point, there were 4 World at War maps, and Treyarch was soon to have their next game come out. On November 9th, 2010, Call of Duty Black Ops released, and with it, 2 brand new zombie maps. The first of which was Kino der Toten, or Cinema of the Dead.
Cinema of the Dead, man. Yep. And then this is where I feel like it exploded and people were into the high round scene, Thunder Gun.
Was actually intended to be in World at War, but the developers decided it would make more sense as the first map in Black Ops. The Cinema of the Dead is another map taking place in World War II Germany, this time in an abandoned theater. Despite being in a brand new game with higher quality gameplay and graphics, Kino der Toten was extremely similar to its World at War counterpart.
If Kino was released in World at War, it would not have had the same impact. Like, that's
it's a German
what everybody
facility
needs to realize.
overrun by
you know?
zombies, and as far
Black Ops 1 was just
innovation
that
goes,
iconic.
it doesn't add too much from the previous game. However, the one aspect that Kino innovates in is its design creativity. The first 3 maps in World at War were excessively straightforward. Noct was a tiny 2-story bunker, Verrucht was a 2-story building molded into a square, and Shinonuma was a small swamp connected by the building in the spawn room. Der Riese, and specifically Kino der Toten, created much more complex layout designs. For example, Kino has the spawn room with the beautiful iconic staircases. It also has the main stage room and even a little side area in the alley. Kino feels much more like a complete location compared to the sectioned off areas of previous maps. At this point, Zombies was no longer a fun little side project. It had morphed into a fully fledged game mode.
Yeah, I think Derice really started the iconicism of what made it a fundamental pillar of the Call of Duty formula.
Despite all this newfound creativity, the developers did not take any steps back in the fear department. The unsettling sounds and frightening ambience was still there, exactly like we saw it in World at War. The other launch map was vastly different from anything we have seen thus far.
With the whole JFK files releasing, it just shows how iconic this map was still to so many people. Like, this map was such an incredible experience after the BO1 campaign as well. It really just fit in. It's interesting now that, like, even with Cold War, we had maps that were from the campaign, but not really based off the campaign, like 5, you know? And it's kind of interesting because they kind of tried to tie in zombies and campaign, but it's just not the same emphasis as it was back then.
5 took zombies into a popular real-world setting for the very first time. The Pentagon. While it wasn't as destroyed as Kino or Verrucht, this map was far from pristine. Bloodstains, bullet holes, and shattered glass told the story of a government facility that had fallen into chaos. The aesthetics were moved far away from the desolate horrors of the previous maps and shifted into a much different form of fear. While 5 had some open areas like the spawn room and war room, much of the map forced players into tight corridors and labs. These confined spaces, combined with aggressive zombie spawns, made 5 feel extremely suffocating.
And that's the thing, because in BO1 and World at War, it went from a fear narrative into more of a, like, adventure narrative after with BO2, BO3, and even BO4. And that narrative doesn't really have a meaning, I would say, now in Cold War and BO6, other than, like, Warzone, you know? And they brought back Richtofen and Shattered Veil, and they crashed the veil between all the storylines and stuff, but it still doesn't really have its own identity like these maps did, in my opinion.
Was obviously very risky when dealing with hordes of zombies. On top of this, the teleporters were also difficult to deal with. Unlike previous maps, 5's teleporters sent players to semi-randomized locations, making escape routes unreliable and often putting them in worse positions than before. Still, 5's hatred of the player was not done there. This map also brought in the Pentagon Thief, a sly figure who sprinted at you with the sole objective of stealing your weapon. While offering a fun and unique mechanic to the map, it helped contribute to the player's fear.
I think that's kind of another issue. It's like, it's insane now. One of the most innovative bosses we've ever had was like the first boss that we had on 5. Whereas back in the day, like, or now I would say, you have bosses that are like slightly bigger or more health, or maybe they shoot something at you or they spawn a couple more zombies. But it's like, it's not really the same level of like coolness as like what the Pentagon Thief established.
Brought a whole new version of challenge to the zombies mode. Overall, 5 wasn't quite as fear-inducing as some of the World at War maps in terms of aesthetics, but the gameplay was becoming more and more complex, and still was fairly challenging, which continued zombies' early goal of fear, but it also marked a shift, moving away from pure horror and into high-stakes, strategy-driven gameplay.
And into a narrative as well. Like, BO1 kind of started it, but it was really solidified with Victus and BO2 Transit.
This was only the beginning of the mode's evolving identity.
And then Ascension turned everything around with the first Easter egg, right? Like, you can see how everything morphed to where we are.
Important map for the history of zombies. It introduced the first main quest Easter egg, offered the most expansive map at the time, and had the most interesting form of travel yet, with the lunar lander. While Ascension lacked the raw terror of its predecessors, it still had unsettling elements. The map opened in a washed-out black and white filter, giving players an eerie, lifeless introduction.
The zombie models also on this map freak me out, and the way they like dodge and like roll and stuff, that was one of the coolest aspects of Ascension. Like, honestly, Ascension has become kind of an underrated map over the years.
The launch facility itself was run down and abandoned, with echoes of machinery humming in the background. However, compared to past maps, Ascension felt more open, larger, and less isolating, making it the first major step away from zombies' roots of horror. A big aspect of making the player feel terrified while playing zombies comes down to how small you make them feel. In World at War, the maps were quite compact and felt like tiny parts of larger areas you were hopelessly trapped within. Now, with maps like Ascension, you felt some freedom. It was largely outside, felt big in scale, you could fly over the map, and there was a main quest.
But still confined as well. It still kept this idea of like going against what we have nowadays, which is open world zombies, which is completely against what zombies used to be. It's about confinement, small spaces, and being restricted and doing the best with what you can.
Effectively beating the game for the first time ever in zombies.
Yeah.
Ascension truly acts as a turning
Massive
point
turning
in COD
point.
Zombies.
Yeah, massive turning point. And then my GOAT, Call of the Dead out here. Yes, sir.
Call of the Dead introduced a unique and oppressive atmosphere.
Yeah.
The foggy, snow-covered Siberian coast, combined with abandoned ships and an ominous lighthouse, made it one of the most isolating maps in Zombies history.
Exactly.
It felt like a place you were never meant to escape from.
Yeah.
Call of the Dead made the environment just as deadly as the zombies themselves. The icy water slowed players, making them easy prey, while the harsh blizzards and constant fog limited visibility, increasing the feeling of helplessness. Despite being a map that takes place primarily outside, Call of the Dead has plenty of tight spaces and corridors, which feels even more compact with George Romero chasing you around. George wasn't just a boss, he was a constant looming threat.
He's a legend, man. It's like the Technoblade reference in Minecraft. Like, this bro was literally what started zombies, you know? It's like that type of incredible reference. So, again, Black Ops 1 just innovated so hard on the boss zombies. Like, the fact that people can say even, like, the monkeys were the weakest and yet they were still innovative just goes to show a lot, man.
His presence meant players had to be mindful of every shot fired,
Yeah.
as angering him would send him into a furious sprint. Mr. Romero never truly left. Even if defeated, he always came back, reinforcing the feeling that you were never truly safe. Call of the Dead is a bit more unnerving than 5 and Ascension, yet the likes of George Romero and the weakness of the wonder weapons makes the gameplay of this map the driving factor of fear. Call of the Dead wasn't terrifying in a traditional sense, but it introduced a new kind of fear, one driven by constant danger rather than an eerie atmosphere.
And that helps with the layout as well. And this also escalated the story of Black Ops 1 and introduced the idea of celebrity casts, which is just not a thing now in COD Zombies. That ended in BO4.
This map forced players to stay on edge at all times. It wasn't about scaring the player, it was about making them feel hunted.
Exactly. And then Shank, man, yes. This was really the changing point for a lot of people. The most hardcore zombies map,
fully
you know?
embraced the idea of the map itself being an enemy. The temple's shifting pathways, deadly spike traps, and unpredictable mud pits constantly worked against the player. This was not a map that encouraged free movement. It forced players to adapt on the fly, adding another layer of difficulty to the ancient temple deep in the Himalayan mountains.
Exactly.
As far as design goes, Shangri-La was the first zombies map to take place in broad daylight.
Still one of the most beautiful maps ever, and it goes against the stupid modern day argument that people were making that says like, oh, zombie maps have to be at nighttime. No, Shangri-La was what completely tore that expectation down, and it does it marvelously in my opinion.
A stark departure from the dark and grim locations of the past. However, the vibrant setting didn't eliminate fear, it simply reshaped it. The claustrophobic jungle, the temple's tight corridors, and the overwhelming presence of shriekers and napalm zombies made players feel stuck in an ancient death trap. Unfortunately, graphics at the time were a bit too underwhelming to create the atmosphere that was likely intended for this map.
Which is why Chronicles just does this map such a massive benefit, and it's still one of the most beautiful maps ever.
It's brighter, yet still dull.
Yeah.
Thankfully, on the other hand, the
That's
Black
Ops
Ops 3
1.
version in
Yeah.
Zombies Chronicles did eventually do its atmosphere justice.
Exactly.
The Black Ops 1 edition still has plenty of fear-inducing elements within the gameplay, but this map took a massive step away from the fear aesthetics. Within the last few maps, Easter eggs had increasingly become more prominent, and making the player feel scared and uneasy was less of a focus. These emotions of fear and anxiety were still here, but mostly because of the difficulty and learning curve that each map had. In
Right.
World at War, the maps were very straightforward.
And that's, I think, what gave Black Ops 1 much more of a replayability is these little learning curves, which was escalated further with Easter egg steps and whatnot, but now it's kind of stagnated back because it's reducing the amount of players. And I know with Black Ops 6, they added directed mode to try and increase the amount of players beating the Easter eggs, but it's still under 10%. So it's like, I don't really know what the perfect solution to that is, to be honest.
But each one since Dur Reese took another step towards complexity and a step away from fear. The game mode was changing rapidly, and the next map pushed boundaries that no one ever thought would be possible for Call of Duty Zombies.
For 2011, this was the craziest announcement for a Zombies map ever. On the frickin' moon, on another planet, man. Like,
Chapter 2.
Insane.
The Era of Maximalism.
Yeah.
In case you were unfamiliar with the term maximalism, it essentially takes the common phrase less is more and replaces it with more is more. And DLC 4 of Black Ops 1 describes this idea perfectly.
The sound design of this map, too, was so innovative as well. Like, Treyarch really stepped up their game with this map.
Moon was a groundbreaking map that took zombies to a scale never seen before. It introduced low gravity, a functioning life support system, and even new enemies like the astronaut zombie. The Easter egg was the most complex yet. It required multiple steps involving special equipment like the hacker vice, coordinating with the excavators, and even manipulating QEDs. Additionally, it was the first Easter egg to permanently alter the zombie storyline, culminating in the catastrophic destruction of the Earth.
This changed Zombies forever, but in a great way, because if it didn't do it in this type of way, people would not have been so excited for Black Ops 2. Like, this is where the narrative, in my opinion, really began, because everybody was thinking, how are we going to continue with the Earth being blown up?
An event that directly set up Black Ops 2 Zombies. We ended World at War with a simple German facility, and now Black Ops 1 was ending on the moon. This map still had fear-inducing elements, but that was no longer the goal. Treyarch moved on from these simple horror aspects of zombies and into this era of maximalism.
Yeah. And Transit, listen, people hate on this map, but it was still iconic enough for people to enjoy it.
Black Ops 2 brought a host of new features. Buildables, perma-perks, the bank, and even new game modes. The launch map Transit also pushed the maximalism of this era into new heights. The biggest map ever took place in Hanford, Washington, and introduced features never before seen, like the bus.
Get this MW3 Zombies out of here, man.
Even though parts
Ain't
of
no
the
biggest
map
map
were
ever.
creepy, such as the dense fog and the cornfields, the map itself wasn't trying to terrify the player like it had in the...
And it's interesting, because Transit is technically your first attempt at an open world zombies map, but it still does confinement better than even much of what happened after Cold War, which I find so fascinating, to be honest.
This new era was in full swing, and complex gameplay was now the purpose of zombies. In fact, Treyarch even took it too far. Transit was overly large, and due to graphical limitations, the developers were forced to put debilitating fog, lava, and denizens to slow down the player.
The original idea of Transit might have been the best zombies map on BO2, like neck and neck with Origins if it was executed properly.
Other innovations such as buildables were unique but quite tedious, as you could only hold one part at a time. Transit was so focused on being maximalist that it made some questionable innovations, causing the art direction to suffer quite a bit. Despite having great moments like Town and the Diner, The overall atmosphere of the map was a brown, foggy mess. Despite launching with transit, Black Ops 2 also offered Nuketown Zombies for Season Pass buyers.
Yeah, like the combat training of zombies. It's like interesting how every single idea has really been executed, and a lot were play tested even on BO2 with a lot of these maps.
Experience was a zombified version of the classic multiplayer map Nuketown, set after the nuke went off right outside of the town. While holding maximalistic aspects such as the crazy concept and giant crater right outside of the map, it was relatively tame for this era. Nuketown Zombies is rather forgettable and doesn't add much to the tremendous catalog of Call of Duty.
True. People always forget about it, especially like with these big maps, Die Rise, Mob, Buried, and Origins, you know?
Die Rise's art direction is extremely interesting. The outside of the map is absolutely beautiful. It takes place on top of collapsing skyscrapers in China. Looking around at this destroyed civilization is awesome, and it comes with an even better skybox. Chunks of the earth float in the sky as comets streak past, creating a surreal, apocalyptic backdrop. This skybox, combined with a decimated skyline, creates a very unique look, something that you can only get with Die Rise. Most previous maps took place inside or had a foggy sky.
I would like to describe it as Transit was horizontal maximalism and Die Rise was vertical maximalism. And then that completely changed once Blundell got into the scene with Mob, because then he took zombies into a narrative. And I just have always said for zombies, like, people always complain like, oh, you don't know what you want. They're never going to make good quality maps because it's all free now. Why don't they just make more narrative one-off maps like Mob the Dead? This is what I've been asking for a long time. We don't need an overarching crew for all 4 of the zombie maps on one game.
Reese's Moon being the only major exception. While Die Rise innovated outside the map, it shared many of the gameplay issues that plagued Transit. When looking at the art direction, places like the spawn and rooftop were visually pleasing, while many of the inside corridors were forgettable at best. The skyscrapers themselves pulled off the destroyed look quite well, but the colors were a bit bland, something that Treyarch would later improve upon.
Yeah. And again, Buried was a huge step up as well, because this was kind of like Jimmy Zielinski, David Vonderhaar's final Zombies map entry into Black Ops 2. And then that was kind of it, man. This is really where like things went crazy.
Maximalism is mostly due to its concept. This map takes place in a buried old western town under a collapsing mine in Africa. Now, if you've never played this map, I'm sure that made absolutely zero sense. To summarize, after the events of Moon, where we blow up the earth, the tectonic plates shift from the nukes, somehow transporting this western-style town into the depths of an African mine. That idea is absolutely insane, and I'm glad Treyarch was able to conceptualize it. The art design creates a nice contrast between the mine and the Wild West theme. The wooden, dust-covered structures of the Old West sharply contrast with the modern mining equipment and underground cave systems, ultimately giving the player the feeling that this combination should not exist. Set pieces such as the maze, the ghost mansion, and even the giant Arthur.
It's also like, this is what made zombies. So many random bizarre concepts that somehow when you throw them together it works, and it works magnanimously beautiful. Like, it's just wow, like, how did that work? You know, it's like he said, in Africa you got one of the best AI characters, there's a buried village, there's a witch mansion, there's a maze, and it works.
Adds to the map.
That's zombies.
Fun.
But we don't have that anymore.
Call of Duty Zombie.
Buried is such a great example of that. It's just not enough wacky concepts, I feel like, into COD Zombies now. They stick it really safe.
Is far into the maximalist era, leaving fear and anxiety largely out of the mode.
Yes.
Buried helps solidify this due to its goofy, over-the-top nature.
Very true.
Something that we could never have received in World at War.
And I don't think that goofy nature is a bad thing. Like, IW Zombies was very goofy, and there's still some of the best Zombies maps ever made on that game, like Spaceland, right? So it's all about narrative, right? And I think that just goes away once Warzone mechanics are needed to be placed inside of every single Zombies map. There's not enough identity, and also the developers, I feel like they don't even necessarily want to put their life and soul into each of these maps, because They probably aren't even able to because it's free DLC now. It's not something like these maps where they're all $15 each.
War. There is still a spooky ambience and unsettling sounds within these Black Ops 2 maps, but it's less common and less unsettling.
It's true. It's true. Yeah. And like you don't hear this ambience now. Each map you can
Following
identify
Buried,
because
the
of its
Call of Duty
ambience.
Zombies franchise takes a big shift. The lead director of Zombies, Jimmy Zielinski, was on his way out, effectively leaving the studio for Black Ops 3, and this left Jason Blundell leading the team for the next map, the brilliant Mob of the Dead.
Yes, sir. Yeah. I like how we sort of designed this because it is true. I'm pretty much certain that Buried was kind of finished before Mob of the Dead. Mob of the Dead was being worked on for a really, really long time because the idea behind this was that Zombies needs a desperate makeover. People are losing interest because of Transit and Die Rise, so the campaign team stepped up and made something incredible, and that was Jason Blundell.
Mob provided the community with a great storyline, atmosphere, and surprisingly a good amount of fear. It was truly the last point in Zombies history where fear was a large part of the design. Unsurprisingly, a zombified Alcatraz prison was scary. The gory set pieces, blood-painted messages, and horrific ending were all extremely important to the aesthetic of the map. It felt like for the first time in years, Zombies was going for a fearful art direction again. But in my opinion, this map combined the era of fear and maximalism perfectly, which is why it is considered one of the greatest maps of all time. The maximalism itself can best be seen through its horrors. The grotesque imagery of decay and death is pushed to the extreme, reinforcing the map's nightmarish setting. A giant zombie warden and prison guard zombies with glowing red eyes is nothing we would have ever seen in World at War. Yet, in some ways, it was even scarier. Unlike earlier maps that focused on survival horror, Mob of the Dead's fear was psychological.
Yeah, it's more about you can never escape the prison. Like that's why it just works so well on this map. Whereas I made this analogy in my Blood of the Dead review video. In Blood of the Dead, you feel like the guard of the prison, which doesn't really have the same effect as you feeling like the prisoner trying to escape, right?
Rooted in themes of eternal punishment and despair, the prison itself felt alive.
And it's true, and this is why we're fully into the narrative. We've left the fear aspect. Black Ops 1 kind of had a fear and adventure aspect where World at War was just fear, and now BO2 is full-on narrative, and then again into BO3 and BO4. And then with the deterioration of too much emphasis on narrative, that's where you saw the deterioration of gameplay and what brought us into the Warzone mechanics, right? And that's even why Jason Blundell has publicly stated why he left, just because Call of Duty was changing the formula. They were going to Warzone.
Trapping the characters in an endless cycle of torment. The dark, foggy scenery greatly added to this desolate feeling, and within the famous prison, COD Zombies finally brought back the unsettling ambience of the past. Overall, Mob of the Dead took the fear era and combined it with the maximalist era, creating an over-the-top, terrifying Zombies experience, which was a major reason why this map is so loved by the community.
Yeah. And then back-to-back bangers. And like people argue from Mob of the Dead up until about like 9 or Ancient Evil for a lot of people, even for myself, it was just back-to-back bangers. Back-to-back bangers. We didn't have one bad map in between all those. Mob of the Dead to Ancient Evil. Yeah, just back-to-back
Origins
bangers.
is an extremely important map within this era. It expanded the maximalism to a much further extent. Origins marks the introduction of the premise versions of our classic crew, Richtofen, Dempsey, Nikolai, and Takio. Unlike their previous appearances, these new characters were younger and from a new dimension.
And I feel at this point, Blundell got the full right now for like campaign team to fully invigorate the zombie storyline, and that's where like this is really the map Origins, the beginning of the narrative, right?
The map itself is located in northern France during World War I. Its depiction of war is exaggerated beyond realism. Rather than being a simple historical battlefield, the map transforms the trenches and ruins into a nightmarish, larger-than-life setting where everything feels more apocalyptic.
But that's what World at War did as well, right? It took that emphasis and made it more than just a standardized WW2 type of campaign, which is why I think think this map is still one of the greatest.
Similar to maps like Moon and Die Rise, Treyarch greatly emphasized features like the Skybox, which is spectacular here. A blue-tinted, foggy skyline with giant robots walking throughout the map.
It was insane.
And countless planes fighting in the air.
For 2013, this was absolutely ridiculous fun.
The giant robots in particular brought a sense of scale we have almost never seen in Zombies, making players feel small and powerless in comparison. Unlike static set pieces, the robots actively move across the map, stepping over trenches and even crushing players if they are not careful. This turns the environment into a dynamic, ever-changing landscape, which is quite similar to experiences like Call of the Dead, where the map is against the player. But the way it's done here is far more interesting. The best part of Origins art direction is likely the clash between the World War I setting and the supernatural. For example, elemental staffs, the crazy place, and an army of zombies and panzers doesn't make any sense with the war-torn battlegrounds of World War I.
But it somehow works. It's just like Buried. Random things that somehow interconnect into a narrative that just is it.
Origins combines these ideas in an extremely interesting way, using element 115 to create something that is so uniquely Call of Duty Zombies. It is no surprise that many believe this map was the height of the game mode. Black Ops 3 Zombies was now here, and the community was desperately waiting to see what the launch map would be. And personally, I believe Shadows of Evil has the greatest art direction in Zombies history.
I still agree. Yeah, I just did the 50 perk Easter egg. This was peak storytelling narrative. Peak. And I don't think we'll go back
Shadows
to
is
this
heavily inspired by 1940s American cities like
Yeah.
Chicago, New York, and even San Francisco, combining their aesthetics into the fictional Morgue City. But like every other map in the Maximalist era, it was turned up a few notches. The map was bright and vibrant, but also featured elements of noir and Lovecraftian horror, a combination that makes absolutely zero sense, but was ultimately brilliant in execution. Treyarch likely went...
Most people's favorite maps are... Most people's S-tier maps are exactly like that. Random map, random theme, random Easter egg, all somehow collectively working together with an incredible wonder weapon. And that's COD Zombies, man. That is like... The wacky part is not what people hate. I think that's what it's kind of missing now. It's like you don't really have those wacky aspects now in COD Zombies.
And a super vibrant art direction on this map to showcase the brand new capabilities of the Xbox One and PS4. Every Call of Duty Zombies day mode from World at War to Black Ops 2 was greatly handicapped by the Xbox 360 and PS3 consoles. But now that Treyarch had upgraded tech for Black Ops 3, they could dive into the maximalism even more. For example, fog was no longer an issue in Black Ops 3. As I said previously, maps like Transit had to use excessive amounts of fog
Even
to make
Origins
sure players could run the game efficiently, which in some cases held back the beginning of the maximalist era. However, the floodgates were now open, and Treyarch could make these extravagant maps with almost no graphical limitations. This can best be seen with the Skybox. It starts off as gloomy and dark with desolate rain falling on the player.
It just makes me wish we would have gotten to see Jimmy Zielinski's original visions for Victus, because his idea was like basically like what the BO2 campaign did, which is multiple different endings and storylines, and it would have been so cool if he would have had the chance to come back to COD Zombies now with the hardware we have today.
But it changes as you unlock Pack-a-Punch, revealing a giant apothecon in the sky, with a nightmarish red seeping over the map. The Lovecraftian influence continues with the enemies you fight. The towering three-headed Margwa, the tentacled parasites, the flying insects, and the meatballs, which are actually called Insanity Elementals for some reason. These monsters cover the streets of Morgue City with evil and provide the most unique enemy types in Zombies history so far. The visual overload makes it clear that Morgue City has been consumed by something far beyond human understanding, creating arguably the most unique and creative Zombies map of all time. The next map is something a bit more simple and less innovative compared to Shadows of Evil. Shadows was a bit out there for many fans, and Treyarch wanted to...
See, that's the funniest thing. It's like the narrative at this point was so wacky, so crazy, that even the next map, Derisendrach, they just simplified what Origins and Shadows of Evil did, and it was a massive success still. Like, that's how wacky and out there COD used to be.
create a maximalist experience.
And now it feels like the opposite. It's like they're trying so much to try and put flavor and identity into each zombies map that it's like it seems like they're siphoning all the content in between each of the maps that we've got in like Cold War and BO6.
That they knew the community was going to love, which is exactly why we got Der Eisendrache.
And for many people, this was really the peak of zombies because a lot of people didn't get to experience the incredible aspects of Origins, but it was just remade in
Look
DE.
at this fan favorite map. I would ask that you consider.
Hey, let's go. Yeah, like the video. Shout out Radical
I
Quail.
upload a Call of Duty Zombies video.
Absolute legendary
It lets me know
video.
that you're enjoying these videos.
Yes, sir.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
Check the
Anyways,
video out.
Let's take a look at the beloved castle in Austria. Prior to Black Ops 3, I would never use the word beautiful to describe a zombies map.
Right.
But Shadows of
Right.
Evil and specifically Der Eisendrache are absolutely gorgeous.
This is where color came into the mode, and it's sad because Black Ops 3 and Black Ops 4 added a lot of color into zombies, and that is just not the same thing that we get nowadays in Cold War and BO6. A lot of the maps that we get in those maps, or in that game, is mainly just like the Warzone type of like browns and grays, and it's such a departure from what we had here.
It is set in a medieval castle high atop a snow-covered mountain, inspired by the real-life Hohenwaufen
Been there.
Castle in Austria.
Been there.
Overlooking a vast valley, the map conveys a grand sense of scale, making players feel both powerful and insignificant at the same time. The city below appears distantly far away, and the other mountains in the distance look huge. The snowy aesthetic and rolling clouds provides a very pretty skybug.
And it's unbelievable because Treyarch did an incredible job of making it as picturesque as it actually was when you go there. Like when you're at this castle in Austria, the mountains are literally just like that above the castle. It's unbelievably gorgeous.
Which looks even more appealing with the nice blue tone covering the outside portions of the map. The blue hue becomes even more impactful once it's combined with the 4 elemental wonder weapons. Playing Der Eisendrache with a squad of 4 players ignites the atmosphere with light blues, oranges, deep blues, and purples, making the whole experience even more visually appealing. The core ideas of the map combine a state-of-the-art rocket testing facility with a magically enhanced medieval castle, a juxtaposition that works perfectly. But there's also another aspect that carries over from Shadows of Evil. Due to story implications,
And
the
then the
boss
major
fight of
fight.
the map
Yeah, the
involves
boss
facing
fight.
off against a giant keeper, supernatural, ghostly beings connected to the apothecant.
And this kind of solidified the zombies formula we have today. Pack-a-punch, Easter egg, boss fight. And from Der Eisendrache, we have literally not evolved from that. It's now like, sure, we get a couple cool side Easter eggs there. Sure, you can get to round 100. But it's like, it is insane that from this point in 2016, it has been now almost 10 years since Black Ops 3 is released. We have not innovated from this point in Der Eisendrache in terms of the base formula of zombies.
The ethereal enemies are surrounded by glowing energy fields and are highly stylized, turning the fight into an epic spectacle of light and chaos. Overall, since Mob of the Dead, COD Zombies had been on a hot streak, combining maximalism and other unique elements to create massively innovative maps, and Der Eisendrache continued this streak. However, the following map began to shine some cracks through the floor of Call of Duty Zombies.
Yeah, and listen, even though I was a Zetsubo hater, I'm a Zetsubo lover now just because this map took a lot of risks. Sure, some of them didn't pay off, but it's still an incredible feature of Black Ops 3. Even though I know a lot of people didn't get this map.
Set in a lush, mysterious tropical island in the Pacific, Zetsubo no Shima essentially took the ideas of Shinonuma and multiplied them by 10. Where Shinonuma's environment was subtly hostile, Zetsubo no Shima makes nature an outright enemy. The overgrown plant life doesn't just obstruct movement, it spawns mutated thrashers, spreads toxic spores, and corrupts the very air you breathe.
And I think a lot of people didn't also like this map because of its color. Like, sure, it was green, but it's also quite dark, and it doesn't really have as much color as like Shadows or DE or even like GK later on, and So and Revelations for sure, and I get that, you know.
Nature in this map is not merely a backdrop, but an active participant in the chaos. There are crash planes, abandoned facilities, and nature infested in every single corner of the map. The maximalist art direction ensures that every element from vegetation to eerie environments feels alive and overwhelming. Zetsubo no Shima is not a map where you feel isolated. Instead, you feel overwhelmed. Even the two bosses on the map are deeply affected by the environment.
Yeah.
The giant spider is enlarged
Nature versus
and
the
enhanced
player.
by element 115 on the island.
And I think that's like what made BO3 so interesting is the narrative per each map was really simple. Like nature versus player or dragon versus player, you know, war-torn chaos versus player. It's hard to identify what each of the maps' identity is nowadays, right? Like it seems like when they create these maps, there's not much of a theme. It's more either they're trying to push the plot or they're trying to just make something from what they've already had. It's hard to tell.
And so is the other boss fight, Ultimus Takio, who is essentially turned into a giant thrasher, locked within a prisoner's cell. As far as coloring goes, this experience is exceptionally green, even within the enclosed parts of the map, where all of the experimentation takes place. Zetsubo's art direction is well executed, just like the other Black Ops 3 maps thus far. But in my opinion, the ideas here weren't as appealing as the grandiose nature of Dreisendrach and Shadows of Evil.
For sure, yeah. And it really was a long wait until GK, a 3-month wait, but finally GK brought it
Russian
to the
to
peak.
English as City of Blood,
City of
and
Blood,
that
baby.
describes the atmosphere perfectly.
Yeah.
The map takes place in a war-torn Stalingrad, and when I say war-torn, I absolutely mean it. The city is decimated. On top of this destruction, there's also another interesting element within the map. Dragons. The devastation throughout is complemented with the massive dragons flying throughout the sky, and you even get to ride one to pack a punch. Not only does this city have dragons, it also contains some extremely high quality tech.
This is also like the map that was just cinematic. Like, you don't really get so many cinematic experiences and moments like you did in GK. I really miss that.
The supercomputer that is essential to the Easter egg, the flying Valkyrie drones, and the Russian manglers are all technologically advanced, creating an overall dystopian atmosphere within this experience. The skybox makes Gorod Krovi feel even more dystopian, as its dark colors consist of dragons and planes flying throughout the sky fighting each other. On the ground, the map feels unmistakably Russian. It's filled with Soviet imagery and propaganda posters that feel straight out of the Cold War era. The colors of Gorod are largely made up of
It's so funny because like so many like modern COD zombie enjoyers use this argument of like, oh, COD zombies has always been copy and pasted, and it's like, dude, look at this map, right? Sure, Gorod Krovi features a part of the Black Ops 3 campaign in the Pack-a-Punch, but it's just the Pack-a-Punch area. Whereas like you go into Cold War and it's like Mauer Toten is literally just one whole Berlin Wall mission, right? And it's like that's the type of like ideation where it's like I miss from Treyarch, where they're like, okay, we'll take something from the campaign, but we're gonna add to it. We're gonna make it more than what it is, and that's totally not a thing nowadays.
tans from the buildings and rubble around, but also have a heavy emphasis on sharp reds. The eyes of the zombies, fire from the dragons, and other mechanical elements all depict striking red colors that add some much-needed variation to the art direction. Gorod Krovi is without a doubt one of the largest feeling zombie maps ever.
True.
It feels as though you were
Even though it's
dropped
quite
into
small.
a dimension of catastrophic war, invaded by dragons and zombies.
Like, technically, this map is not even as big as Derice, but it's true. Like, the boss fight is huge, and it's the scale of it. It's the environment, right? That's what makes it feel huge.
Which is quite literally what happened. To end off the tremendous Call of Duty Black Ops 3, Treyarch decided to make the most maximalistic map yet.
True. Literally in the galaxy. Calling it the final book of the Bible. I mean, this was just, like, insane for narrative, you know? Like, this was for a lot of people the peak of zombies, because in terms of like even just viewership and the audience hype, it'll never get bigger than Revelations. I believe it. Like, people getting hundreds of thousands of viewers live streaming the Easter egg, it's like, dude, it'll never get bigger than this. It was just huge.
Revelations was very unique as it combined loved parts of many different popular maps. Shangri-La, Der Eisendrock, Kino der Toten, Mob of the Dead, Origins, Nacht der Untoten, and Verrückt were all main parts of this experience, ultimately creating an environment merged together into extreme chaos.
Which is what everybody wanted. This map was the peak of it, the peak culmination of every single theme, narrative, all put together in one. And for a lot of people, it makes sense why this was the peak, because after this is where you started to see the deterioration of the game mechanics, the deterioration of the design, and free maps, right? So for a lot of people, it'll never get as good as this map. You know?
The dark blues highlight the interdimensional location of Revelations, creating an atmospheric masterpiece.
Yeah.
The sky above Revelations is filled with cosmic horror, as asteroids drift through space and a giant apothecon monster looms menacingly, with its belly housing the Pack-a-Punch machine, one of the map's many surreal features. Revelations handles contrasting colors perfectly. The vibrant blues of the map blend nicely with the yellows found inside the belly of the beast. The maps within Revelations are not just imported and exported versions from before. They have uniquely adjusted layouts and other small changes to certain areas.
Exactly, like what he just said there. They're not just imports. They're not just like, oh, we're going to take something from the campaign, throw some zombies in it, take out the window barriers, call it a day. No, it's like this is an actual experience. And it's tough. It's tough because it just feels like COD doesn't really know what to do with zombies anymore, which is fair because like Revelations was, like I said, it's the peak. Will we ever get back to this? Probably not. And so I understand that in a lot of aspects.
They also flow beautifully between one another. On the other hand, Revelations isn't just maximalist based on its looks. It gives the player just about everything gameplay-wise. The upgradable Apothecon Servant, Ray Gun, the Thunder Gun, and Lil Arnie's give the player almost too much to work with. Revelations took Black Ops 3 zombies out on a tremendous boom, creating arguably the most intense maximalist experience in all of zombies.
Yeah, I agree.
Black Ops 4 released on October 12th.
And it's like even Jason Mundell himself knew he couldn't do better than that, which is why he had to do a new storyline being Chaos.
2018. At this point, Call of Duty Zombies was coming off of the immense hype that was Black Ops 3 and the Zombie Chronicles DLC, which was the most popular gaming DLC ever for a couple of years. With this hype and attention, Treyarch wanted to do anything and everything to capitalize on their recent success. They aimed to make BO4 bigger and better than ever. They created more maps with larger Easter eggs and extremely maximalist atmospheres, but they were a bit conflicted, misusing their influence. They decided to split Black Ops 4 into two parts, the Chaos and the Ether storylines.
And it's interesting because it's like now you see the point where Blundell kind of pulled his Jimmy Zielinski from Black Ops 2, where he just took too much on his plate. It's not that the hardware was too unadvanced to conquer his dreams and his aspirations for this game mode, but it's just, it was too much for most people, especially when Fortnite just came out. It was this incredibly simplistic mode with building that was a battle royale that people were so much more interested in than like not understanding all these wild mechanics and different story. And for most people, they didn't care. You know, it makes sense.
Each containing 4 maps. The Ether storyline would be a continuation of where Revelations left off, and the Chaos storyline was something entirely new. Either way, Treyarch was experiencing some internal